Chapter 1337. That cultivator looked Xueqi up and down and said coldly, "Fellow Taoist, this question is very peculiar. If the demonic artifact doesn't come from demon-resisting valley, where else can it come from? Do you think demonic cultivators can forge such a quality demonic artifact?" Demonic cultivators? Xueqi heard this term for the first time and was slightly astonished in his heart. However, he wasn't afraid at all and said with a smile, "Demonic cultivators have a long history. If a demonic cultivator with profound cultivation can forge such a demonic artifact, it shouldn't be considered much." Although Xueqi was smiling, that laughter was clearly concealing his ignorance. "Pfft," that cultivator laughed as expected and said while clapping, "Fellow Taoist, this viewpoint is indeed interesting. I have never thought of it. However, if a demonic cultivator really wants to forge such a demonic artifact, then he must have the materials to forge this demonic artifact. This demonic artifact's materials can only be found in the devil world. Where can we find them in the cultivation world?" Xueqi's face flushed red, and he argued forcefully, "Dawn Rain continent is vast and boundless. How can fellow Taoist assert that there aren't suitable materials? Of course there are substitute materials. Otherwise, where would demonic cultivators get their handy magic artifacts? But if it's the real materials, how can my Dawn Rain continent have them? This Dawn Rain continent's heaven and earth is filled with spiritual energy, and not a bit of demonic qi. How do you want these materials to be formed?" Ridicule already appeared in that cultivator's mouth. Xueqi finally understood the crux of forging demonic artifacts, and the formation of demonic artifacts materials. He was at a loss for words for a moment, but his eyes turned and he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist doesn't know, but it doesn't mean that my Dawn Rain continent doesn't have them." Fellow Taoist is right. That cultivator was slightly dazed, and the ridicule in his tone turned into approval. He nodded and said, "Sigh, Dawn Rain continent's 10 great danger zones. Are they something we can covet? If there's some mysterious matter inside, even if there's demonic qi, I also wouldn't find it strange." 10 great danger zones? Xueqi was even more dazed and truly felt his inadequacy. However, he didn't dare to ask again. Hearing that cultivator's meaning, these 10 great danger zones should be something every cultivator could know. If he asked too much, it would appear superficial. "Haha, that's precisely what I meant." Xueqi cupped his hands and laughed with an unfathomable appearance. "All right, fellow Taoist over there, please step aside. Fellow Taoist, after you." That cultivator very elegantly invited Xueqi to choose. Xueqi shook his head and said, "Since fellow Taoist saw it first, fellow Taoist has the right to choose first. Fellow Taoist, please go first." "Since fellow Taoist says so, I'll take a look first." Fellow Taoist, please." Xueqi had a smile on his face. He was embarrassingly short on money, so there was no way he could buy anything, so he naturally had to be cultured and refined. Admittedly, this demonic artifact wasn't of much use to cultivators, and its price was ridiculously high. However, there were so many people who came to choose and look at it. It seemed that if they didn't come here to take a look, they wouldn't be able to show off their profound cultivation. Needless to say, even Xueqi, a small cultivator at the second layer of the qi refining stage, was full of curiosity towards demonic artifacts, so there was no need to say anything about the others. Xueqi took some time to find a demonic artifact that was similar to a spear tip. That demonic artifact's weight was neither light nor heavy, and it was in line with the weight of an ordinary person. However, when Xueqi held it in his hand, he didn't feel anything at all. He squinted his eyes and carefully looked at it again and again. Apart from the pitch-black demonic artifact, he couldn't see any other peculiarities. "This thing. Why is there a crack behind the spear tip?" Xueqi's gaze very naturally fell on the bottom of the spear tip. "It seems that my spear tip also has a crack, and the bottom of that 5-star spear also has a trace of a crack." Xueqi suddenly understood. Since this demonic artifact came from the Imperial Devil Valley, it was left behind from the so-called Great War of Immortals and Devils. Then, these demonic artifacts were also left behind in the Imperial Devil Valley after they were damaged in the battle between the Devil World and the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. Then, when cultivators were cleaning up the battlefield, they brought these demonic artifacts out from the Imperial Devil Valley. That's right, Sect Master also went to the Imperial Devil Valley several years ago. His cultivation was only at the Foundation establishment stage, so he couldn't directly face the people from the devil world. Presumably, he also went there for these things. Xiao Hua thought of Xiao Yuehong, and his heart became gloomy. He didn't have the mood to look anymore, so he threw the spear tip on the stall, got up, and left. After only walking 4 or 5 steps, Xiao Hua suddenly thought, since there are damaged demonic artifacts, then there must also be complete demonic artifacts. Just a fragment is worth 10 top-grade spirit stones. How many spirit stones would a complete demonic artifact cost? Soon after, Xiao Hua mocked himself. Perhaps only devil cultivators would pay such a high price to buy a complete demonic artifact. What the hell am I thinking about? Oh, that's right. I wonder if Senior Shi came. Ever since returning from Jinghua City, Xiao Hua didn't have the slightest bit of disgust toward Shi Wuming's forceful buying and selling. There was only gratitude. If it wasn't for the demonic spear tip, he really didn't know the result of his fight with Zhang Zhihao. Xiao Hua then circled the entire area, but there was no sign of Shi Wuming. And that day, Senior Nisi seemed to have said that he couldn't participate in this e-bazaar, so he came to e-bazaar. Also, because of some urgent matter, and because he couldn't say it out loud, he forced himself to sell the spear tip to me. Today, he naturally won't be here. Thinking, Xiao Hua stepped out of the demonic artifact area and walked towards the depths of E-Market. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua encountered a few more things that needed to be bid on. One of them was a circular magic tool with countless runes lingering on its surface. With a push of magic power, the runes left the body and gave birth to countless flames, roasting the surrounding air until it was scorching hot. The bidders were 4 foundation establishment cultivators. These 4 people also didn't wear the camouflage cloak and came forward with their original appearance. There was also a fragment of a magic tool, similar to a pipe, and it was still half a pipe. Xiao Hua was far away, so he couldn't clearly see the runes on this fragment. However, the bidders were actually 2 cultivators who were completely enthralled, so he couldn't see the cultivation level on it. However, the price was extremely high, far beyond what Xiao Hua could imagine. Listening to the whispers of the cultivators next to him, Xiao Hua knew that this magic artifact could only be controlled by cultivators above the foundation establishment stage with divine sense. Even if it was just a fragment, its power was inconceivable, so the bidding price was extremely high. And to be able to pay such a price, or to be able to control this fragment, could only be a gold core stage cultivator. At that time, Xiao Hua looked at the 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators in front of him, his eyes shining. He secretly thought that if he was one of the 2, then it would be great. He would immediately turn back and capture 100 Herbs Gates Jiang Fan, then take Xiao Xianrui to Yao Nong Peak for revenge. Unfortunately, just as he thought about it, Xiao Hua came across the 4th round of bidding. The 4th round of bidding was something Xiao Hua was interested in. It was a 2,000-year-old spiritual plant. Inside the space behind Xiao Hua's head, ever since he advanced to the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm, the tracing light ray was even more effective. The spiritual plants inside the space grew for 1 day, equivalent to 2 years of growth outside. Many of the spiritual plants were already 200 years old. If nothing unexpected happened, in another year, Xiao Hua would have a large number of 1,000-year-old spiritual plants. How to deal with these spiritual plants and what kind of price to sell them, Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. Therefore, when he saw a spiritual plant being auctioned, he naturally paid attention to it. This was a rather large stall with a lot of spiritual plants on it. A white-haired foundation establishment stage cultivator was calmly standing behind the stall. There were also 3 cultivators standing in front of the stall with their hands clasped behind their backs. One of them was wearing a camouflage robe, so it was impossible to tell his gender and cultivation level. The other one was wearing an ordinary Taoist robe. He was about 50 years old and his cultivation level was at the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. His face looked a bit miserable. The last one looked a bit sloppy with white hair. He was about 60 years old and his cultivation level was at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Hua had just walked to the left side when he saw the 50-year-old man cupped his hands and said, "I am 10,000 Flowers Valley's medicine master Xueqi. How should I address this fellow Taoist?" This senior is called Medicine Master Xueqi? Xiao Hua was stunned when he heard this. Previously, he had heard the name of 10,000 Flowers Valley's Medicine Master Xueqi at E.G. It was said that he could refine the foundation establishment pill. He thought that his surname was Xueqi and because he was an alchemist, he was respectfully called Medicine Master Xueqi. He didn't expect this person's name to be Medicine Master Xueqi. Just when Xiao Hua was in a daze, the person wearing the camouflage robe spoke. This person's voice was a bit hoarse and also a bit sharp. It should have already been modified by the camouflage robe. I was here first. This 2,000-year-old Qi Lian grass is what I deserve. What qualifications do you have to ask I for my name? Fellow Taoist, what are you saying? Didn't fellow Taoist feel that one piece of top-grade spirit stone is too high and is still bargaining? Since the stall owner is not willing to reduce the price, and I and this fellow Taoist Lai are willing to buy it at the price of one piece of top-grade spirit stone, you can naturally bid according to the rules of Jinghua City. As for whether fellow Taoist is willing to announce his name or not, that is fellow Taoist's freedom. Of course, one piece of top-grade spirit stone is high. Normally, a 1,000-year-old main ingredient is only 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stone. Why is this 2,000-year-old spirit herb so outrageous? The cultivator was somewhat angry. The price of this 2,000-year-old spirit herb is not casually stated. If you don't believe me, you can ask fellow Taoist Lai. Medicine Master Xueqi laughed. This one is 100 Herb Sect's Lai Hong. The 60-year-old man cupped his hands and said, 100 Herb Sect. When Xiao Hua heard this, his eyes slightly shrank. Immediately, his impression of this old man changed greatly. No matter how he looked at him, this old man had the appearance of a rat. My country of Xi's exchange practice is that a 100-year-old main ingredient can be exchanged for a mid-grade spirit stone. A 1,000-year-old main ingredient's price is not 10 times, but 100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. As for a 2,000-year-old main ingredient, it cannot be twice the price. As for the amount of spirit stones, it depends on the quality of the spirit herb. This Qi lotus grass is originally rare. Not to mention a 1,000-year-old, even a 100-year-old one is not commonly seen. Moreover, fellow Taoist must also know that the Qi lotus grass has other unique uses. I believe fellow Taoist is also aiming for this. A piece of top-grade spirit stone is really nothing. After Lai Hong finished speaking, he looked at Medicine Master Xueqi and smiled. Fellow Taoist Xueqi is also a kindred spirit. I wonder if what I said is correct? Chapter 1338. Hearing Lai Hong's explanation, Medicine Master Xueqi smiled and said, fellow Taoist is right. This is the common market in Xi's cultivation world. I wonder, what do you think? If there are no objections, shall we begin the bidding? Jinghua City has already explained the bidding rules clearly. What objections can I have? The cultivator's voice was sharp and light. I don't understand. Usually, it's first come, first served. Why does it change in Jinghua City? The guest should follow the host's wishes. This is an unbreakable truth. Medicine Master Xueqi was happy to explain. Jinghua City's auction on the day of the exchange is based on the rules of the auction in the north of the city. It protects the value of the seller's item and also ensures that the buyer can make the best use of the item. It can be considered a great initiative. Fellow Taoist Xueqi has been to the auction in the north of the city. The cultivator was surprised. How can I go directly with my cultivation level? It was just my humble sect master who brought me there to broaden my horizons. That kind of grandeur, that kind of extravagance, the rarity of those items, the mystery of those treasures. It really opened my eyes. Medicine Master Xueqi sighed with emotion. The northern part of the city is the central area of Jinghua City. Only cultivators above the Oris core stage can enter. That city. Oh, that's not right. It's the auction gathering. How spectacular is it? When Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but recall Fan Riguan's introduction, and his heart was rather filled with admiration. As expected, when the cultivator heard this, he fell silent. Lai Hong smiled and said, I've heard that in this auction, anyone can participate in the bidding. Everyone is dressed in a supreme grade bewitching robe, and whoever offers the most spirit stones will be called out. In the end, whoever offers the most spirit stones will get the item. It's really similar to this auction. We still lack a manager. The cultivator sneered. Why don't we invite the disciples of Jinghua City over? No need. Who knows how many bids there are in this auction? Why would the disciples of Jinghua City care? Just let them protect our safety. Lai Hong waved his hand and said, Our Qi lotus grass is only 2,000 years old. If it's 10,000 years old, only then would we have the right to talk to them. 10,000 years old? He would have gone to the north of the city a long time ago. Why would he appear here? The cultivator retorted. All right, let's exchange some pleasantries. Everyone should know the price of this Qilian grass, right? Let's start quickly. There are many good things on the day of the exchange. Let's go look around. Medicine Master Xueqi said with a smile. Seeing the two nodding, Medicine Master Xueqi muttered to himself and announced his price. The two of them also pondered for a moment. Qilian grass was finally won by the cultivator in the camouflage robe at the price of 1/2 extreme grade spirit stone. Looking at Medicine Master Xueqi and Lai Hong's disappointed expression and the cultivator's face that couldn't be seen, Xiaohua was secretly happy. He could definitely guess that the cultivator's face was absolutely helpless. He didn't make a move on Qilian grass that was originally 1 extreme grade spirit stone. In the end, it was actually 1/2 an extreme grade spirit stone. 1/2 an extreme grade spirit stone was 500 high grade spirit stones. Xiaohua was happy just thinking about it. Of course, how could he not be happy? He didn't know the effects of the Qilian grass, but a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb was calculated in terms of extreme grade spirit stones. Even if the spiritual herbs in his space weren't anything precious, couldn't 2 of them be exchanged for 1 extreme grade spirit stone? Then all the spiritual herbs, how many extreme grade spirit stones could he exchange for? Thinking about it, Xiaohua's saliva almost flowed out. When he realized that he had lost his composure, he hurriedly wiped away his saliva as if nothing had happened. Only then did he realize. Who could see through the camouflage robe? Pill formula. Pill formula. Crying sale. Is there anyone who wants to bid? A loud voice came from the side of Xiaohua. Pill formula? When Xiaohua heard it, he immediately quivered and thought to himself, Is there a mistake? There's really someone selling pill formulas? His reaction was still too slow. While he was still in a daze, the nearby cultivators who could hear the voice all swarmed towards the source of the sound. When Xiaohua came to his senses and rushed over, the small stall was already 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Moreover, behind Xiaohua, there were many cultivators who heard the voice and came over. Xiaohua could only watch from afar. The stall owner was a short and stout cultivator around the 7th layer of the qi refining realm. When he saw so many cultivators being attracted by him, the small eyes on his face had long turned into small bean pods. His fingers that were as thick as radishes slightly rubbed against each other. Fine beads of sweat seeped out of his white neck that was filled with bulging flesh. Fellow Taoist, your pill formula. What is it? Can you let I take a look? An 11th layer qi refining cultivator stepped out from the crowd. In fact, everyone had the same idea, but no one believed that there really was a pill formula here, so they just stood there and watched. Fellow Taoist, aren't you going to ask about the price first? The short and stout cultivator said with a smile. If it's a pill formula, I will definitely go all out to get it. Why ask about the price now? The cultivator shook his head with a smile, looking determined to get it. Fellow Taoist's tone isn't small. Another cultivator also walked out. Xiaohua recognized this person. It was 100 Herbs Gate's Lai Hong. Io, it's Senior Lai from 100 Herbs Gate. Junior greets you. That cultivator hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Junior is Xuanyan Cult's Wan Lave. Oh, so you're a disciple of Xuanyan Cult. I was wondering why you were so arrogant. Lai Hong nodded slightly. I wouldn't dare. My sect forbids its disciples from being ostentatious. Junior was just joking just now. Wan Lei was very humble and smiled apologetically. In this market, it all depends on the spirit stones. If Senior can take out suitable spirit stones, I definitely wouldn't dare to overstep my boundaries. Humph, you can just say that it depends on the spirit stones. If you take out real spirit stones, I won't be able to win against you. I'll just turn and leave. How could Lai Hong not understand what he meant? I wouldn't dare. Wan Lei shook his head repeatedly. Just as the two of them were talking, a few more people stepped out from the crowd, seemingly wanting to participate in the bidding. Lai Hong looked around. Other than the 4 of them who were dressed in camouflage, the rest were all qi refinement cultivators. He could not help but scold them. What's the hurry? I came up just to check the authenticity of the elixir formula. Now that all of you are here, do you want to start the bidding immediately? We wouldn't dare. Senior Lai, Please come up and appraise it. A few cultivators said in unison. Yes. Lai Hong was extremely satisfied. He turned to the short and fat cultivator and said, Fellow Taoist, can you let I take a look at the elixir formula first? The fat on the short and fat cultivator's face trembled slightly as he smiled. Of course I can. However, what price do you intend to pay? Lai Hong frowned and said impatiently, Ordinary elixir formulas are worth 500 superior grade spirit stones to 1 supreme grade spirit stone. However, these are all priceless. What's the point of saying this now? If you don't let me take a look at the elixir formula, how can you bid? 1 supreme grade spirit stone? The fat on the fat man's face was about to burn. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Then, what about the incomplete elixir formula? It'll cost at least a few hundred superior grade spirit stones. Incomplete. Lai Hong's expression changed slightly as he scolded. You rascal, you. Can't you be more reliable? An incomplete elixir formula and a complete elixir formula are completely different. Every elixir has its own unique refining method and special incantation. If the elixir formula doesn't have such records, how can it be refined into a complete elixir? Senior Lai, look at my cultivation. I'm afraid I can't refine elixirs. This elixir formula is something I obtained by chance. How would I know if it's complete? It's just that there are missing pages in the booklet, so I think it's incomplete. The fat man said apologetically, but his expression didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. Take it out and let me take a look. My 100 Herbs clan has some reputation in the country of Xi. We definitely won't lie to you. Lai Hong was already impatient and said impatiently, Yes, I'll take it out now. The fat man smiled apologetically and clapped his hands. A thin booklet was handed over halfway. He hesitated again. Senior, if you look at the elixir formula, wouldn't you have learned it? Lai Hong looked coldly at the booklet and smiled. Then I won't look at it. However, if I take this elixir formula and realize that it's incomplete, I will definitely look for the disciples of Jinghua City to seek justice. By then, I'm sure you can afford to compensate me tenfold. But Senior is willing. The fat man was a little anxious. This humble Taoist is willing to do so. However, this humble Taoist wants a complete pill formula, not an incomplete one. This is something that all the fellow Taoists present can testify to. Lai Hong pointed to the surroundings and said, Furthermore, if it's incomplete, you should tell me where it's incomplete. Otherwise, I'll be deceived by you. All right. The fat man was helpless and could only hand over the elixir formula. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I will only take a rough look. I definitely won't remember the details. Your elixir formula won't be leaked. Lai Hong took it and smiled. Senior Lai, please appraise it. The fat man cupped his hands and forced a smile. Lai Hong opened the booklet cautiously. He frowned and said softly, Yellow marrow elixir. This elixir seems to have been lost for a long time. Then, Lai Hong did not continue reading. He flipped through page after page. First, he frowned, then he was overjoyed, and then he frowned again. Finally, Lai Hong stopped reading and flipped to the very end of the booklet, where the booklet was incomplete. In the end, the expression on Lai Hong's face was interesting. Was it regret? Was it anger? Or was it regret? Then, Lai Hong flipped through the booklet again in detail. He threw the booklet at the fat man and said with a cold smile, Fellow Taoist, are you making fun of me? The fat man caught the elixir formula booklet in a fluster. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly asked, Senior Lai, this elixir formula, isn't it too incomplete? But I see that there are quite a lot of things inside. Ha ha ha. Lai Hong stared at the fat man carefully for a long while. He was so angry that he started laughing instead. Chapter 1339. In the boundless void, there was no light at all. All of a sudden, an invisible crack appeared in the void, leaving a huge mark in the void. The mark was either expanding or shrinking. The expanding crack was like a ripple on the surface of a lake, spreading in all directions. The surface of the lake was limited, but the void was limitless. Hence, the crack did not show any signs of stopping. The shrinking crack only expanded slightly before shrinking rapidly, returning to its original state. However, it did not stop, continuing to shrink without any signs of stopping. Until it shrank to its limit, it suddenly formed a huge void, swallowing everything around it. Then it shrank again and then it disappeared. Hence, in this silent void, even though there was no sound, danger was everywhere. At some point in time, in an unknown location in the void, another normal crack in the void suddenly appeared. In the crack, which would not have any abnormalities, a slender human figure actually appeared. Immediately after, a faint light appeared on that person's body, and a flat light shield that was similar to the shape of this person suddenly appeared. Under this faint light, one could see that it was a young man of 17 or 18 years old. He had a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a pair of long and narrow eyes, just like the eyes of a phoenix looking down on all living things. It was a pity that these eyes were tightly shut. When this person appeared from the crack in the void, they had been tightly shut, and one could not see the elegance of opening his eyes. This person's eyebrows were extremely thick and slender. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he seemed to be in pain. Needless to say, this person was Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to be sent to the ruins from the transportation formation in the forest. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes, or perhaps the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks. Zhang Xiaohua used a stone from the Crouching Ox Rock as a vitality stone to place in the groove of the transportation formation. He did not know the power of the vitality stone, and only released the vitality in the stone completely. The Crouching Ox Rock was born together with Zhang Xiaohua's bracelet, and the vitality in it was far from what a normal vitality stone could compare to. How could the transportation formation withstand when Zhang Xiaohua released all of his vitality? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was still in the transportation formation was first triggered by the huge amount of vitality, and the destination was completely messed up. The distance of the transportation formation was far greater than expected, and then, because of the collapse of the transportation formation, Zhang Xiaohua was squeezed into the spatial crack by the power of space. Together with Zhang Xiaohua was a yellow little mink and a black little dog. These two little things also had their eyes tightly shut, and did not move at all. These two little things were Little Yellow and Little Black. Although their flesh and blood were not as mutated as Zhang Xiaohua's, they were still safe and sound within the light shield. Zhang Xiaohua's right hand was still tightly clutching a stone that looked like a long sword. It seemed to be a sword embryo. This sword embryo looked very inconspicuous, but the tip of the sword was hanging straight down, and even in the void, it was still very heavy. The light shield came out of nowhere. It was faint, but extremely tough, and covered Zhang Xiaohua's body. The crack created by the spatial crack rapidly shrank, and once it came into contact with the light shield, it could not shrink any further. Then with a bounce, it expanded outwards again, and disappeared into the distance without a trace. Under the light shield, Zhang Xiaohua's slender body floated slowly in the void, without end. It wasn't as if there wasn't anything in the void. The void was filled with chaotic aura. Although the light shield around Zhang Xiaohua's body kept the spatial cracks outside, it didn't stop the chaotic aura from entering. Strands of chaotic aura seeped into his body, seeping into his meridians, seeping into his bones. Even at the back of his head, there was a mysterious place that actually produced a powerful suction force that sucked in the chaotic aura. Speaking of which, it was strange. The chaotic aura was the origin of all vitality and spiritual energy. If an ordinary person absorbed a strand of chaotic aura, it would be like an ordinary person eating poison. They would either die or explode to death. But Zhang Xiaohua's body actually consciously absorbed the chaotic aura. On Zhang Xiaohua's bones, there were a total of 13,200 tiny dots. His flesh and blood were formed by these 13,200 tiny dots. These 13200 tiny dots and his flesh and blood originally had some indescribable abnormalities. But after absorbing the chaotic aura, these abnormalities gradually disappeared, and his flesh and blood were no different from that of an ordinary person's. Looking at the bones covered by the 13,200 tiny dots, ordinary people would see them as gray. Even those who cultivated their bodies would see them as a crystalline white. But this person's bones, on those crystalline jade-like bones, were covered in red fine lines. There were so many fine lines that they actually took up 60% of the entire bone. Furthermore, as the amount of chaotic chi absorbed increased, the number of red lines also increased. The strangest thing was that the sparkling and translucent jade-like bones, as well as the crimson lines, were slowly covered by a layer of gray after the number of lines stopped increasing. In the end, the bones were no different from the bones of an ordinary person. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's blood vessels, there were actually traces of gold. Although the gold was very little, it was definitely there, and it spread throughout his body along with a bright red blood. Even this strange golden color, after absorbing the chaotic aura, slowly lost its original appearance and gradually turned red, blending into the surrounding blood. Also, in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace, there was a round that was much smaller than a bean. There was a layer of golden light that was actually also absorbing the chaotic aura. Gradually, the golden light also dimmed and finally disappeared. The chaotic aura was indeed the origin of all vital energy. Everything that came into contact with this chaotic aura would become normal. The chaotic aura actually changed all the abnormalities on Zhang Xiaohua's body, and he became exactly the same as an ordinary person. The chaotic aura was not only nourishing Zhang Xiaohua, but also seeping into the bodies of the little black dog and the little yellow mink who were quietly floating beside him. Even the sword embryo had chaotic aura seeping into it. As the saying goes, years don't count in the chaos. No one knew how long this person had been in the void. Maybe it was a snap of a finger, maybe it was a moment, maybe it was 2 hours, maybe it was a year, maybe it was 100 years. In any case, Zhang Xiaohua continued to absorb the chaotic aura, and his appearance never changed. The only thing that changed was the light shield that protected him. As more and more spatial cracks appeared in the void, countless cracks struck the faint light shield, and the light shield became dimmer and dimmer. The light shield also gradually shrank, as if it was about to wrap him tightly. See, another spatial crack struck the light shield, and the light shield blocked it firmly without any damage. But at this moment, in front of the light shield, a spatial crack that had appeared at some point in time started to shrink. Suddenly, it went berserk, sucking in everything around it, including the light shield and Zhang Xiaohua who was inside it. Then, it shrunk rapidly and disappeared without a trace. The entire void was still calm. The light shield and this person were sucked into the rapidly shrinking, but they were brought to another void. This void was different from the violent void. This void was extremely quiet, and there were no spatial cracks. There was also the existence of any other space. This was the beginning or end of all space. This was an absolute space. Chapter 1340. Fellow Taoist, are you pretending to be confused, or do you really not understand? Lai Hong looked at the fatty with a cold face, then turned and left without looking back. What's going on? Xiao Hua was stunned from afar. Not only him, but the people around him, including Wan Lei and the rest at the stall, were also surprised. However, Lai Hong was an elder of the 100 Herbs Gate, and his forte was refining pills. Even he did not look at it anymore. There was definitely a huge problem with this pill formula. Fellow Taoist, Senior Lai has left. This pill formula of yours. Let me take a look. Wan Lei thought for a moment, then went forward and asked. I won't look. I don't plan to sell it. The fatty was a little disappointed and wanted to keep the booklet. Fellow Taoist, you called all of us here, and now you don't plan to sell it. Who do you think we are? Wan Lei sneered. Your face was seen by all of us. Although the disciples of Jingpa City don't care about this, once you leave Jingpa City, before Wan Lei could finish, the fatty's face turned pale. He hurriedly handed over the booklet and smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist Wan, please take a look. Wan Lei coldly received the booklet and casually glanced at it. Then, he snorted and threw the booklet back into the fatty's arms. He said, this kind of pill recipe only has the main ingredient, the secondary ingredient, and the refining process. However, it doesn't have the most important technique. This kind of pill recipe is simply a waste of paper. It's the same as this poor Taoist telling you that the foundation establishment pill is refined from exquisite grass. How much spirit stones do you think these words are worth? Moreover, the main ingredient of your pill formula, yellow grass, has long been lost. This pill formula, TSK. After he finished speaking, he also left. Liar! This bastard! Look at yourself carefully. You actually want to cheat your grandfather of his spirit stones. Many people who came up had fiery tempers and turned hostile on the spot. The fatty held the pill formula in his hands like a hot potato. No one knew what he wanted to say. When the surrounding people heard this, they immediately dispersed. Not to mention that there were only spiritual herbs in the recipe and not the most valuable incantation. The main ingredient of the recipe had already been lost. Even if they had the incantation to refine the pill, it would be useless. Who would stay for a moment longer? When he saw that everyone had dispersed, Xiaohua was slightly hesitant, and he stood at the side and waited silently for a long time. After everyone had left, he stepped forward and cupped his hands with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, let me take a look at your pill formula." The fat man was extremely disappointed and helpless. When he saw a cultivator whose cultivation he couldn't see through, he bitterly smiled and said, "Could it be that fellow cultivator is interested in the incomplete pill recipe? Hee, I just want to experience it." Xiaohua laughed. "Please." The fatty feebly handed over the booklet he threw on the stall. Xiaohua took it, but he didn't look at it carefully. He casually flipped through it, then handed it back. He smiled and said, "This pill recipe is really interesting. If fellow Taoist has the second half, it would be worth a lot." "Fellow Taoist, please don't laugh at me." The fatty smiled bitterly. "The latter half has already been burned by I. Where are we going to look?" "Burned? Why is that?" Xiaohua was shocked. "Sigh, let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. I didn't know the importance of this pill recipe back then, so I just casually tore it up to keep warm. I also only saw the pill recipe a few days ago." The fatty was obviously extremely regretful. "So it's like that." Xiaohua cupped his hands and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he turned his head and asked, "All right, I want to buy this pill recipe of yours and take a look. Are you willing to sell it?" "Fellow Taoist, this is..." The fatty looked at Xiaohua, somewhat puzzled. "This is a pill recipe that's like a piece of scrap paper?" Hee, everything has its value. This pill recipe is indeed a piece of scrap paper, but it can also be used as a reference. If fellow Taoist wants to exchange it for some spirit stones, you can name a price." Xiaohua said calmly. "Fellow Taoist, how many spirit stones are you planning to pay?" The fatty asked back. "Haha, fellow Taoist, don't think too much. If your pill recipe is worth a lot, I won't ask too much." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Sigh, all right. If fellow Taoist is interested, how about 100 high-grade spirit stones?" The fatty hesitated and said, 100? Xiaohua was stunned and shook his head. "Fellow Taoist, you've gone crazy from wanting to get rich. Just pretend I didn't say anything." With that, Xiaohua turned around and left, seemingly without hesitation. "Sigh, fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. We can discuss the price." The fatty immediately chased out and pulled Xiaohua's sleeve. "How about 50? Just 50? Xiaohua stood there and looked coldly. The fatty knew that he was waiting for him to lower the price, so he could only say again, Then 30? 30 high-grade spirit stones?" "Fellow Taoist, I only have 20 middle-grade spirit stones. If fellow Taoist is interested, then take them." Xiaohua also didn't dawdle. He clapped his hands and 20 middle-grade spirit stones were placed on the stall. 20 middle-grade spirit stones? Obviously, this price was out of the fatty's expectations and made him stunned. It seems that fellow Taoist is somewhat reluctant. "Then I will take my leave," Xiaohua said and was about to use his hand to put away the spirit stones. "Wait!" the fatty decisively shouted. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 20 middle-grade spirit stones into his storage pouch at lightning speed. Then he handed over the pill formula and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, thank you for your great kindness. Please take care of the pill formula." Looking at the fatty's completely different expression from before and seeing that the fatty didn't seem to be depressed, Xiaohua directly felt that he had been deceived. Cough cough, fellow Taoist. Please take care. The fatty cupped his hands and said, "I already tore up the latter half of the pill formula. I have already regretted it for a long time. I only wanted to turn back time, but this is absolutely impossible. So, there's no use in regretting it. Today, this waste paper can actually be exchanged for 20 middle-grade spirit stones. I am also perfectly satisfied. Fellow Taoist, do you think I's words are correct?" Hee, contentment brings joy. You have to think positively about everything. Just this sentence alone is worth 20 mid-grade spirit stones. This poor Taoist has learned something. Xiaohua cupped his hands and bowed, then left with a smile. Xiaohua waited until they were far away and hid in a secluded place before he happily took out the pill recipe. Although this booklet was called a pill recipe, it was somewhat inappropriate. Ordinary pill recipes only talked about how to refine the pill, but this pill recipe had the characteristics of the main ingredients and auxiliary ingredients written down. The refining process was also very detailed. Xiaohua originally didn't plan to buy this booklet. He only wanted to see what the pill formula looked like. However, when he saw the two main ingredients in the pill formula, yellow nightmare grass and supreme marrow fruit, his heart was wild with joy. Only then did he have the intention to buy it. Needless to say, the extreme marrow fruit was the main ingredient for refining pills. It existed in many pills. Although it was rare, Xiaohua had already bought its seeds from EG and planted them in the space at the back of his head. As for the yellow nightmare grass that Wan Lei said had been lost, Xiaohua had never seen it mature. However, this pill formula gave the seed of the yellow nightmare grass and its appearance as a seedling. Coincidentally, in the pile of seeds that Xiaohua had obtained from the 100 Herbs Gate, one of them was precisely the yellow nightmare grass. And this yellow nightmare grass in Xiaohua's space had already revealed its seedling. Xiaohua also looked at the seedling in the pill formula and thought of the seedling in the space. After confirming that it was indeed the yellow nightmare grass, he decided to buy the pill formula. As for the pill formula that was missing, Xiaohua naturally didn't have it. Although this pill formula was incomplete, it was still a pill formula. Buying it for 20 middle-grade spirit stones, no matter how Xiaohua thought about it, it was worth it. After carefully looking at it, Xiaohua had a general understanding of the spiritual herbs used in this pill formula. Most of the spiritual herbs were available in his space, and only a few of them needed to be bought. After carefully storing the pill formula into his space, Xiaohua looked for a stall and began to buy spiritual herbs. There were many people in EG City and there were many spiritual herbs. The price of many spiritual herbs didn't rise but fell instead. Xiaohua used the time it took to eat a meal to find the remaining spiritual herbs. Moreover, he didn't spend a lot of spirit stones. There was no other reason than that this guy only bought the seedlings and seeds of spiritual herbs. It would be strange if they were expensive. Just when Xiaohua found the seedling of the last spiritual herb and was thinking about where to go next, a large stall appeared in front of him. There were a lot of spiritual herbs on the stall. There were also some healing and qi replenishing pills. Several disciples wearing the 100 Herbs Gates uniform were busy receiving the cultivators who were buying the pills and spiritual herbs. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He walked over and a disciple greeted him with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, do you want to buy the pills on the stall?" "Hee, there aren't any pills to buy. I want to see if there are any 30-year-old black tuber grass. I want to refine some Peiyuan pill for the younger generation," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Oh, 30-year-old black tuber grass. It's a specialty of my 100 Herbs Gate. How many do you want?" the disciple said with a smile. Xiaohua's heart became colder. He asked, "How many do you have in your house?" The disciple was stunned. He looked back and scratched his head. "There should be at least 1,000 of them. Don't tell me you want all of them? Oh, if it's not enough, please give me a communication talisman. After EG City, my 100 Herbs Gates disciples will deliver them to the immortal mansion." Humph. Xiaohua didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and left. "Ayo. Fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist." The disciple was very confused. He didn't know what he said wrong. He was about to raise his hand to greet Xiaohua, but when Xiaohua left, another cultivator came over. The disciple immediately changed his attitude and greeted the person who came later. "Black tuber grass. Black tuber grass. 100 Herbs Gate seems to have a lot of it, but when I went to ask for it, they looked embarrassed and only gave me a very small amount. If they don't covet my Shang Huaming, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death." Humph. Jiang Jiantong. Just you wait. Xiaohua's eyes were burning with anger. After turning a few corners, he saw a dozen or so stalls not far away. They were selling a bunch of random things. Xiaohua had nowhere to vent his anger. When he saw the stall owner of one of the stalls, he couldn't help but sneer. He quickly walked over. The stall owner was a tall man with a pink and white face. He was about 27 or 28 years old, but his cultivation was only in the 3rd layer of the aura refining realm. When he saw Xiaohua coming over, he hurriedly greeted him. "Fellow Taoist, do you want to buy anything? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1341. This stall owner was, of course, that loose cultivator who set up a trap for Xuanyan School's disciple Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua thought that after that day, he would go into hiding and avoid Xuanyan School. Who would have thought that on the day of the exchange, this guy would actually openly sell things here? But thinking about it, although this loose cultivator set a trap, Xiao Mao insisted on buying. If the loose cultivator scheme succeeded and he obtained some secret of Xuanyan School from Xiao Mao's storage pouch, then he would naturally hide. Since he didn't succeed, the loose cultivator, of course, he wasn't afraid of anything. After all, this was Jinghua City, not a place where Xuanyan School could act recklessly. Fellow Taoist, have you taken a fancy to something? The loose cultivator didn't expect that Xiao Hua was the cultivator who pulled Xiao Mao away that day and enthusiastically greeted him. Let me take a look. You have quite a lot of junk here. Xiao Hua lowered his head and casually looked. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. The jade pendant that Xiao Mao took a fancy to was still in an inconspicuous place on the stall. Xiao Hua casually pointed at a jet-black sphere and asked, "Fellow Taoist, what is this?" "Oh, fellow Taoist really has good eyesight. This is a demonic tool from demon-resisting valley. Eyes cultivation is shallow, so I don't know its specific power. Only someone with a profound cultivation like fellow Taoist is qualified to know, right?" The loose cultivator laughed. "And what's the price?" Xiao Hua calmly asked. This demonic tool was originally put here by a fellow Taoist for sale. He gave a price of 1 top-grade spirit stone, but it has been here for a long time and no one knows its value. If fellow Taoist takes a fancy to it and really wants to take it, then give me 900 top-grade spirit stones and I'll let fellow Taoist take it," the loose cultivator said very sincerely. Xiao Hua didn't have any emotion in his voice. He picked up the black sphere, looked at it again and then threw it on the stall. The loose cultivator couldn't see Xiao Hua's expression clearly. Seeing Xiao Hua look at other items, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face. Xiao Hua picked up a few more items, looked at them again and inquired about their prices. That rogue cultivator gave unimaginable prices. Finally, Xiao Hua threw away the items in his hand and sneered, "Fellow Taoist, I sincerely came to buy things. Why does fellow Taoist keep randomly bidding? If it was just once or twice, then perhaps fellow Taoist's eyes weren't good enough. But every time you say something like this, aren't you afraid that I will report this to Lake Mirror City? Fellow Taoist, I personally spent a large sum of money to purchase these things. How could I deceive you?" The rogue cultivator said unhurriedly, "If this thing is fake, I will be the first to look for the disciples of Jinghua City." Seeing how shameless this rogue cultivator was, Xiao Hua could only shake his head in his heart. He casually picked up a heart-shaped jade pendant and said with a smile, "What about this? Fellow Taoist, you really have a good eye. This is a rare jade talisman. However, due to the strict requirements of using it, the price is slightly higher. It's only 700 top-grade spirit stones." The rogue cultivator seemed to have nothing to fear. Or perhaps, this jade pendant was really a jade talisman. "What is it?" Xiao Hua showed great interest. He didn't put down that jade pendant, but instead held it in his hand and observed it. Soon after, he looked at another walnut-sized, light red object and asked curiously, "This is also a demonic artifact?" "Fellow Taoist, you're really unique. You saw I's treasure at a glance. To tell the truth, this is a demonic beast's inner core. This thing can only be found in the northern part of the city. Because I came to East City with great difficulty, I reluctantly took it out," the rogue cultivator said solemnly. "If fellow Taoist takes a fancy to it, you can," Xiao Hua interrupted. "What do I want this inner core for? It's not like it can be used to refine pills?" Xiao Hua recalled what Xiao Yuehong said before, and knew that this inner core had extremely few uses in the Daybreak continent. Fellow Taoist's words aren't quite the same as yours." The rogue cultivator looked left and right and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, do you know why the northern part of the city has so many inner cores, but the southern part of the city has almost none?" Xiao Hua was greatly surprised and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist knows. That's because the pill formula for using demonic beast's inner core to refine pills is only available to cultivators above the gold core stage. Otherwise, with so many demonic beasts dying in the Daybreak continent every day, where would their inner cores go?" The rogue cultivator did his utmost to lower his voice, as if this was an extremely big secret. Xiao Hua's heart moved. Yes, what Xiao Yuehong said was reasonable. But he was a foundation establishment cultivator after all. Shang Hua Ming's sect was also small, so what he knew might not be true. Therefore, Xiao Hua also held that inner core in his hand, seemingly hesitating about something. Seeing this, the rogue cultivator's face was filled with joy, but his eyes were extremely sincere. Oh right, is this a jade pendant? Xiao Hua pointed with his finger. It was precisely Xiao Mao's jade pendant. This. The rogue cultivator stared blankly. Soon after he hesitated slightly and said with a smile, "This is also a jade talisman. Fellow Taoist, you really have a lot of jade talismans here." Xiao Hua said as he picked up that jade talisman. "How much is this jade talisman?" Not much, it's only a top-grade spirit stone." Before that rogue cultivator finished speaking, another cultivator squeezed in from the side and immediately called out, "Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious, this jade talisman. I already saw it before." Xiao Hua was both shocked and expected. When he turned his head to look, sure enough, it was that person who acted with the rogue cultivator last time. Ha! Could it be that fellow Taoist wants to compete with I? Xiao Hua said with a frown. That's right. Just now, this fellow Taoist bid a top-grade spirit stone. I thought about it for a long time and decided to take it. If fellow Taoist, clang! Xiao Hua sneered and threw that jade pendant on the stall. He turned his head and said to the stall owner, "Fellow Taoist, I don't want this jade talisman, I'll let this fellow Taoist have it." Soon after, he looked at the two things in his hand and asked, "These two things, can you let I have a bit of a discount?" The cultivator who came later was in a difficult situation. The few cultivators who were watching at the side were also slightly stunned. They originally thought that they would be able to see a lively bidding scene, but they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Hee. Fellow Taoist came first. I'll trade with fellow Taoist first. Fellow Taoist, this jade talisman. You should wait for a moment. The rogue cultivator beamed with joy and said to Xiao Hua and the rogue cultivator who just came. At this time, several people came in front of the stall. Seeing that Xiao Hua seemed to want it, this rogue cultivator didn't relent and only bid on a piece of half-top-grade spirit stone. Xiao Hua was bewildered. He really didn't know what this rogue cultivator was thinking. This thing, this price. How could anyone buy it? Then, Xiao Hua did something that the rogue cultivator didn't understand. First, he took off the storage pouch from his waist. After looking, he shook his head and brushed the jade pendant and inner core in his hand towards the rogue cultivator's stall. He held the storage pouch in his hand, scratched his forehead, and said, "Forget it, since fellow Taoist has no intention of selling and I don't have any extra spirit stones in the storage pouch, then forget it. I'll take my leave." After speaking, without waiting for the rogue cultivator to react, Xiao Hua walked away. Fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist. The rogue cultivator was slightly surprised and hurriedly chased out and shouted, "Fellow Taoist, this price can be negotiated." Why would Xiao Hua care about him? He didn't even turn back. Something's wrong. Fellow Taoist. Chang Feng. Not good, the jade pendant. The jade talisman is gone. The cultivator behind the rogue cultivator suddenly shouted, "It's that cultivator's trick just now, quickly go and catch him." Hearing this, the rogue cultivator's face immediately changed. He jumped up and said loudly, "You little thief! Stop! You actually dare to take I's jade talisman." Saying this, he hurriedly chased in the direction of Xiao Hua. Little thief? Jade talisman? That rogue cultivator's voice was quite loud, and the surrounding people all heard it. And in this city, this kind of thing was extremely rare, so they all unconsciously stopped and looked on with interest. Xiao Hua originally didn't go far. Hearing the rogue cultivator shout, he unconsciously stopped and turned his head in surprise. He pointed at his nose that was covered by the mist and said, "Fellow Taoist, are you talking about I?" "Of course I'm talking about you. Can there be anyone else?" That rogue cultivator grabbed Xiao Hua's wrist and said loudly and fiercely, "Ayo." Hearing this, Xiao Hua was also furious. "When did I take your jade talisman? Didn't I put the jade talisman in your stall?" "Humph, you make it sound nice. You're the only one who came to I's stall and picked it. If you didn't take it, who else would have taken it?" The rogue cultivator immediately thought of Xiao Hua's strange action of taking out his storage bag. He pointed at Xiao Hua's waist and said, "The jade talisman is definitely in your storage bag." While the rogue cultivator and Xiao Hua were talking, they pushed and pushed to the front of the stall. At this time, there were already many cultivators watching the show. That rogue cultivator grabbed Xiao Hua's wrist and didn't let go. His eyes roughly looked at the stall, and indeed, the jade pendant just now really was gone. "How is it, fellow Taoist? I's jade talisman is really gone. If fellow Taoist doesn't take out the jade talisman, then give I 2 top-grade spirit stones and this matter will be settled." Xiao Hua said angrily, "I didn't take your jade talisman at all. How do you want I to take it out for you?" "Hee, it's fine if you can't take it out, as long as you take out 2 top-grade spirit stones," the rogue cultivator said proudly. "I didn't take your jade talisman, why should I give you top-grade spirit stones?" Xiao Hua shouted. "Besides, I don't have enough spirit stones here." "Hee, that's even better. Either leave your storage bag, or I will call the disciples of Jingbua City and let them uphold justice," the rogue cultivator said with a sneer. "If I's jade talisman is found in your storage bag, either you take out 10 times the compensation, or, your cultivation base will be abolished. I see that your jade talisman is not bad. It's barely worth 10 jade talismans." "You." Xiao Hua's tone was a little helpless, a little angry, and a little timid. When lousy mingled in this market. The rogue cultivator wanted to say something senior, but he couldn't see Xiao Hua's face and didn't know his age, so he didn't continue. Then he patted his storage bag, took out a message talisman, and threatened, "You still won't take it." Chapter 1342. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua and the light shield entered the space, a pouch-like object floated out from Zhang Xiaohua's chest. The pouch exploded soundlessly, and a space of several hundred feet in size appeared within the light shield. Countless objects flew around in the space. There were jade slips, jade stones, jade boxes, a bell, a sword, an axe, a pagoda, a zither, a cauldron, a seal, a mirror, a pot, and 2 stones. One of them was extremely large like a crouching cow, while the other was extremely small, emitting a faint yellow light. At the same time, a waist-like object on Zhang Xiaohua's waist also exploded soundlessly and a space of several hundred feet in size appeared. Within the space, even more objects flew out. There were countless spiritual herbs, countless jades, and many other strange objects, including a pitch-black flag, a 9th-grade lotus throne, and a 9-section bamboo. Following that, a ring-like object on Zhang Xiaohua's left hand also exploded and a space that was 100 times larger than the previous 2 appeared at the same time. However, the objects in this space all carried traces of black gas and crimson light. Similarly, after the ring-like object exploded, Zhang Xiaohua's left hand opened slightly and a round bead flashing with countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared from his left hand. Following that round bead was a human-shaped stone statue. At this time, the stone statue's facial features were basically formed and it was extremely similar to Zhang Xiaohua's face. This stone statue had obviously absorbed the chaotic qi and the chaotic qi within it was extremely dense. That was not the only strange thing. On his left wrist, a bracelet with the same 36 round beads also flashed brilliantly, as if it was about to explode. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The 3 spaces overlapped and all the strange objects in the 3 spaces were mixed together, quietly floating in the overlapped spaces. When the 3 spaces overlapped, wouldn't it be tens of thousands of feet in size? Just as the 3rd space appeared, the entire light shield flashed slightly and was about to expand. However, just as the light shield extended outwards, an unparalleled spatial force came pressing down on it. This was an absolute space, the end of all space. How could it allow another space to exist? In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of feet of space was tightly compressed together, tightly sticking to Zhang Xiaohua's body. When the spatial force came, all the elixirs, pills, jade stones, jade boxes and jade bottles within the light shield and within the space were reduced to extremely small particles, becoming the purest yuan qi of heaven and earth. The 10 extraordinary objects, the bell, sword, axe, pagoda, zither, cauldron, seal, mirror, pot and stone, had a mysterious connection. When the huge force came, they suddenly emitted a faint brilliance. That brilliance pierced the 10 objects together and held up a small space. In the center of this space, there was a heart-shaped object, emitting a faint yellow brilliance. This object had appeared in the space after a jade box exploded. Around this yellow heart-shaped object, there were 7 different colored beads floating in a mess. Outside these beads, there was another bead running around, like the wind. Following this wind-like bead, there was another bead full of fog. Not only that, at the top of the space, next to a black and white object that looked like a fruit, there were 3 beads. One was pale white, one was pitch black, and the last one was the one that had flown out from the young man's left hand. It was the bead that flashed with endless lightning. These strange objects were originally not together, but gradually, they were pressed together by the increasing power of the space. As the power of the space increased, the brilliance of the 10 objects gradually dimmed. The 36 beads in Zhang Xiaohua's left hand seemed to be expanding and contracting slightly, as if they were about to explode. The brilliance of the bell, sword, axe, pagoda, zither, cauldron, seal, mirror, pot, and stone dimmed. The 36 beads were like ripe fruits, suddenly exploding. At this moment, a dot of light, or perhaps a speck of light, quietly appeared outside the light barrier. That dot of light was abnormally lonely. It had nothing to do with the void. In an instant, it streaked across this absolute space. Just as it was about to enter the void again, that light entered the light barrier, quietly floating behind the young man's head, a mysterious place. The moment that dot of light entered the mysterious place, it brought with it a great suction force. At the same time, the 36 beads on Zhang Xiaohua's wrist exploded soundlessly, and an even bigger space appeared. In the absolute space, with the appearance of the space, an even greater power of the space pressed down. With this suction and pressure, everything within the light barrier, including the space, followed the dot of light, and entered the mysterious place behind the young man's head. In an instant, everything within the light barrier was swept away. Only the little black dog and the little yellow mink were left, and the sword embryo in the young man's hand was slightly loosened. Yes, the young man's clothes and hair had already turned into dust when the power of the space pressed down. Other than that, nothing had changed. Nothing had changed within the light barrier, but the mysterious place behind the young man's head had an astonishing scene. It was a pitch-black place without a single ray of light. In the pitch-black darkness, there was an abundant aura of life. A ray of light flashed by. It was the dot of light that had suddenly intruded. That dot of light was different from light. It did not scatter in all directions, but only went straight forward. Therefore, that ray of light could not illuminate the entire space, nor could it reflect the dragon-shaped soul essence above the space, nor could it reflect the phoenix soul essence below the space. When that dot of light entered the pitch-black place, the entire place fell into a state of silence. It was comparable to the absolute space outside the light barrier. That dot of light seemed to be going straight, but also seemed to be motionless. All of a sudden, the light spot underwent a strange change. First, it continuously vibrated and emitted a mysterious ripple that instantly spread throughout the entire mysterious area. The light spot turned from extremely bright to endless darkness in an instant. It was even darker than the pitch-black area. Soon after, it turned transparent. After which, it turned red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, all the way to purple. Every color evolved into a ripple that spread throughout the entire space. Finally, the purple color lasted for the longest time and the ripple was the most intense. All the auras in the entire mysterious area began to vibrate, as if they were boiling. After the purple color passed, the entire place stopped trembling again. Chapter 1343. The third layer Qi refining loose cultivator slapped his storage pouch and took out a summoning talisman. He threatened, "Are you going to take it or not? If you don't blame I for turning hostile. As long as the disciples of Jingbua City come, you'll definitely be in trouble." Then he said in a low voice, "I have people above me. Humph, if this matter reaches Jingbua City, I guarantee you won't be able to bear the consequences." Hearing this, Xiaohua immediately understood why this loose cultivator was acting like this. He couldn't help but hesitate. "But, now that things have come to this, how do you want me to take it out?" Humph. Xiaohua hardened his heart and slapped his storage pouch with his empty right hand. He also took out a summoning talisman. It was given to him by the Jingbua City disciple when he entered E City. He urged his magic power and a crimson light directly flew into the air. With a peub sound, a red shadow appeared. That shadow flew up with extreme speed and crashed into a transparent light screen with a whoop sound, then disappeared. The crimson light then flew back into Xiaohua's hand. As expected, this summoning talisman can be used multiple times. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. The loose cultivator originally took out his summoning talisman first, but he didn't expect Xiaohua to be one step ahead of him. He couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Do you want to die? The loose cultivator exerted strength in his hand and said fiercely. Yes, do you want to die? Xiaohua flipped his wrist and nimbly broke free. He also grabbed the loose cultivator's wrist and exerted a bit of strength. He sneered. Ah! The loose cultivator screamed loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. What happened? Who sent the summoning talisman? A voice leisurely came. Then, a curved and flat shadow was projected into the air above Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua flung his hand and the loose cultivator was thrown to the ground. He cupped his hands and said, reporting. Fellow Taoist, guard Su. Quickly take responsibility for I. This guy actually caused trouble in Jinghua City's E-City. Not only did he steal I's talisman, but he also used his magic power to deal with me. The loose cultivator shouted loudly. Humph, is there such a thing? Bodyguard Su was twisting and turning in the shadow like a snake, which was very strange. I'll let Guard Su know that this guy is just making things up. I only took a look at the jade talisman at his stall and didn't take it away. Also, I know that it is forbidden to use magic power to fight in Jinghua City. Just now, I didn't use any magic power at all. Xiaohua said neither haughtily nor humbly. You dare to say no? Guard Su. Look, I's wrist is still bruised. It's the evidence of this bastard's crime. The rogue cultivator struggled to say. Guard Su ignored his words and stared at Xiaohua for a moment before asking. Did fellow Taoist take Chong Feng's jade talisman? I didn't take it. Xiaohua shook his head. Well, then can you let I have a look at your storage bag? Guard Su said calmly. No problem, Guard Su. Please take a look. Xiaohua calmly handed over the storage bag. Wait a moment. As Guard Su spoke, a burst of blue brilliance flashed around his body. It was abnormally dazzling. Immediately after, there was a light pop sound, as if a bubble had burst. Guard Su's figure appeared in midair. Guard Su landed and took Xiaohua's storage bag. After opening it, he frowned slightly. No, the inside was really too small. Apart from some mid-grade spirit stones, there were some yellow talismans and spiritual herbs. There were very few things and it was very easy to distinguish. After looking at it a few more times, Guard Su handed the storage bag back to Xiaohua. Upon seeing this, Chong Feng was also bewildered and said in a low voice, Guard Su, this. Could it be that there isn't anything in the storage bag? There isn't. Yes, there definitely is. This guy took it with him. Chong Feng immediately pointed at Xiaohua's maze and said, the spirit talisman is hidden in the maze. It's definitely not easy to find. But I don't have the right. Moreover, my Jinghua City also doesn't have the right to make this fellow Taoist take off the maze. And with I's cultivation, I also can't see through this fellow Taoist's maze. Guard Su was somewhat embarrassed and said with a frown, Chong Feng, this jade talisman of yours. There are many left and right. How about, what does Guard Su mean? Chong Feng said with a smile. Could it be that you want I to indulge this guy? If Captain Zhang was here, he definitely wouldn't say such words. Okay, I understand. Guard Su smiled somewhat bitterly. He raised his hand, and a ray of light hit the air. Similarly, it was the same as Xiaohua's message talisman. The blue light flickered and then disappeared. Then he turned his head and said to Xiaohua, fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Today it just so happens that Captain Yang is on duty. I invite him to uphold justice. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Su. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Guard Su, that. Isn't Captain Zhang on duty today? Where did he go? Chong Feng's expression was somewhat unfriendly as he asked softly. There's a grand auction in the north of the city today. Captain Zhang was transferred over. Guard Su said with a smile. Why didn't Guard Su? Alas, since it's Captain Yang's turn, how could I dare to trouble him with such a small matter? I will have a good talk with this fellow Taoist, and this matter will be settled. Chong Feng said sincerely. I naturally don't care. It still depends on this fellow Taoist. God Su said with a smile. Hee, how can that be? What fellow Taoist Chong lost is a jade talisman. It's worth 2 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. If you can't find it, how can it be good? Besides, even if fellow Taoist Chong gives up, this poor Taoist can't just let it go. This poor Taoist was framed for no reason. If I don't get to the bottom of this poor Taoist's reputation will be ruined. Xiaohua sneered. But maybe I saw wrongly just now. I didn't lose any jade talisman. Chong Feng was somewhat flustered and defended himself forcefully. At that time, there were also many cultivators at fellow Taoist's stall. But why did fellow Taoist insist that it was I? If fellow Taoist didn't lose it, then take out the jade talisman that I saw. Xiaohua didn't give in at all. Chong Feng's expression was uncertain, and he slightly glanced at his stall behind him. At this moment, with a shout, a red-faced old man holding a sickle-like object appeared in midair. Behind him, there was a beautiful middle-aged woman and a middle-aged cultivator. As soon as the old man appeared on the spot, an enormous pressure came crashing down. A golden core cultivator? Feeling an even stronger pressure than Xiao Yuehong's, Xiaohua was somewhat shocked. However, the old man's pressure immediately withdrew, and he floated down from midair. Greetings, senior. Not only Guard Su, but Xiaohua and the others all bowed in greeting. Only a few cultivators who were enthralled or whose cultivation couldn't be seen stood proudly to the side. On behalf of City Lord Lu, I welcome fellow Taoists to Jingbo City. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, no matter what happens here, I will give everyone an explanation, and give City Lord Lu an explanation. Everyone responded and stood up. The old man turned his head and asked, Su Zicheng, what happened here? Greetings, Senior Yang, Senior Xue, and Senior Zhao. Guard Su stepped forward and bowed to the 3 people again. After the 3 nodded, he explained the matter and finally said, because this fellow Taoist is enthralled, this junior's cultivation isn't enough to see through it, so I asked Senior Yang to come and uphold justice. Moreover, this junior didn't expect Senior Xue and Senior Zhao to come together. That's even better. And, is it this fellow Taoist? The old man surnamed Yang looked at Xiaohua with interest. Xiaohua saw that the sickle in the old man's hand was very familiar, and when he heard the old man's voice, he suddenly remembered that this old man was the one who flew up from the lake to warn him that day when he was talking to Fan Riguan by the lake. Yes, it is this junior. Xiaohua bowed in greeting. Hand over your storage pouch. The old man surnamed Yang said with a slight smile on his face. Yes, please examine it, senior. Xiaohua respectfully handed over the storage pouch. The old man surnamed Yang took the pouch, opened it, and handed it over to the 2 people behind him. The 2 of them took it, looked at it separately, gave each other a meaningful glance, and handed the storage pouch back to Xiaohua. Then they looked around and asked, how is it? Did the 2 of you see any jade talismans on this junior's body? Reporting to Captain Yang, this subordinate just listened to Guard Su's words and has already examined this person's body. There isn't any jade talisman's spiritual power. The 2 of them said in unison. And, it's the same as what I saw. The old man surnamed Yang nodded and said to Guard Su. Guard Su, did you hear? Yes, this junior understands. Guard Su turned his head and said loudly. This fellow Taoist doesn't have any jade talismans on him. What Chong Feng said is false. Yes, this junior misunderstood, Chong Feng smiled, bowed and prepared to leave. Wait. Xiaohua interrupted Chong Feng's words and said to Guard Su. Fellow Taoist Su, this message talisman was sent by this poor Taoist. This poor Taoist invited Jingbo City to uphold justice because Chong Feng slandered this poor Taoist for taking his jade talisman. Jingbo City has to give this poor Taoist an explanation, not Chong Feng. Guard Su was a little hesitant. The old man surnamed Yang frowned and asked unhappily. Guard Su, is there such a thing? Yes, this junior was summoned by this fellow Taoist's communication talisman. However, Guard Su waved his hand and cast a silence talisman. Guard Su cupped his hands and said something to the old man surnamed Yang. The old man's eyebrows jumped from time to time as he listened. Finally, the old man surnamed Yang waved his hand and removed the silence talisman. He shouted, no matter who it is, as long as they violate the rules of Jingbo City, they must be dealt with according to City Lord Lu's decree. Yes, this junior understands. Guard Su cupped his hands and said, Captain Yang. Chong Feng saw that the situation was bad and hurried forward. He bowed and said, This is all this junior's fault. I was confused for a moment and thought that this fellow Taoist took this junior's jade talisman. That's why I went to reason with him. Since this fellow Taoist didn't take it, this junior will apologize to him. Fellow Taoist Chong, this is unreasonable. There are so many people in your stall, but you just chased I and didn't ask about the others. If you didn't deliberately frame him, who would believe you? Xiao Hua sneered. Chapter 1344. But they didn't have that jade talisman. Chong Feng was a little anxious. He argued and looked a little pleading. He smiled apologetically and said, Fellow Taoist, if you don't like it, why don't you pick one of the jade talismans in my stall? No. Xiao Hua was abnormally straightforward. Since you slandered I's reputation, then you should be prepared to fail. Then I would like to ask the senior of Jinghua City to uphold justice. With that, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said respectfully to the old man surnamed Yang, I heard that Jinghua City's e-market has a rule of 10 times the penalty for one fake jade talisman. I wonder if I should also get back 10 times the compensation for being slandered? The old man surnamed Yang glanced at Xiao Hua, then raised his head to look at the surrounding cultivators. He nodded and said, My Jinghua City's e-market attracts people and is famous for its fairness. Fellow Taoist's words are in line with my Jinghua City's rules. Fellow Taoist was slandered for taking a jade talisman, then, this Chong Feng will take out 10 jade talismans to compensate fellow Taoist. Ah? Senior Yang. Senior Yang. Chong Feng saw the situation he was most afraid of and knew that begging Xiao Hua was useless. He hurriedly turned his head and said, Junior. This jade, is a jade pendant, an ordinary jade pendant, definitely not a jade talisman. Is that so? The old man surnamed Yang didn't seem surprised and only snorted coldly. Hee. Senior Yang will uphold justice. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Chong recommended a jade talisman to this poor Taoist and asked for 2 top-grade spirit stones. This was heard by all the fellow Taoists around. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. Without waiting for the old man surnamed Yang to speak, a few cultivators who were watching the show at the stall took a few steps forward and cupped their hands. I can testify that I heard it with my own ears. Then, Xiao Hua pointed at another cultivator who was dodging and said with a smile, This fellow Taoist even took a fancy to this jade talisman and wanted to bid against I presumably. This jade talisman isn't fake, right? That cultivator's face alternated between red and green. Then, he clenched his teeth and cupped his hands. I can also testify. When Chong Feng saw this, he was furious. However, when he moved his arm and saw the cultivator's fierce gaze, he didn't dare to say anything. After thinking, he still said to the old man surnamed Yang, I ask Senior Yang to be clear. With this junior's cultivation, how can I have a jade talisman? Old man Yang shook his head, ignoring him. His face was cold and indifferent. Fellow Taoist Chong. What's the point? Can't prove what fellow Taoist says? T's prove it, TTS. Xiao snorted. However, if fellow Taoist Chong proves it's a jade pendant and not a jade talisman, then can't I go to Jinghua City and accuse you of using a jade pendant as a jade talisman? You. Chong Feng was anxious. He jumped up and shouted, I already said it's a jade pendant, so I ask Senior Yang to show mercy. Use your divine sense to check this guy's body and see if there's any jade pendant. Also, is there I's jade pendant in this guy's storage pouch? Chong Feng. I and the other 2 have already used our divine sense to check this fellow Taoist's body. Whether it's a jade pendant or a jade talisman, there's nothing. The cultivator surnamed Zhao behind him replied, displeased. Then, it's definitely in his storage pouch. Chong Feng jumped up again, very assertive. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate at all when he heard this. He shook the storage pouch and everything inside fell out, scattering all over the ground. Chong Feng looked very carefully and was extremely disappointed. He shouted, Just this little thing? I don't believe it. Xiao Hua obviously couldn't let him look at the storage pouch. He reached out and handed it to Guard Su. Guard Su waved his hand and didn't take it, saying, "There's no need to look. This fellow Taoist storage pouch doesn't have anything like a jade pendant." "What should I do?" Chong Feng was very anxious. He had to pay 10 times the price. Not to mention 20 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Even 10 pieces would take his life. Chong Feng's eyes turned rapidly. He pointed around and said, "Someone must have taken that jade pendant. Chong Feng." The old man surnamed Yang released his pressure. Chong Feng felt like he was being pressed down by a huge boulder. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Although Xiao Hua wasn't the old man's main target, his knees still went soft and he almost knelt down. "No matter where that jade pendant of yours is, this fellow Taoist's accusation of blackmail is still valid. If you want to find your jade pendant, you can send a communication talisman to my Lake Jingling City. However, before that, you need to take out the compensation this fellow Taoist claims. I need to give this fellow Taoist and the surrounding Taoists an explanation." The old man surnamed Yang berated. "But, this junior doesn't have that many spirit stones?" Chong Feng had obviously accepted his fate. He said with a bitter face and a trembling voice, I saw the things in your stall and the storage pouch at your waist. I can barely gather enough. I just don't know if this fellow Taoist is satisfied." The old man surnamed Yang turned to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua understood that the pressure just now didn't affect him for no reason. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Senior is right. This junior is very satisfied with this explanation. We're all cultivators, and cultivation isn't easy. How could I force Lake Jingling City to cripple fellow Taoist Chang's cultivation?" The old man surnamed Yang nodded slightly. Thank you, fellow Taoist." When Chong Feng heard this, although his heart ached, he still hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "No need. Fellow Taoist Chong, just give the things in your stall and the storage pouch to I." Xiao Hua said calmly. Yes, I'll go right away." Chong Feng's face was piled with a humble smile. He hurriedly withdrew and returned to his stall. He looked at this and that with a pitiful expression. In the end, he steeled his heart and put everything into his storage pouch. The old man surnamed Yang no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua and the others. He said with a clear voice, "Fellow Taoists, are you satisfied with my Lake Jingling City's punishment?" "Satisfied." The others all laughed. "And fellow Taoists, please rest assured. My Lake Jingling City will be the witness for all transactions in E-City. With today's experience as a reference, if there's anything you need, feel free to send a communication talisman to my Lake Jingling City. My Lake Jingling City will definitely uphold justice for you." "Thank you, Senior." Everyone cupped their hands and thanked him. The old man surnamed Yang and the other two waved their hands. A light curtain fell and covered the three of them. The three of them immediately flattened and disappeared with a twist. After the old man surnamed Yang left, Chong Feng handed the storage pouch to Xiao Hua. His expression was different from before. There was a hint of threat in his eyes. He waved the storage pouch left and right and asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you sure you want I's storage pouch?" "Of course, why not?" Xiao Hua's voice was calm as he extended his hand. Good. Chong Feng said the word good 3 times and handed the storage pouch to Xiao Hua. "Humph. Fellow Taoist, I don't need to tell you what's in your storage pouch. If you keep blabbering, be careful that I will use the communication talisman again and ask for the protection of Lake Jingling City." Xiao Hua said as he turned to look at Guard Su and said, "Guard Su, don't you think so?" Guard Su looked at the surrounding people who had already left. He coughed and said in a low voice, "Chong Feng, I know a lot about you. A while ago, you actually dared to provoke the disciples of Xueqi School. If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't make a big deal out of it, even Captain Zhang wouldn't have been able to protect himself. If even I know, how can other people not know? You take care of yourself. That's all I have to say." He then cupped his hands at Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Taoist, if you need anything, feel free to send me a communication talisman." With that, he disappeared from the light curtain just like the old man surnamed Yang. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He put the storage pouch into the maze armor and walked away. Xiao Hua was wearing the 7 skills sex maze armor. Who knows how many of these maze armors there were in E-City? Chong Feng's gaze followed Xiao Hua for a while before it disappeared in a flash. Say. Chong Feng sighed. He knew that he wouldn't have a chance to get back at Xueqi for what happened today. He could only hang his head dejectedly. At this time, the cultivator who was with Chongfeng looked around and saw that there was no one else around. He walked up and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Chong, don't worry." "Nonsense, how can I not worry? All of I's things, including my storage pouch, are gone," Chongfeng said with an unhappy expression. But what could he do? The situation was like this at the time. That cultivator couldn't have done anything to resist. He, fellow Taoist Chong. That cultivator walked a few steps forward and lowered his head to whisper a few words into Chongfeng's ear. "Io, isn't that so? How could I?" Chongfeng's expression became a bit more spirited. Xueqi, who had walked very far away, kept an eye on his back as he walked. He nimbly took a few turns and followed a few more cultivators who were similarly cloaked. Only then did he arrive at a place where there were many cultivators. With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade pendant that Xiao Mao wanted from his space. After looking at it, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Then, with a slight movement of his arm, the jade pendant disappeared. Evil people will naturally be punished with evil deeds. Chongfeng must have done a lot of these things. This young master only wanted to casually teach him a lesson. I didn't expect Jinghua City to be so fair. They actually gave all of Chongfeng's things to this young master. This is really straightforward. Thinking of this, Xueqi couldn't even close his mouth. He rolled his eyes and took out Chongfeng's storage pouch. He threw everything inside into his space. With the empty storage pouch in his hand, he looked around. Is there even a need to say anything? Who knows what kind of tricks are inside this thing? I'll quickly deal with it and exchange it for spirit stones. Only then will I be safe. However, just as Xueqi was looking around, he saw an extremely familiar figure not far away. Xueqi unconsciously opened his mouth wide and thought in astonishment, why did this fellow Taoist appear here? Thinking of this, Xueqi put away the storage pouch and quickly walked over. But, just as he took a few steps, another person appeared next to that person. Xueqi was even more surprised and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 1345. After the purple color passed, the entire place stopped trembling. However, it was only quiet for a moment. All the colors just now appeared on that spot, and the entire place was filled with the 7 types of fluctuations. At that moment, that spot suddenly lit up, and a ray of white light flashed from there. In an instant, the white light filled the entire place, and the chaotic fluctuations in the place turned into an even more profound tremor at the same time. At this moment, everything in space within the light barrier entered this mysterious place. The space of thousands of feet, tens of thousands of feet, and even tens of thousands of feet, once entered this mysterious place. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. Not a single trace of it could be seen. Everything in the space was the same as before. Except for a few flashing lights, everything else turned into the most basic particles. That tiny light spot suddenly collapsed, and then exploded, expanding infinitely in an instant. As for that heart-shaped object, when the light spot collapsed, it was sucked into the light spot, and a dozen other objects were also sucked into the surroundings. Following the explosion of the light spot, the heart-shaped object also exploded at the same time. However, the exploding object only expanded to tens of thousands of feet before it stopped. It formed a huge sphere that was tens of thousands of feet wide, wrapping the other objects inside. Bell, sword, axe, pagoda, guqin, cauldron, seal, mirror, pot, and stone formed a mysterious arrangement, floating at the edge of the big round ball. Outside the big round ball, it was still a mess, a chaos. Then, a golden pearl the size of a duck egg exploded. The entire sphere was filled with sharp metal elemental energy. Then, a green pearl exploded. Wood elemental energy filled with vitality mixed with metal elemental energy. Then, a blue pearl, a red pearl, and an earthen yellow pearl all exploded. Water elemental energy, fire elemental energy, and earth elemental energy all mixed together. Kacha, kacha. With a burst of thunder, the bead flashing with endless lightning finally burst open. Numerous lightning bolts struck the chi of the 5 elements. Woo-woo. The bead also burst open like a gust of wind. The chi of the 5 elements instantly filled the entire sphere. Following that, the chi of the 5 elements inside the sphere began to condense. Just as the five-element qi condensed, the black-white fruit that was far away at the edge of the sphere quickly entered the center of the sphere and slowly rotated. The black-white fruit actually slowly melted in the chaotic five-element qi, turning into a thin layer of black and white. The thin layer gradually expanded and divided the entire sphere into two halves. Finally, the black and white film became transparent and disappeared. The two black and white pearls that were together with the black-white fruit also separated at this time. One exploded on the white film layer, and the other exploded on the black film layer. The two halves of the sphere were filled with two different kinds of black and white brilliance. The lotus platform, bamboo, saplings, black flags, and other things that were originally flying and tangled together in the sphere immediately flew into two groups with the appearance of the black and white brilliance. The lotus platform, beads, saplings, and other things slowly gathered on one side of the white brilliance, and gradually settled down. The black flags and other things flew to the other side of the black brilliance, and slowly calmed down. As the five-element qi condensed, the turbid air gradually descended, and covered the lotus platform, beads, and other things at the bottom layer, gradually forming solid soil. The clear air gradually floated up, forming the lingering clouds above the soil. Roar! The dragon's soul seemed to be very surprised, and flew above the sphere, occupying one side of the white brilliance. Ga the phoenix's soul was also very happy, and flew above the sphere, occupying the other side of the black brilliance. A space was formed above the soil, and it was about 100 feet in size. Above the space, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, fire, and wind slowly evolved. Below the space, the black brilliance underwent a mysterious change. Outside the sphere, which was tens of thousands of feet in size, was chaos. As for the spot of light that had exploded earlier, it suddenly appeared again. It flashed with a mysterious ripple and continued to move forward. However, it was unknown whether the area in front of it was the mysterious space, or if it was beyond the mysterious space. The changes of earth, fire, wind, and wind occurred in the mysterious space, and the absolute space where the light shield was also changed accordingly. The moment the mysterious space was formed, the space around the light shield rippled, and a pitch-black hole appeared, swallowing the light shield. The light shield was actually forcefully pushed out by the absolute space. At this time, the light shield was extremely dim, and the light shield was pushed into an extremely unstable space by the absolute space. Several spatial cracks appeared, and the light shield was cut into pieces. The light shield shrank, and retracted into Zhang Xiaohua's left arm. It was a ring-shaped ring that was wrapped around his left arm. At this time, the ring only had a dim brilliance, and it was not enough to protect Zhang Xiaohua's entire body. The ring shook slightly, and separated from Zhang Xiaohua's arm, and rapidly flew toward his head. The brilliance flashed again, and penetrated the skull, deeply penetrating into the brain, and protected Zhang Xiaohua's brain. The brain was the most important part. As long as it could protect the soul, memories, and other things, even if Zhang Xiaohua's body was damaged, there would still be a chance for him to make a comeback. Zhang Xiaohua had encountered such a situation in the Yaoshan Immortal Abode's Immortal Guardian Spirit Tablet. However, Zhang Xiaohua's memories were now protected by the brilliance of the ring. If he did not have the opportunity, or if he did not understand the mysteries of the ring, or if his cultivation did not reach an extremely high level, these memories would not be easily revealed. The light shield had just dissipated when another spatial crack appeared from afar, and rapidly struck toward Zhang Xiaohua's body. At this critical moment, the space beside Zhang Xiaohua surged, as if there was a violent tremor behind the space. A hole about 10 feet wide suddenly appeared, and a powerful suction force sucked his body in. The little black dog and the little yellow mink beside him were also sucked in, but from different places. At the same time, the sword embryo in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, which had loosened slightly, was also completely released at this time. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's body flew to the edge of the hole, a golden brilliance also flew toward the void with a whoosh, and pierced into the man's body. Upon closer inspection, that brilliance was actually a snake-shaped ring. The snake-shaped shape was very fast, and was about to penetrate the man's body, but the golden threads in the man's blood vessels entangled it slightly, and the snake-shaped shape stayed in the man's body, fusing with his flesh and blood. After Zhang Xiaohua's body disappeared, the hole gradually shrank, but the spatial crack that came from afar coincidentally struck the hole, and stopped it from shrinking. In the unstable void, countless mysterious things were sucked into the hole bit by bit. Behind this hole, where was it? Where did Zhang Xiaohua go? Chapter 1346. Fellow Taoists, have you thought of this? Who is the fellow Taoist that Xiaohua saw? That's right, it's the female cultivator Kai Xueqi that Xiaohua saw on his way to the 100 Herb Sex Yao Nong Peak. Next to Kai Xueqi is the Euphoria Sex Li Zongbao, the young cultivator that Xiao Yuehong called a cultivation genius. These two. How did they get together? Xiaohua stopped and watched them quietly. Li Zongbao and Kai Xueqi were both dressed in ordinary clothes. Li Zongbao's demeanor was like jade, his every movement calm and composed. An oppressive aura emanated from him, making others feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Kai Xueqi's slightly tanned face was filled with joy. Joy filled the corners of her eyes, eyebrows, and the corners of her mouth. Her eyes revealed a strange expression, as if she wanted to entangle Li Zongbao. Kai Xueqi's gaze didn't even leave Li Zongbao's side for a moment. Xiaohua originally wanted to go up and greet Kai Xueqi, but seeing this scene, how could he go up? Li Zongbao was clearly unfamiliar with Jinghua City's e-market. Kai Xueqi walked by his side, pointing at something from time to time and saying something. Li Zongbao smiled and nodded repeatedly. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then quietly followed the two not far away to see what they were doing. The two of them went to a few stalls. Li Zongbao was very generous and bought a lot of things. These things were placed into Kai Xueqi's storage pouch from time to time. Kai Xueqi did not show any signs of refusing. She felt that it was only natural. Haha. Interesting. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth that was hidden under the bewilderment revealed a slight smile. However, at this moment, Li Zongbao stopped and naturally turned his head to look at Xiaohua, who was following him. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua's footsteps paused for a moment, but he didn't stop in the slightest. He walked forward a few steps and looked around. His eyes unconsciously lit up as he stopped at a stall. As a result, Xiaohua turned around again. In front of him was a rather large stall. The stall owner was an 11th layer aura refining cultivator, and the things on display in his stall were some storage bags. Seeing Xiaohua approach, the cultivator smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, welcome to my 7 Skills Sect stall. What do you need?" 7 Skills Sect? Xiaohua stared blankly. The 7 Skills Sect was one of the 3 great cultivation sects in the country of Xi. How could they have such a small stall? Fellow Taoist, this bewildering insect was refined by my 7 Possibilities sect. Could it be that you've never visited my 7 Possibilities sect stall before? The cultivator smiled. This Mimi was purchased by my sect's master from a shop in the northern part of the city. It wasn't purchased on the market. Xiaohua smiled and regained his calm. He said, I have been to East City many times, but I have never visited Qiqiao sect's stall. Oh, fellow Taoist, my 7 Possibilities sect has many stalls in the market. This is only one of them. My 7 Possibilities sect's items are quite expensive, so it is natural for fellow Taoists to come here less often. The cultivator smiled and said, May I ask why fellow Taoist is here this time? Haha, there's nothing else. Xiaohua said as he took out the storage pouch and said, This storage pouch I no longer has any use. Let's see if the 7 Possibilities sect can buy it back. Of course. The cultivator nodded and took the storage pouch. He looked at it and said, Fellow Taoist, this storage pouch is not bad. It has a lot of space and hasn't been used many times. If fellow Taoist is willing to part with it, then I will pay you 2 top-quality spirit stones. What do you think? 2 top-quality spirit stones? Xiaohua was a little surprised and opened his mouth, not knowing what to ask. After all, in his impression, a storage bag was worth 10 high-grade spirit stones. He never thought that this storage bag would be worth 2 top-grade spirit stones. Previously, when he heard the old man surnamed Yang say this, he thought that the old man was just trying to smooth things over. Seeing Xiaohua's hesitation, the cultivator smiled and said, Is fellow Taoist in pain? How about you take it back? Fellow Taoist must have spent at least 5 top-quality spirit stones to buy this storage pouch for my 7 Possibilities sect. You haven't even used it much yet and you want to sell it? Don't you think it's a good deal? A storage pouch made by the 7 Possibilities sect? Xiaohua understood. It seemed that storage pouches made by different sects had different prices. Moreover, according to the size of the pouch, the number of times it was used, or the number of years it was used. The 10 top-quality spirit stones that fellow Taoist buy from the Fujian sect said should be the lowest quality storage pouch. As for the one on Xiao Hua's waist, well, it was probably going to be scrapped soon. Xiao Hua's heart ached when he heard this. That was 3 top-quality spirit stones. However, after thinking about it again, he had no use for this storage pouch. Moreover, it had hidden dangers. If he could exchange it for 2 spirit stones, then it was 2 spirit stones. He nodded and said, "Forget it, fellow Taoist. Let's sell it." Okay. The 7 Possibilities sect cultivator had been waiting for him to say that. He accepted the storage pouch and took out 2 spirit stones of different colors from his own storage pouch. One was a blue crystal, like water, while the other was a bright red flame. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He understood why the 2 spirit stones were different in color. He calmly took them and hesitated for a moment before handing over the blue spirit stone. He asked, "Fellow Taoist, can I exchange it for a fire-type spirit stone?" "Of course." The cultivator smiled and said, "I have a lot of fire-type spirit stones here, but I don't have many water-type spirit stones. If fellow Taoist needs a fire-type spirit stone, it's best." Then, he handed over a bright red spirit stone to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua thanked him and put it away in his storage pouch. When he looked back, Kai Xueqi and Li Zongbao were long gone. Xiao Hua was just casually looking around. Seeing that he couldn't find them, he stopped looking. He bid farewell to the 7 Possibilities sect cultivator and prepared to walk further in to see if there was anything he needed. E-market was indeed huge. There were many places that were usually empty, but now there were many stalls. Soon, 4 hours had passed. Xiao Hua had seen many strange things, but he didn't buy them. Moreover, under the influence of what he saw, Xiao Hua gradually learned about the cultivation situation in the state of Xi. Among the 3 great cultivation sects, the 7 Possibilities sect was good at refining tools. Things like bewildering beads and storage pouches were all from 7 Possibilities sect. Xueqi school was good at refining pills. Foundation establishment pills and marrow cleansing pills were all from Xueqi school. Of course, there were many other schools that were good at refining pills. For example, 10,000 Flower Valley, Black Pill School, and 100 Herb School could be counted as one of them, but they were very small. As for Shanghua School, they mainly refined talismans. Many of the best quality yellow talismans and even spirit talismans were refined by Shanghua School. Huangdao School and 5 Element School could also refine yellow talismans, but like 100 Herb School, they were small in scale. There were also many other small details that Xiao Hua secretly remembered in his heart. Before the sky turned dark, Xiao Hua once again purchased a marrow cleansing pill from the Xueqi cult stall. He had previously purchased pills, but they were all used for healing. Pills that replenished qi, such as marrow cleansing pill and peiyuan pill, which could increase one's power, he had never bought them before. Of course, these kinds of pills rarely appeared in e-market. Xiao Hua's marrow cleansing pill was obtained after a bidding war. It actually cost Xiao Hua 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Thinking about how many spirit herbs he had to use to exchange for these 10 mid-grade spirit stones, Xiao Hua's heart faintly dripped blood. However, he had no choice but to buy it, because he needed to test whether or not this marrow cleansing pill was the same as Xiao Yuehong's peiyuan pill, which could increase his cultivation by a year. E-market closed when the sky turned dark. Xiao Hua saw many cultivators walking out of e-market, so he followed them out. As he walked, he also paid attention to his surroundings to see if there were any eyesores. Fortunately, he was overthinking. There were many people in the crowd who concealed their cultivation and appearance, so he didn't appear to be out of place at all. After he walked out of e-market, he carefully walked far away, but he didn't see anyone following behind him. Xiao Hua found a secluded place and took off his camouflage mask, revealing his true appearance. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't believe that he could arouse the suspicions of Chong Feng and the others with his qi-refining second-layer cultivation. Then, he found a nearby inn, paid the spirit stones, and entered the room under the guidance of the inn's waiter. After activating the restriction in the room, Xiao Hua closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. He sat quietly for nearly half an hour before opening his eyes. He patted his storage pouch and took out the marrow cleansing pill. First, he sniffed the pill's rich medicinal fragrance, then without hesitation, he threw it into his mouth. After the marrow cleansing pill melted and flowed into his body, Xiao Hua silently used the death catharsis art to refine the medicinal efficacy of the marrow cleansing pill. Very quickly, 2 hours passed, then another 4 hours. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes, his face revealed a thoughtful expression. 3 hours had already passed. AI. Is this marrow cleansing pill's medicinal efficacy inferior to the Peiyuan pill? Or is this ordinary marrow cleansing pill unable to greatly increase Ai's cultivation? After inspecting his cultivation, Xiao Hua muttered to himself with a bitter smile. This marrow cleansing pill, which cost him 10 mid-grade spirit stones, was far inferior to the Peiyuan pill he took at Yellow Flower Ridge. It was roughly equivalent to a month's worth of cultivation. Although the marrow cleansing pill's medicinal efficacy is inferior to the Peiyuan pills, it shouldn't be inferior by this much, right? Perhaps. Only if I refine the cleansing marrow pill again, will I be able to find out the peculiarity. Xiao Hua inwardly muttered to himself. He took out the 2 top-grade fire attribute spirit stones from his space and happily looked at them. He also thought to himself, I've heard that these top-grade spirit stones can be used for cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, then the spirit stone's spiritual energy should be absorbed into the body, similar to the principle of taking a pill. But, in the end, how can it be absorbed into the body? I still need to find a way to use the spirit stones. Immediately, Xiao Hua stored the spirit stones into his space, closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He immersed his mind into the space, comprehending the changes in the heavens and silently circulating his cultivation method. As usual, the starlight in the outer realm wrapped around Xiao Hua. The next day, Xiao Hua did not go to the first gathering after City. Instead, he took out the talisman paper and talisman ink for refining the yellow talisman, preparing to refine the ice thorn talisman. Chapter 1347. The icicle talisman was the same as the fireball talisman. They were both low-level yellow talismans, but their attributes were different. Xiao Hua was eager to refine the icicle talisman because he wanted to confirm his conjecture. Because it was his first time refining the icicle talisman, it was somewhat difficult. After trying several times, he barely succeeded. The difficult part wasn't the drawing of the talisman, nor was it the insertion of the incantation. It was just that when he urged his magic power to wrap the world's spiritual energy with the talisman ink, it was much more difficult than refining the fireball talisman. Xiao Hua didn't use a talisman brush to refine the icicle talisman, but when he rested for a moment and took out a talisman brush from his storage pouch to refine the icicle talisman, the difference was even more obvious. He drew a low-level icicle talisman over 100 times, but he didn't succeed even once. In the beginning, when he used his magic power to urge the talisman brush, it was very difficult for the talisman ink to wrap the world's spiritual energy. Later on, before he could finish drawing the talisman, the world's spiritual energy would break through the talisman ink and dissipate in the air. Xiao Hua's self-confidence was greatly damaged. After failing dozens of times, he could only change the talisman and refine a few high-grade fireball talismans or middle-grade confinement talismans to comfort himself. This kind of slow practice, when it became boring, he would comprehend the heavenly Tao and cultivate his mental cultivation method. When his mind was clear, he would practice again. Time passed extremely quickly. After an unknown amount of time, when Xiao Hua used up all the low-grade talisman papers he bought from City, the refining of the icicle talisman broke through to the final stage and was stuck at the stage of writing the talisman. Putting down the talisman brush, Xiao Hua moved his slightly sore and numb wrist. Looking at the somewhat messy room, he smiled bitterly and thought, it seems that the 5 elements of the physique are also related to the refining of yellow talismans. I myself have a fire attribute physique. Using my own method to refine fireball talismans, I can easily refine fireball talismans that surpass high-grade ones. Even if I use a talisman brush to refine them, I can barely refine them to mid-grade ones. But if I were to change it to a water attribute yellow talisman, which is incompatible with the 5 elements, even if I were to use a talisman brush to refine them, I can only refine them to mid-grade ones. And if I were to use a talisman brush, it would be even more difficult. How many days have I spent using thousands of talisman papers? I actually still haven't succeeded. Alas, no wonder Senior Ma said that this is a process of accumulation of experience. Xiao Hua had long agreed with Ma Qingqing's point of view in his heart. Also, how long has it been? Presumably, Heaven Qi has already forgotten about me. Think of a way yourself. Xiao Hua immediately left the house and went straight to E-Bazaar. Although E-Bazaar was the same as usual, Xiao Hua, who had seen E-Bazaar before, felt that it was absolutely desolate. After walking around for a while, he bought some talisman paper and talisman ink. Xiao Hua then left E-Bazaar. Just as his figure appeared at the entrance of E-Bazaar, a scarlet-red brilliance quickly flew in front of him and quietly floated in the air. Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and took the light. A familiar voice rang out. It was Ma Qingqing's message. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've made you wait for so long. If you have time today, quickly come to Huayun Park. I, Tian Qi, have an absolutely great opportunity. I want to see how fellow Taoist's fate is. An absolutely great opportunity. Xiao Hua's face lit up with joy. Could it be that you have some cultivation method to give me? Xiao Hua excitedly walked a few steps, then unconsciously slowed down. He slowly pondered in his heart. If he wanted to join Heaven Qi, then he had to reveal his talisman crafting technique. This was the key for Xiao Hua to join Heaven Qi. However, although Xiao Hua could refine low-grade fireball talismans, and high-grade ones at that, he could even refine high-grade confinement talismans. However, his technique was different from the technique used to refine yellow talismans in Dawn Rain Continent. He didn't use a talisman brush to refine them. What gave Xiao Hua the most headache was that his cultivation was only at the second layer of qi refining. With such a low cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to refine high-grade fireball talismans. Even if he used a talisman brush to refine a mid-grade fireball talisman, it was inevitable that he would reveal himself in Heaven Qi. And the direct consequence of revealing himself was that he might be noticed by 100 Herbs Gate. Heaven Qi was a self-help organization for rogue cultivators. It didn't have the obligation to protect every single rogue cultivator. If 100 Herbs Gate found out, Heaven Qi definitely wouldn't stand up for Xiao Hua. After all, Heaven Qi didn't even forbid its own members from fighting. This is a rather troublesome matter. Xiao Hua stroked his chin in a daze. He was indeed in a dilemma. After walking a few steps, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "How can I be so dumb now? First, I'll use a talisman paper to refine an icicle talisman. Although this icicle talisman hasn't been successfully refined, it's not too far away. If Heaven Qi really doesn't approve, then I'll take the risk and refine a fireball talisman with a talisman brush. In any case, I'll just have to be extra careful in the future." After making up his mind, Xiao Hua quickened his pace. By the time he arrived at the Huayun Park, it was already afternoon. Seeing rogue cultivators entering and exiting the Huayun Park from time to time, Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. The last time he came here, it wasn't this lively, right? After entering Huayun Park, there were indeed many rogue cultivators inside. They seemed to be busy with something. When they saw Xiao Hua enter, they ignored him. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's original misgivings disappeared without a trace. Thinking about it, Zhang Zhihao attacking a rogue cultivator in the second layer of qi refining wasn't something to be proud of. Moreover, this bastard definitely had the mentality of hogging it all for himself. He definitely wouldn't let others know. Xiao Hua's heart was at ease, and his brows also relaxed. According to his previous memory, he arrived in front of the room from last time. Just as Xiao Hua was about to step in, a middle-aged rogue cultivator coincidentally came out from inside. He looked at Xiao Hua with astonishment and asked, "Fellow Taoist, I'm not familiar with you. Are you a new fellow Taoist?" Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "I haven't joined Heaven Qi yet. This time, I'm looking for fellow Taoist Ma Qingqing." "Oh, so you're looking for fellow Taoist Ma." The rogue cultivator suddenly understood and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Ma isn't here, what? Not in Jinghua City? But fellow Taoist Ma sent I a summoning talisman just now." Xiao Hua stared blankly. "This." The rogue cultivator smiled bitterly. "Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. I only said that fellow Taoist Ma isn't in this room. I didn't say he wasn't in Huayun Park or Jinghua City, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face became embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, "I was impatient and misunderstood fellow Taoist." "Haha, it's fine, it's fine." The rogue cultivator smiled and said, "Huayun Park is relatively busy today. If fellow Taoist has a summoning talisman, there's no harm in sending one. Otherwise, it really won't be easy to find fellow Taoist Ma." Of course, I forgot about this. Xiao Hua slapped his head and came to a realization. Afterwards, after expressing his thanks, he took out a summoning talisman from his storage pouch. After sending the summoning talisman, Xiao Hua waited for a long while before he saw Ma Qingqing hurrying over. Ma Qingqing had a smile on his face from far away. When he came closer, he cupped his hands and said, "I've troubled fellow Taoist Xiao to wait for so long. I don't dare, I don't dare." Xiao Hua hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Seeing so many people in Huayun Park, I know how busy fellow Taoist Ma is. Did something happen in Heaven Forsaken?" Hee. Naturally there's an absolute opportunity. Otherwise, why would I be in such a hurry to have you come over? Ma Qingqing said with a smile. And so it's not a cultivation method. Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised and asked curiously, "I wonder what fellow Taoist Ma is talking about?" Ha ha ha, this is a major matter in Heaven Forsaken. Fellow Taoist Xiao still hasn't joined my Heaven Forsaken, so forgive me for not being able to give you a detailed explanation. Ma Qingqing said very happily, "That's right. Fellow Taoist Xiao, that fireball talisman. Has it been successfully refined?" "Not yet," Xiao Hua said without hesitation. "I failed to refine the fireball talisman. Later, I found a book on refining the icicle talisman and had some insights. Although I haven't been able to completely refine it, I'm not far from it. I wonder," as Xiao Hua said this, he carefully observed Ma Qingqing's expression. Unexpectedly, Ma Qingqing's expression was as calm as water. He simply didn't care about what Xiao Hua said. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he clapped his hands and said, "That's very good. I already told fellow Taoist Xiao that although refining talismans depends on one's aptitude, if you don't have the guidance of a wise master, it's definitely not an easy task. For fellow Taoist Xiao to be able to cultivate to this extent in such a short period of time is already very commendable." As he said this, he clapped his hands and took out a summoning talisman. With a push of his transcendence energy, the summoning talisman flew away. He turned his head and said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao has always been very busy. I also haven't been able to see him for several days. If you don't use the summoning talisman, it's really hard to find him." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. Ma Qingqing seemed to have a very good impression of Xiao Hua. He looked Xiao Hua up and down and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, during this period of time, I have been very worried about you. I was afraid that with only one mid-grade spirit stone, you wouldn't be able to survive in Jingbua City. But seeing that fellow Taoist didn't come to Huayun Yuan or send a message, and, to tell the truth, the longer the test dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for fellow Taoist. Therefore, I didn't urge fellow Taoist Xiao too much. But now, it seems that fellow Taoist Xiao is also mingling very well in this Jingbua City. You even got a storage pouch." Haha, Xiao Hua smiled and untied the storage pouch. "Fellow Taoist Ma will naturally know when you take a look." "What?" Ma Qingqing took it and casually looked inside. There was a somewhat strange expression on his face. He handed it over again and said, "Although this is a storage pouch with an extremely small space, it's still a storage pouch after all. Fellow Taoist Zhao's ability can be considered to be at a glance." "I wouldn't dare. I was only slightly fiddling with some things in Yizhong. If I didn't have a storage pouch, it would really be inconvenient." Xiao Hua already had a countermeasure and explained with a smile. "Haha, there's no need to say anything. This is fellow Taoist Zhao's own matter. I, Tian Qi, have never been interested in it, ha ha ha." Ma Qingqing stopped Xiao Hua's explanation. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from outside the door. "Fellow Taoist Ma, why are you so happy?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly got up and took a few steps forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior greets Senior Qing." The person who came was Qing Fengmin. He was also happy to see Xiao Hua and returned the greeting. "Long time no see. Fellow Taoist Xiao, how's your yellow talisman refining coming along?" Chapter 1348. Hearing Qing Fengmin's concern, Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He smiled and said, "Although it's not as good as Senior Qing, it's not too far away." Immediately, Xiao Hua patted his storage pouch and took out the Fireball Talisman refining booklet and a mid-grade spirit stone. He very respectfully handed them to Qing Fengmin. Why? Qing Fengmin was somewhat surprised. He pointed at the booklet and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't finished refining yet, right? Why are you returning the booklet to I?" "Haha, fellow Taoist Qing, fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't made any progress with the fireball talisman, but he has some experience with the icicle talisman," Ma Qingqing said with a smile. "I really admire fellow Taoist Qing's insight." "Is that so?" Qing Fengmin was even more surprised and looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and told Ma Qingqing what he just said. "Oh, so it's like that." Qing Fengmin nodded slightly. "It seems fellow Taoist Xiao has a water physique. That's why he couldn't refine the fireball talisman. This is I's negligence," Ma Qingqing said with a smile. "This can't be blamed on fellow Taoist Qing. According to Zhang Zhenbai, this talisman refining method doesn't have much to do with the 5 elements physique. Who knew that fellow Taoist Zhao's water physique would conflict with the fireball talisman? I guess it's related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the beginning of refining talismans." Qing Fengmin looked at the booklet in Xiao Hua's hand. "Moreover, this fireball talisman booklet is the only one in I's possession. Even if I know fellow Taoist Xiao has a water physique, I still have to give this fireball talisman booklet to fellow Taoist Xiao." Hearing this, Xiao Hua pushed forward the things in his hand and said, "Many thanks for fellow Taoist Qing's good intentions. This fireball talisman booklet and these spirit stones, I said that day that they were only temporarily borrowed by I. Today, I specially brought them here. I ask fellow Taoist Qing to take them back." Qing Fengmin looked at Xiao Hua, as well as the storage pouch on Xiao Hua's waist. He blinked a few times and said, "How about this? This poor Taoist will accept these mid-grade spirit stones first. Fellow Taoist Xiao should keep the fireball talisman booklet. It won't be too late to return it to this poor Taoist when you've successfully refined the fireball talisman." Xiao Hua nodded and took back the booklet. Qing Fengmin took the spirit stones and put them into his storage pouch. Then, he took out a sound-transmitting talisman and said a few words on it. Then he sent out the sound-transmitting talisman and turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. This poor Taoist has already called 3 talisman craftsmen of my heaven forsaken. Let them see fellow Taoist's law enforcement methods. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Qing." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and thanked him. "It's okay. Fellow Taoist Ma must have told you. First, I have the same idea as fellow Taoist Ma. If fellow Taoist can successfully refine the fireball talisman, then you can definitely join Heaven Forsaken. I only need 1 talisman refining talisman master to watch the entire refining process. Second, I have some worldly affairs to attend to during this time, so I didn't urge fellow Taoist Ma." Qing Fengmin pondered for a moment, then said, "But this time there is a great opportunity. 4 fellow Taoists of Heaven Forsaken. It's excellent. I thought, fellow Taoist Xiao should also need it, so I asked fellow Taoist Ma to send a message to fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Hua smiled, cupped his hands and thanked again. "Fellow Taoist Qing is so righteous, I am really touched." It's okay. She country's individual cultivators are one family." Qing Fengmin modestly waved his hand, then asked about Xiao Hua's life in Jinghua City during this time. Xiao Hua carefully answered, but Qing Fengmin also asked casually. He didn't inquire about any details or privacy, which made Xiao Hua worry for nothing. Not long after, 3 4th-layer qi refining individual cultivators arrived. Their Taoist robes were very bright, and their faces were full of arrogance that was rarely seen among individual cultivators. After the 3 of them greeted Qing Fengmin and Ma Qingqing, the first cultivator, who was about 30 years old, was very tall and had a fierce-looking face, glanced at Xiao Hua and asked curiously, "This fellow Taoist seems to be a bit unfamiliar?" "He. Fellow Taoist Zhou. Don't worry, I will introduce you." Qing Fengmin pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve and said, "This is fellow Taoist Xiao Hua, a loose cultivator preparing to join Heaven Forsaken." Then he pointed at fellow Taoist Zhou and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is fellow Taoist Zhou Tsengheng, a talisman master of Heaven Forsaken." Qing Fengmin's finger didn't stop. Then he pointed at a thin cultivator with a sallow face and an even colder expression and said, "This is fellow Taoist Li Xiaowen." Finally, there was a tanned cultivator with sunken cheeks and extremely small eyes, named Cheng Yu. "Greetings to the 3 seniors." Xiao Hua respectfully bowed. The 3 nodded slightly, except for Li Xiaowen, who cupped his hands and returned the greeting, The others casually waved their hands, which could be considered a greeting. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. "Oh, fellow Taoists, I invited the three of you here to ask you to help me examine whether fellow Taoist Zhao's talisman crafting is qualified to join Heaven Forsaken." Qing Fengmin seemed to have seen a lot, so he didn't think much of it. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a talisman master? Li Xiaowen's face was very surprised. How is that possible? Chang Yu with small eyes said coldly, "How can a second-layer qi refining individual cultivator be a talisman master?" Zhou Tsangheng also said with a smile, "If he really is a talisman master, why do the three of us need to come here?" Exactly, although fellow Taoist Xiao has some talent in talisman crafting, but he still can't completely refine yellow talismans, so I invited the three of you here to see how fellow Taoist Zhao's talisman crafting level is? Qing Fengmin said with a smile. "Oh, so it's like that." The three of them glanced at each other, then Li Xiaowen said, "Then, would fellow Taoist Xiao please display his talent?" "Seniors, please don't laugh at me. This junior is just a beginner. Please don't laugh at me." Xiao Hua was very humble. He took out the talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman brush, and placed them on the ground. Seeing that Xiao Hua only had low-grade talisman crafting materials, the corners of the three people's mouths slightly drooped. Soon after, Xiao Hua refined the icicle talisman as usual. Of course, this time was the same as usual. At the final critical moment, the talisman ink couldn't wrap around the spiritual energy, and the entire successful yellow talisman turned into ashes with a cheap sound. Xiao Hua's expression didn't change. He put away everything properly, then stood quietly to the side, waiting for the three people's judgment. "Fellow Taoists, how about we take a look at fellow Taoist Zhao's level of talisman crafting?" Qing Fengmin's gaze followed the icicle talisman turning into ashes, and a somewhat strange expression appeared on his face. Soon after, that expression disappeared, and he raised his head to ask the three people with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this talisman's memory is very deep." There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation when waving the talisman brush. "Presumably, you have some talent in the crafting of yellow talismans." Cheng Yu frowned and said, "But fellow Taoist Zhao's icicle talisman's talisman characters are of different thickness and extremely uneven. This shows that fellow Taoist Zhao's control of magic power is really lacking, and this control of magic power is the key to crafting yellow talismans. The icicle talisman is only a low-grade yellow talisman, and it doesn't have the talisman writing technique of mid-grade and high-grade yellow talismans. That talisman writing technique requires one to have meticulous control of magic power. It can be said that fellow Taoist Zhao's shortcomings have already blocked fellow Taoist Zhao's path of advancement in the field of yellow talismans." "And I understand." Qing Fengmin nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhao's shortcoming is that his cultivation isn't high enough, and his control of magic power is very insufficient. This can only be achieved through hard work." Li Xiaowen said, "Fellow Taoist Qing is right. I observed fellow Taoist Zhao's talisman characters. Although his technique is rusty, the talisman characters drawn are very spiritual, and the position of the brush strokes is extremely accurate. If it's only the aptitude for crafting yellow talismans, fellow Taoist Xiao is really good. Unfortunately, his age isn't too suitable." "What about fellow Taoist Zhou?" Qing Fengmin turned to look at Zhou Tsangheng. "To tell the truth, when I started crafting yellow talismans, my cultivation was higher than fellow Taoist Zhao's, and my age was also much younger." Zhou Tsangheng pondered for a moment and said, "Moreover, I spent a full half-year of hard work to successfully craft the fireball talisman. Fellow Taoist Xiao, being able to craft to such a degree is also commendable." "I understand." Qing Fengmin nodded, looked at the three people, and asked, "Then, in the eyes of three fellow Taoists, can fellow Taoist Xiao join Heaven Forsaken as a talisman master?" "He can't," Cheng Yu said resolutely and decisively. "Even if fellow Taoist Xiao can craft icicle talismans in the future, it'll only be low-level yellow talismans. His level can only be like this. Naturally, he can't join as a talisman master." "Oh no, I overreached myself." Xiao Hua was somewhat anxious in his heart, and said inwardly, "This kind of petty trick. I have to pay more attention in the future. I mustn't make any more mistakes." Then, he secretly pondered about how to remedy the situation. "I think it's okay," Li Xiaowen said. Didn't fellow Taoist Qing only ask about fellow Taoist Zhao's aptitude? Just looking at talisman crafting methods and not looking at fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation, I feel that he can barely be considered a talisman master. I have the same view as fellow Taoist Li. Zhou Tsungheng's words made Xiao Hua's heart settle down. Actually, if fellow Taoist Xiao practices for a year and a half, he can definitely craft this icicle talisman successfully. At that time, joining Heaven Forsaken will naturally be easy. Haha, that's exactly so. Ma Qingqing also clapped at the side and said, I have a compromise. Fellow Taoist Xiao can join Heaven Forsaken as a talisman master today. However, because he hasn't been able to craft yellow talismans and hasn't provided yellow talismans to Heaven Forsaken, before he can craft the icicle talisman, he can't obtain the cultivation technique provided by fellow Taoist Tian Forsaken. Fellow Taoist Qing, fellow Taoists, what do you think? That's how it should be. Qing Fengmin was also happy when he heard this. He nodded and said, it's not easy to become a talisman master. Although fellow Taoist Zhao's accomplishments in talisman crafting will be limited in the future, after all, he can still contribute to Heaven Forsaken. Heaven Forsaken, welcome such a cultivator. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks. Fellow Taoists, thank you for your help. Good. We welcome fellow Taoist Xiao to join Heaven Forsaken. Qing Fengmin clapped and said, fellow Taoist Ma, please bring fellow Taoist Xiao to register. The 3 fellow Taoists will also go together and record the situation here. From today onwards, fellow Taoist Xiao is a member of Heaven Forsaken. Chapter 1349. Registration was a necessary part of joining Heaven Forsaken, just like when Zhang Zhihao brought Han Fei and Qiao Fengyue along. However, Xiao Hua was joining as a talisman master, so he needed Cheng Yu, Li Xiaowen, and Zhou Tsungheng as witnesses. Only after the 3 of them left behind oral statements and traces of magic power would Xiao Hua be officially considered a rogue cultivator. Hee. Congratulations fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhou Tsungheng and Cheng Yu didn't stay any longer. They nodded slightly and left. Only Li Xiaowen cupped his hands with a smile and said to Xiao Hua, fellow Taoist Xiao has become a member of Heaven Forsaken. In the future, you and I will support each other under the banner of Heaven Forsaken. Xiao Hua was happy and replied, fellow Taoist Li is a senior. Whether it is cultivation or talisman crafting, this junior can't compare to you. In the future, I will need senior Li's help. Haha, well said, well said. Let's discuss and improve together. Li Xiaowen cupped his hands and left. Xiao Hua followed Ma Qingqing back to the house. Ma Qingqing asked, fellow Taoist Xiao, now that you are a member of Heaven Forsaken, I won't hide it from you. In the next 2 days, Heaven Forsaken will have a big event. Fellow Taoist is qualified to participate. Big event? Xiao Hua was stunned and suddenly realized. Ink Haze Black Forest. Ink Haze Black Forest? Just like Xiao Hua, Ma Qingqing was slightly stunned, then he shook his head. Didn't I tell you before that if your cultivation base isn't at least in the 5th layer of the aura refining realm, you shouldn't go there. If you want to go inside, don't even think about it if your cultivation base isn't at least in the 10th layer. I also don't know the exact location of Heaven Forsaken's event this time. Ma Qingqing continued, because this is a great opportunity. If nothing unexpected happens, you will have a lot of chances to get some cultivation techniques and magic tools. Therefore, in order to keep it a secret, only a few people in Heaven Forsaken know the location. The majority can only listen to the arrangements. Cultivation techniques? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. Then he smiled and said, I's cultivation level is low. I'm just going to take a look. I don't have much hope. Not necessarily. Based on the experience of the past 3 years, obtaining cultivation arts, magical artifacts, and pills all depends on luck. It has little to do with one's cultivation. Ma Qingqing shook his head and said, if fellow Taoist Xiao obtains an opportunity this time, perhaps his cultivation will also advance by leaps and bounds, leaving I and the others behind. I have never dared to think about such an immortal fate. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. That's right, fellow Taoist Xiao, there's something I need to tell you. Because we have to prepare for Tianqi's event these few days, there are a lot of loose cultivators in Huayun Park. I'm afraid there's no place for you. Ma Qingqing suddenly said. Oh, it doesn't matter. I have an inn in the south of the city that I can stay in. When it's time to depart tomorrow or 2 days later, I will go to Huayun Yuan. Xiao Hua quickly said. I will send you a message talisman when the time comes. Ma Qingqing nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Then, I'll take my leave first. I'll wait for fellow Taoist Ma's message in the next 2 days. As he said this, he handed over a message talisman. Okay, I'll also make some preparations here. I won't keep fellow Taoist Xiao. Ma Qingqing took the message talisman and said with a smile. That's right, fellow Taoist Xiao should also go and buy some yellow talismans and the like. There's certainly an opportunity this time, but there are also risks. It's better to have some ability to protect yourself. Then he said with some hesitation, actually, with fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation. You shouldn't go this time, but I feel that fellow Taoist Xiao should still go. Of course, if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't go, that's also fine. Of course I will go. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, For fellow Taoist Ma to think of I can't thank you enough. The two of them spoke a few more words, and Xiao Hua took his leave of Huayun Park. Seeing that it was still early, he went to EG and wantonly bought some things before quickly returning to the inn. In the following 2 days, Xiao Hua didn't rest. He only focused on refining fireball talismans and confinement talismans. In addition to Xiao Hua's previous stockpile, he probably already had over 1,000 fireball talismans and confinement talismans. Seeing that the talisman ink was already used up, Xiao Hua stopped and muttered in his heart, Could it be? Heaven Qi isn't bringing me along to play? Just as he was thinking, the inn's restrictions changed a little. Message talisman. Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he opened the room's restrictions. A crimson brilliance flew before his eyes. When Xiao Hua took the message talisman in his hand, Ma Qingqing's voice came through. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Heaven Qi's plan has changed. The time will be pushed back a few days. In the morning 10 days later, please come to Jinghua City's Xiyin Gate. I will be waiting for you there. 10 days later? Xiao Hua frowned and used his hand to pinch his chin, very puzzled. Heaven Qi. Where is he going? Why is he being so mysterious? So many rogue cultivators are going. How can it not attract the attention of others? Yes, there are still 10 days. I'd better make the best use of my time to refine some fireball talismans. I'll refine as many as I can. Even though fireball talismans are of a lower level than confinement talismans, they win in terms of quantity and power. It's a good life-saving method. Soon after, Xiao Hua didn't delay and made another trip to EG. This time, he passed through bewilderment talismans and exchanged some confinement talismans and fireball talismans for talisman crafting materials. He didn't spend a single spirit stone. In the following 10 days, Xiao Hua didn't leave the gate. He wholeheartedly refined fireball talismans. Every day, he refined nearly 200 fireball talismans. In total, he refined more than 2,000 fireball talismans. Not only that, his cultivation also made some progress in these 10 days. Of course, this kind of progress was still insignificant in the eyes of others, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, it was already extremely satisfying. On the morning of the 10th day, Xiao Hua finished cultivating and left the house. He went to the inn's cabinet and took the remaining spirit stones. After asking about the location of Xiyin Gate, he hurriedly left the inn. Walking on the main street of Jinghua City, although there were many cultivators coming and going, the vast majority of them came from outside Jinghua City. Those who left the city like Xiao Hua were still very few. Xiao Hua walked for a while and felt a little confused. He raised his eyes and looked ahead. There was a cultivator walking slowly in front of him. Xiao Hua wanted to go over and ask for directions, but before he could lift his foot, he suddenly saw that cultivator stop and stand there respectfully. Immediately, a light screen rose from the lake beside him and blocked in front of that cultivator. A Jinghua City disciple flashed out of the light screen and stood in front of that cultivator. The cultivator saluted respectfully, but the disciple waved his sleeve arrogantly and didn't return the salute. Then, the two of them seemed to start talking in low voices. Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't go forward, but seeing that there was no fork in the road, he could only stand there. Fortunately, the cultivator only said a few words to the Jinghua City disciple. The Jinghua City disciple seemed to be angry. He pointed at the cultivator and said something loudly. His voice came along with the wind. Serves you right. How many times have I told you, don't do these things. Don't do them. This time you finally. In the face of the Jinghua City disciples' scolding, the cultivator could only bow repeatedly as if he was apologizing. Then, the Jinghua City disciple waved his hand and flashed into the light screen. The light screen disappeared in a flash. The cultivator chased after it for a few steps, but to no avail. He also stopped. Seeing that the two of them had dispersed, Xiaohua walked forward again. When he got closer, the cultivator seemed to hear the sound of footsteps and turned his head to take a look. When he saw the cultivator's face, Xiaohua was stunned. Ha! Enemies really don't meet. Why is he here? That cultivator was the loose cultivator Chong Feng. Chong Feng glanced at Xiaohua and the several cultivators scattered around and fiercely scolded. What are you looking at? What's there to look at? Do you believe that I'll pinch you to death? Xiaohua's eyes shrunk. He originally wanted to retort, but then he changed his mind. This guy is just a piece of trash. He relies on his familiarity with the Jinghua City disciples to bully and dominate the market. Sooner or later. Let's not talk about sooner or later. He's already offended the Xuanyan school. As long as he leaves the Jinghua City's power range one day, how could there be a good end for him? Why is this young master shouting at him for no reason? Then, Xiaohua seemed to ignore Chong Feng's malicious words. He quickly took 2 steps forward and cupped his hands, asking, Fellow Taoist, can you tell I where the Jinghua City's Xin Gate is? You have the ability to come in, but you don't have the ability to leave? Chong Feng turned his head and left as if he hadn't seen anything. Xiaohua coldly watched Chong Feng's back. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. After a while, he coldly snorted, looked around, and found a cultivator to ask for directions. It was currently early in the morning. Most people had already entered the Jinghua City. Xiaohua walked out of the Xin Gate. Before he could raise his eyes to look around, he saw someone calling his name in the distance. Needless to say, it was Ma Qingqing, who had been abandoned by the heavens. Xiaohua quickly followed the direction of Ma Qingqing's voice. At the edge of the bluestone pavement of Jinghua City, there were 6 cultivators around the 4th layer of the ore refining realm quietly waiting there. Xiaohua approached and hurriedly saluted. Seniors, this junior has come late. I truly apologize. Fellow Taoist Ma, you only said you were waiting for a fellow Taoist who had been abandoned by the heavens. I saw that everyone was at the 4th layer of the ore refining realm, so I thought this fellow Taoist was also at the 4th layer of the ore refining realm, but I didn't expect. It was actually a brat at the 2nd layer of the ore refining realm. Your arrangement will delay our journey. A cultivator with a centipede-shaped scar on his face immediately said coldly when he saw that Xiaohua's cultivation was low. Without waiting for Ma Qingqing to speak, another cultivator also asked, Fellow Taoist Ma, is this arrangement because of I? When Xiaohua heard this voice, he felt it was very familiar. When that person came out from behind the others, Xiaohua clearly saw that it was the talisman master he had seen earlier, Li Xiaowen. Li Xiaowen's voice was as cold as usual. His face also had an unapproachable appearance. As if Li Xiaowen had hit the nail on the head, Ma Qingqing's face was a bit embarrassed. He cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Li, there aren't many talisman masters in my heaven forsaken. I see that fellow Taoist Li's impression of fellow Taoist Xiao is pretty good. Moreover, fellow Taoist Xiao also needs someone to give him some pointers, so. Chapter 1350. Ha! Fellow Taoist Xiao is a talisman master? A cultivator with a frown and a bitter face asked in astonishment. This junior is not yet. Xiaohua touched his nose and said embarrassedly, as long as fellow Taoist Li gives careful guidance, I believe fellow Taoist Xiao will soon become a talisman master of heaven forsaken. Ma Qingqing glanced at Li Xiaowen and said with a smile, This is a treasure hunt, not an experience. Fellow Taoist Ma sending fellow Taoist Xiao to I is making things difficult for I. Li Xiaowen replied with a frown. Fellow Taoist Li is right. With fellow Taoist Xiao, this person with low cultivation, our movements will be much slower. We will also have misgivings if we encounter anything. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Another fat cultivator with a bulge on his head also disagreed. Fellow Taoists don't know, but fellow Taoist Li understands in his heart. Fellow Taoist Zhao's talent is extremely good, but because of his status as a rogue cultivator, there is no one to guide him. Therefore, his talisman crafting technique has been unable to reach great success. If he can take advantage of this opportunity to temper himself, I believe fellow Taoist Xiao will soon be able to provide yellow talismans for Heaven Forsaken. If everyone can help fellow Taoist Xiao, it will be a great service. Ma Qingqing didn't seem to mind their opposition and casually explained. Everyone's eyes turned and looked at Li Xiaowen, seemingly waiting for his decision. Forget it, forget it. Who told I to suffer from not having anyone to guide me in the past? Since fellow Taoist Xiao met I, it can be considered fate. Li Xiaowen heard Ma Qingqing say this and knew he couldn't refuse. He could only nod and say, however, Heaven Forsaken is not a cultivation sect. I also have no intention of taking in disciples. So, I won't guide fellow Taoist Xiao for no reason. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to learn talisman crafting technique, you have to show some sincerity. Hee. I know fellow Taoist Li is someone who considers the big picture. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why haven't you quickly thanked fellow Taoist Li? Ma Qingqing said to Xiao Hua with a smile. Xiao Hua was helpless. He could only smile and bow. Many thanks for Senior Li's righteousness. Junior knows what to do. Okay, Li Xiaowen nodded. I'll be watching your performance. All right. Ma Qingqing clapped his hands and said, fellow Taoist Li's group is complete. Here, only fellow Taoist Xiao looks unfamiliar. Allow me to introduce you. Following that, Ma Qingqing introduced everyone to him. The cultivator with the centipede-shaped scar was called Yong Shang. The fat cultivator with a bulge on his head was called Fan Dao Mao. The cultivator with a frown and a bitter expression was called Fu Shu. The tall cultivator with a dark face who hadn't spoken was called Sun Fian. Xiao Hua knew Li Xiaowen. Xiao Hua stepped forward one by one and saluted them with a very respectful attitude. After the introductions were finished, Ma Qingqing patted his storage pouch and took out 6 silk pouches from inside. He handed them over and said, these silk pouches must not be opened at this time. Everyone, put them in your storage pouches first. Xiao Hua and the others each took one. Xiao Hua looked at the small silk pouches in his hand and was rather puzzled, but he didn't ask. He put them in his storage pouch and calmly waited for Ma Qingqing to open them. The others were different. Fan Dao Mao's 5 fingers moved slightly, playing with the silk pouches. He said curiously, inside. It's very thin. What could be inside? Ma Qingqing said in a low voice, presumably, everyone knows that in this activity, the chances of finding cultivation methods and spirit pills are very high. Therefore I, Heaven Forsaken, have no choice but to be cautious and not let bystanders know as much as possible. Especially those loose cultivators who haven't joined Heaven Forsaken yet. These loose cultivators. Some have extremely high cultivations, but their behavior is unreasonable and temperamental. If they knew, how could we have a chance? Moreover, these things are coveted by those cultivation sects and clans. We have no choice but to be cautious. The place to go is written inside these silk pouches. Everyone has one? Can't you just give us one? Li Xiaowen was somewhat dissatisfied. How could it be so simple? Fellow Taoist Li, Ma Qingqing smiled wryly. Fellow Taoist Qing spent a lot of effort to come up with this method. These 6 silk pouches are all different. I only know the first place you're going to. When you reach that place, among the 6 of you, only someone's silk pouch can be opened. The name of the place you're going to is written inside. The other 5 silk pouches can't be opened. When you reach the second place, only one of the remaining 5 silk pouches can be opened. In order, the last person's silk pouch is the place you're really going to. Oh right, this silk pouch can't be opened until you reach the place. If you forcibly open it, the things inside will self-destruct. None of the 6 people in your group can go. This. Not only was Xiao Hua dumbstruck, but Li Xiaowen and the others also looked at each other. In the end, their gazes all fell on Ma Qingqing's face. Is there a need to be so complicated? Fu Shu, whose brows were originally tightly knitted, asked with an even more miserable expression. I also don't want to. Ma Qingqing said. But, we Heaven Forsaken, are all rogue cultivators. Maybe someone leaked it. For everyone's sake, we can only do this. Moreover, these 5 places are all the way to that place. At worst, we'll just take a detour. With everyone's cultivation, it's nothing. Go, what else can we say? Sun Fian, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. In addition, the 6 of you must arrive within 30 days. Otherwise, this silk pouch will self-destruct. Everyone still doesn't know where to go. Ma Qingqing said with a smile. Are the others in heaven forsaken like this? Yongshang asked. Yes, exactly. Even I have to be like this. Ma Qingqing smiled wryly. When everyone heard this, it was unknown what expression they had on their faces. It seemed this was the first time they had encountered this kind of thing. Fellow Taoist Ma, please tell us the place we're going to first. Fan Daomao's face, which had a lot of flesh, was also stiff at this time. He asked with a fake smile. Ma Qingqing looked around and sent out a silence note talisman. Then his lips moved slightly, and he said a place. Xiao Hua and the others heard it clearly. When Ma Qingqing removed the silence note talisman, Li Xiaowen cupped his hands and said, Thank you, fellow Taoist Ma. We'll set off immediately. Fellow Taoists, let's go. I will also set off later. I hope we can meet up there and look for cultivation methods together. Ma Qingqing cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you for your auspicious words. The 6 of them cupped their hands and took out flying talismans from their storage bags. Their figures suddenly flew up and headed in a direction. Xiao Huafei was the last. Before he left, he especially cupped his hands and thanked Ma Qingqing. He knew in his heart that Ma Qingqing must have put in a lot of effort to arrange him and Li Xiaowen together. He didn't need Li Xiaowen's so-called guidance, but he had to accept this favor. When Ma Qingqing saw Xiao Hua express his thanks, a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hands slightly and quickly walked towards Jingbua City. Xiao Hua was flying in the air, somewhat hesitant. Li Xiaowen and the others weren't flying very fast, but they were all in the 5th layer of the aura refining realm, so they should be much faster than him, a 2nd layer aura refining cultivator. What should he do? Keeping a low profile. Sometimes it's not a good idea. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly to himself. Li Xiaowen obviously noticed and stopped in the air after flying for a while. These 5 5th layer qi refining loose cultivators should be led by Li Xiaowen, so they all stopped. Fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you didn't buy a slightly higher level flying talisman? Li Xiaowen frowned and said, Fellow Taoist Qing seemed to have already told me when we were in Huayun Park. You're only at the 2nd layer qi refining, so if you don't have a higher level flying talisman, how can you catch up with us? Xiao Hua's brows relaxed, and he slapped his forehead and said, Look at me, I forgot about this matter. Fellow Taoist Li, please go first. I will take out a higher level flying talisman. When Li Xiaowen heard this, he didn't say anything. He roused his magic power and activated the flying talisman, quickly flying forward. When everyone turned around and flew away, Xiao Hua patted his storage pouch. It was still the same flying talisman from before. He activated it with his magic power, and his speed immediately doubled, barely catching up to Li Xiaowen and the others. The left side of Jingbua City was surrounded by mountains and forests. The scenery could be considered beautiful. All kinds of strange trees stood in great numbers, and flowers and other things were also like brocades. It was unknown whether it was because of the 2 great formations in Jingbua City or because of the city's feng shui, but the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was very abundant. Xiao Hua flew with Li Xiaowen and the others for half a day, gradually leaving Jingbua City. The terrain beneath his feet also gradually became dangerous. The trees were no longer emerald green, and the water in the mountain stream no longer tinkled with the sound of flowing water. Instead, it was mostly surging water. Southern Kaiping? What is this place? I don't seem to have heard second senior brother mention it. I've also never heard anyone mention it in Jingbua City. As Xiao Hua flew, he thought about the location that Ma Qingqing told everyone. But when Li Xiaowen and the others heard it, they understood. It seems that the 5 people's faces still have some strange expressions. The brilliance on their faces. What can it mean? Southern Kaiping. Is there anything special about it? The current Xiao Hua was no longer the Xiao Hua from several dozen days ago. He knew how to conceal his strength and conceal himself. He also knew how to endure silently. He absolutely wouldn't easily open his mouth to ask this kind of extremely low-level question. He believed that as long as they got closer to Southern Kaiping, one of the 5 people would definitely speak. Sure enough, after half a day, the sky gradually darkened. Li Xiaowen's flying speed slowed down. He looked at everyone, and then looked at the gradually approaching Xiao Hua. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, with our speed, we should be able to reach southern Kaiping tomorrow night. That place can't be passed through during the day either. Let's rest for the time being. Once we recover our magic power, we'll rush forward again." "We can't pass through southern Kaiping during the day?" Xiao Hua heard clearly and couldn't help but stare blankly. "What's the reason for this?" How did fellow Taoist Qing arrange this? Why do we have to pass through southern Kaiping? Can't we just change to a random place?" Fu Shu said with a bitter face. Xiao Hua also couldn't tell whether or not he was feeling uncomfortable in his heart. "Fellow Taoist Fu, there's no need to complain. We also don't know where that place is. Fellow Taoist Qing also arranged for Tianqi and so many other fellow Taoists to go, so you must have put in a lot of effort. We're only facing a bunch of flying insects. What's there to fear?" Li Xiaowen said with a smile. To be continued. Chapter 1351. Fellow Taoist Li naturally doesn't need to be afraid. That water-type iceworm is most afraid of fire. Fellow Taoist Li only needs to throw out the fireball talismans he refined. How can it not be easy to pass? Yongshang said with a smile. When he spoke, the centipede-like scar on his face looked even more frightening. "Fellow Taoist Yong says it so easily." Li Xiaowen slightly shook his head. The iceworm is a second-grade demon beast. It's recorded in the Beast Horde Atlas. It's not something that can be restrained by low-grade fireball talismans. On the contrary, if I were to bring a fireball talisman over, I'd be restrained by the iceworm. No matter what, fellow Taoist Li has the highest cultivation among us. Moreover, you're a talisman master. You must have a lot of yellow talismans on you. Tomorrow night, when the iceworm hibernates and swallows the moonlight, we'll have to rely on fellow Taoist Li's yellow talismans to safely pass through? Everyone, don't you agree? Fan Daomao clapped his hands. Exactly. Everyone at the side echoed, making Li Xiaowen somewhat passive. To be honest, he also didn't expect to go to the southern Kaiping. In this storage pouch, there were quite a few fireball talismans, fire serpent talismans, fire rain talismans, and other high-grade fire attribute yellow talismans. He really didn't prepare many. Thus, Li Xiaowen said sternly, "I may be a talisman master, but I'm inclined toward water. Icicle talismans are I's forte. Otherwise, fellow Taoist Ma wouldn't have sent fellow Taoist Xiao to our group. As for water-type yellow talismans against iceworms, I don't need to say it. Everyone knows that they won't have any effect unless it's some high-grade icebound talisman. Therefore, tomorrow we'll have to work together to face the enemy." Fellow Taoist Xiao also has a water-type constitution? Sun Fian, who hadn't spoken all this time, said somewhat astonishingly, "I wonder how much of the 5 elements water attribute accounts for." "How much?" Xiao Hua was startled. His brows slightly wrinkled, but then his expression returned to normal. He said with a smile, "Junior only knows that I have a water-type constitution. I don't know how much it accounts for. Could it be that Senior Sun has seen through it?" Sun Fian glanced at Li Xiaowen and said, "Ordinary cultivators have all 5 elements in their physique. It's only when one of the 5 elements is more prominent that this attribute can be revealed. For example, the wood attribute accounts for 40% of the physique. The other 4 elements, water, fire, earth, and metal, account for the remaining 60%. I is naturally the wood attribute. Of course, if I's wood attribute only accounts for 30% of my body, I's constitution would be much worse than my current constitution." What is fellow Taoist Sun trying to say? I also know about this. Xiao Hua asked somewhat strangely. In my early years I obtained a cultivation technique, which allowed me to set foot on the path of cultivation. And at the end of the cultivation technique, there was a small spell. This spell was exactly the same as the ordinary detection spell, but it was more profound and mysterious. It was used to detect the attributes of others. Sun Fian laughed and said, "It's just that I only learned a little bit of it, and wasn't very proficient in it." Fellow Taoist Sun, could it be that you know how much of I's water attribute accounts for? Xiao Hua was very surprised. Sun Fian slightly shook his head. From what I saw, not only is fellow Taoist Xiao not a water attribute, but it's the complete opposite of water attribute. You should have a fire attribute physique. Ah? Xiao Hua's heart was greatly shaken. He really didn't think that on this Dawn Rain continent, there would actually be such a mystical spell that could directly see the attributes of others without using any magic tools. Just as Xiao Hua's mind was spinning rapidly, trying to find an excuse to cover it up, and Li Xiaowen and the others were also extremely flabbergasted looking at Xiao Hua, Sun Fian's face again revealed a perplexed expression and said, "But if I used that spell again to look carefully, fellow Taoist Zhao's physique would change to any one of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Furthermore, any one of the attributes of the physique accounts for 100%. How can that be?" Li Xiaowen cried out in shock. How can there be a single attribute person in this world? How can there be a person in this world who can switch attributes? Senior Sun, I don't really understand what you're saying. I only know that I have a water attribute physique. What single attribute, what conversion, I don't understand. Xiao Hua said without batting an eyelid. Hee. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't blame me. I also didn't learn much. I only took a rough look. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. After Sun Fian finished speaking, he lowered his head again. It was unknown whether he was pondering or ashamed. I saw fellow Taoist Zhao's icicle talisman. Although he didn't succeed in the end, according to what fellow Taoist Xiao said, he couldn't refine the fireball talisman. He could still barely write the icicle talisman. If it's not a water attribute physique, then what is it? Okay, let's talk about some details for tomorrow. What physique? What 5 elements? What do these have to do with the iceworms tomorrow night? Fan Daomao said impatiently. I feel that if fellow Taoist Xiao has a fire attribute physique, and if he can understand fire attribute magic. Sun Fian raised his head and said. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Fan Daomao. Even if fellow Taoist Xiao has a fire attribute physique and understands fire attribute magic, looking at his cultivation, is it useful? Xiao Hua was a little annoyed in his heart. He secretly said, "You two are talking among yourselves. Why are you dragging I into this? I's magic power is low, but it's not up to you to open your mouths and say it, right? Okay. Everyone, there's no need to argue anymore." Li Xiaowen quickly said. "We'd better rest while preparing for tomorrow's situation." After that, everyone stopped and found a secluded mountain forest. Everyone found a suitable place to sit cross-legged and regulate their dermic powers. Li Xiaowen flew up again and circled about 100 feet to the left. He reached into his storage bag and took out a few ordinary-looking yellow talismans. He activated them with his dermic powers and hit them on the ground, causing them to disappear. Xiao Hua watched curiously. A thought emerged in his heart. It seemed this method was somewhat familiar to him. When Li Xiaowen landed on the ground, he waved his hand and a yellow talisman that was a lot bigger than the others appeared. He activated his magic power and unfurled it against the wind. The yellow talisman suddenly burst into flames, but the way it burned was different from the normal yellow talismans. The ball of flames floated in the air, and when all the yellow talismans had burned out, the ball of flames slowly rotated and divided into 2 layers. The lower layer condensed into a ball of flames that gradually fell, while the upper layer scattered into a net of flames. When the ball of flames was about to land on the ground, the net of flames expanded in all directions and divided into several small nets that flew in all directions. They were flying in the direction where Li Xiaowen had placed the yellow talisman. With a light bang, the fireball in front of Li Xiaowen fell into the ground and disappeared. At the same time, the scattered fire net also fell into the ground where the yellow talisman had hit. A slight gust of cold wind was produced where the fireball fell. A thin net formed by spiritual energy also formed around the cold wind. After the net formed by spiritual energy rose into the air, it scattered in all directions. It landed at the place where the fire net had disappeared and stopped. Xiao Hua didn't have divine sense. Of course, he couldn't see this situation. However, Li Xiaowen's method made him somewhat understand. Sure enough, Yongshang, who was sitting cross-legged at the side, praised. "Fellow Taoist Li really has a good method. This warning talisman is a high-grade yellow talisman that is hard to find." Li Xiaowen's face was slightly proud. He nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist Yong actually knows about this warning talisman. It's also rare and commendable. I have only heard of it. I've never seen it before. I didn't expect that walking around with fellow Taoist Li would actually broaden my horizons. I really admire you. Yong Shang turned his head toward Xiao Hua with a smile and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist Li is your master in heaven forsaken. If you want to become famous in the cultivation world, you still have to practice more with fellow Taoist Li. I have never thought of accepting a disciple, Li Xiaowen said coldly. He walked to the side and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Xiao Hua's face was strange. He used his hand to scratch his head. He also didn't say anything. He directly distanced himself from everyone and rested. In the time it took to eat a meal, everyone's magic power was abundant. Only then did they gather together and discuss tomorrow's matters in low voices. Xiao Hua walked to the side and only quietly listened. He didn't interrupt. In the time it took to eat another meal, Xiao Hua understood that the southern Rainbow Plain was a dangerous place. It was the name of a large area of high slopes in the Manjushu mountain range. There were many peaks in the Manjushu mountain range that towered into the clouds. There were endless dangers within. If one wanted to pass through the Manjushu mountain range, they had to go through the southern Rainbow Plain. The southern Rainbow Plain was abnormally rich in heaven and earth spirit qi. There were strange spirit grasses growing there. It wasn't much inferior to the heavenly paradise. Cultivators would often come here to pick spirit grasses. However, there were two dangerous places in the southern Rainbow Plain. The first was the climate, which was very cold. Within 100 li of the southern Rainbow Plain, besides the fact that there was no snow, it was like winter. Cold ice and cold wind constantly blew. Only cultivators could enter. The second was the southern Rainbow Plain. The iceworms moved in groups. Once they came out, they would cover the sky and earth. It was very frightening. The iceworms were extremely sensitive to human flesh and blood. As long as a cultivator appeared near the iceworms would definitely swarm over and stick to the cultivator's body. Cultivators with profound cultivation would either exterminate the iceworms or escape on their own. As for those who couldn't escape, they would be submerged by the iceworms and finally frozen into ice pillars. Fortunately, after the observation of many cultivators, the appearance of the iceworms in the southern Rainbow Plain was very regular. They would appear frequently during the day and were rarely seen at night. If they were prepared and passed through the southern Rainbow Plain at night, there wouldn't be too much danger. However, Li Xiaowen and the others came here in a hurry. How could they have made sufficient preparations? Fortunately, Li Xiaowen was a talisman master and had a lot of yellow talismans in his storage pouch. Everyone wasn't nervous. After roughly arranging the matters for tomorrow night, Li Xiaowen took out some fireball talismans from his storage pouch and distributed them to everyone. As for Xiao Hua, Li Xiaowen didn't give him any fireball talismans. Because in tomorrow's operation, Xiao Hua was placed in the middle. As long as everyone was fine, Xiao Hua would naturally be fine. As for Xiao Hua saying that he also had some fireball talismans in his storage pouch, Li Xiaowen directly ignored it and said with a smile, "How can the fireball talismans you bought from the market be compared to the fireball talismans I refined? Those low-grade goods. You should keep them for your own protection." Chapter 1352. At night, everyone rested within Li Xiaowen's warning talisman. Xiao Hua was not far from them, but the strange starlight he attracted during his night cultivation was invisible to the naked eye and spiritual sense, so it did not attract the attention of others. Early in the morning, the birds in the forest chirped. Xiao Hua and the others also stopped cultivating. They saw Li Xiaowen walk to the location of the warning talisman and point his finger. With magic power, a somewhat dim fireball rose from the ground. When he held it in his hand, the dim fire net in the surroundings simultaneously flew out from the ground and gathered together. Li Xiaowen patted the fireball in his hand and it turned back into a yellow talisman. Soon after, several yellow talismans in the surroundings also flew back and entered Li Xiaowen's hand. Mother and child talisman. Xiao Hua saw this and suddenly thought of a high-grade yellow talisman he heard about in E.G. Li Xiaowen held the mother and child warning talisman in his hand and looked at the somewhat blurry runes on the yellow talisman. He patted his hand and put it into his storage pouch. He looked up at the gradually brightening eastern horizon and smiled. "Fellow Taoists, have you rested well? Today, we need to rush to southern Cultivation. We don't have much free time in between. Haha, fellow Taoist Li, as long as you rest well, we will naturally rest well. Fellow Taoist should be saying this to fellow Taoist Xiao. Fan Dao Mao tidied up his Taoist robe and said with a smile, I have rested well and can set off at any time. Xiao Hua had a smile on his face and was already quietly standing to the side. Good, in that case, let's get up. Li Xiaowen took out a flight talisman and stuck it on his body. He soared into the sky. Xiao Hua and the others also flew up like yesterday. The day was silent. When the sun set, Xiao Hua saw a row of mountains in the distance like a dam, directly blocking their path. It was the Xueqi mountain range. The mountain range was very continuous with no end in sight. Li Xiaowen flew in front and said, Fellow Taoists, the Xueqi mountain range is already in sight. The southern Cultivation is just ahead. We still need to put in more effort and rush to the entrance of the valley before nightfall. If it gets dark, I'm afraid there will be some trouble outside the valley. After saying that, he didn't wait for the others to respond and sped up. The others naturally knew how dangerous it was, so they didn't dare to be negligent and followed closely behind. Xiao Hua didn't want to reveal his speed, so he opened up a bit of distance. Although Xiao Hua had already seen the Xueqi mountain range, it took him a lot of effort to fly to the mountain range. Looking at the round moon in the sky like a mirror, Xiao Hua suddenly felt that his surroundings were starting to become cold and clear. Could it be that Cultivation is just ahead? Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked at the faintly visible valley entrance in front of him. Under the clear moonlight, the valley entrance was like a deep crack carved into the mountain range. At this moment, Li Xiaowen and the others stopped and waited for Xiao Hua. Li Xiaowen said in a low voice, Everyone's itinerary is just as we expected. We arrived at the Xueqi mountain range before midnight. Cultivation is just ahead. Let's line up in a formation. According to yesterday's discussion, we will quietly pass through and not cause any trouble. Yes, we will listen to fellow Taoist Li's instructions. Everyone said in low voices. Xiao Hua also flew up and arrived in the middle of the group. Li Xiaowen glanced at Xiao Hua and also said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, your cultivation is shallow and is originally a burden for us this time. However, fellow Taoist also has a silk pouch in his storage pouch. In order to not affect the entire plan abandoned by the heavens, I and the other fellow Taoists could only bring you along. This Cultivation can be said to be a dangerous place in the Xueqi mountain range. Admittedly, we will protect fellow Taoist here, but fellow Taoist mustn't lower his guard and rely on us for everything. If there is any danger, we can protect ourselves, but it's still beyond our power to protect fellow Taoist. Therefore, I will say the ugly words first. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you should be prepared. Don't think that we have to protect you just because you have the silk pouch. Xiao Hua nodded and cupped his hands in salute. Thank you for your protection. Fellow Taoists, I will be careful in Cultivation. If there is any accident, I definitely won't dare to implicate you. And since fellow Taoist Xiao said so, we naturally understand the sadness in our hearts. Li Xiaowen nodded and took out 6 yellow talismans from his bosom. He gave one to each person and said, This is a consecutive note talisman. If you encounter a group of iceworms in Cultivation and someone gets separated, you can use this yellow talisman to contact each other. Although this consecutive note talisman can be used many times, fellow Taoists, please be careful and use it more in the future. After everyone put away the consecutive note talisman, Li Xiaowen looked at the sky and said, Okay, we should also go. The weather in Cultivation is cold. Our cultivation may be affected and our flying talismans may be damaged. If we don't pass through Cultivation before dawn, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. Finished speaking, Li Xiaowen took the lead and flew away. Yongshang, Fan Dao Mao, and Xiao Hua followed closely behind. Fu Shu and Sun Fian flew at the back. At this time, Xiao Hua also didn't hesitate. He didn't care about hiding his flying speed and followed closely behind Fan Dao Mao. This actually made Fu Shu and Sun Fian let out a sigh of relief. If Xiao Hua flew slowly, it wouldn't be convenient for them to fly too fast when there wasn't any danger. As the 6 people flew closer to the Xueqi mountain range, Xiao Hua felt that the weather was even colder. The air he exhaled from his mouth also became white. Xiao Hua's exposed hands also felt a piercing cold. He silently operated his heart sutra and magic power gushed out from his body, blocking that cold outside of his body. Xiaohua looked at the towering mountain peak on his left and was somewhat astonished. The climate of this Xiaoyu continent is really a bit strange. This place is only a day's distance from Jingbua City, but the difference is actually so big. Could it be that there's something fishy here? Just as Xiaohua's imagination was running wild, they had already arrived in front of the Mangshu mountain range. Above the mountain range was a layer of hard ice. The patterns between the mountain rocks were transparent and visible. Under the moonlight, the entire ice layer reflected a strange brilliance. The entire mountain range was almost like a crystal. Fellow Taoists, be a bit careful. We are about to enter. Up ahead, Li Xiaowen reminded in a low voice. He patted his storage pouch and took out a few fireball talismans. Xiao Hua and the others also took out yellow talismans and carefully followed Li Xiaowen into the valley entrance. Everyone flew in the air, their shadows were cast on the ground by the moon, rapidly streaking forward. Below everyone, countless craggy mountain rocks were covered in a layer of ice. They were like motionless monsters. Everyone's shadows were cast over. Between movement and stillness, it appeared very strange. However, just as everyone entered the valley, the 6 people's shadows shuttled back and forth between 2 blankly standing rocks in the valley. Those rocks actually faintly moved. Immediately afterwards, the 2 rocks actually stood up and slowly turned in the direction of the 6 people in the distance. Once Xiao Hua and the others gradually disappeared into the darkness, a soft voice echoed, "Huh? This? Which sect's disciples are they?" Senior Marshal Brother. They flew over too suddenly. Little brother didn't expect that there would be people passing through the southern color plains on a full moon night. Therefore, I simply didn't see clearly. I also don't know which sect's disciples these cultivators are from. They shouldn't be disciples of some large sect. The voice from before muttered to itself. Even my spirit husbandry sect knows that the ice worms will act strangely on a full moon night. If it wasn't for some special reason, you and I definitely wouldn't have come to the southern color plains. The 6 of them actually came together. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Perhaps they are loose cultivators? Another voice probed. Little brother, the cultivation of the last 2 people doesn't seem to be hive. Hee, who cares if they are loose cultivators or not? Even if they are from Xuanyan school or Qiqiao sect, so what? Since they dared to come to the southern color plains on a full moon night, even if they die without a burial ground, who can they blame? Besides, we were thinking hard about how to lure that thing out and they actually came knocking on our door. This is the best bait that the heavens have given us. That's right. Junior Marshal Brother, let's go take a look. As they spoke, the 2 stones flashed and turned into 2 short and fat young men. The 2 young men clapped their hands and took out flying talismans from the storage pouches on their waists. Using their magic power, they flew into the air. Looking at their flying speed, they were more than twice as fast as Li Xiaowen and the others. They should be cultivators around the 7th layer of qi refining. Xiao Hua and the others didn't pay attention to what was happening behind them. They only focused on the movements in the valley. At this time, the valley was very quiet. Not a sound could be heard. Even the chirping of insects at night could not be heard. It was terrifyingly quiet. As soon as they entered the valley, the stone walls on both sides blocked the moonlight. Occasionally, some low gaps would reveal some moonlight. Only then could they see some light. The rest of the place was pitch black. Xiaohua didn't dare to utter a word. Holding his breath, he relied on his senses to follow behind Fan Daomao. The shadows of the surrounding tall mountains were like monsters with their mouths wide open. They could suppress Xiaohua with their dark aura alone. After flying for nearly the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua and the others turned around a mountain ridge. The scenery in front of them changed again. It was no longer oppressive darkness, but a silver, flat ground. Calling it flat ground was inappropriate. The flat ground was quite high. It wasn't a common flat ground. Instead, it was a series of hills connected together, forming a large plateau. Southern Kaiping. When Xiao Hua saw the plateau, the name of the plateau appeared in his mind. When he carefully looked again, it was indeed true. Even though the plateau was completely covered in silver light and transparent ice, there were still lush green spirit grasses growing on the plateau. They were extremely lush, as if they didn't fear the cold of the southern Kaiping. When Li Xiaowen saw the southern Kai Ping, his eyes also revealed joy. However, he didn't dare to lower his guard at all. The closer he got to the southern Kai Ping, the slower he slowed down. At the same time, he also paid attention to the movements in his surroundings. However, the surroundings were still deathly quiet. Even when Xiao Hua and the others landed on the southern Kai Ping, they didn't notice anything unusual. Okay, fellow Taoists, we have successfully arrived at the southern Kai Ping. Fellow Taoists, take a look at your storage pouches. Which one of them can be opened? Li Xiaowen concealed his joy and whispered. I's silk pouch has changed. The one who spoke was the fat Fan Daomao. As he spoke, Fan Daomao took out his silk pouch from his storage pouch. Sure enough, Fan Daomao's silk pouch was already faintly emitting a light. Following the absorption of the cold and frost energy, the silk pouch's light became increasingly brighter. Chapter 1353. Fellow Taoist fan, hurry up and put the silk pouch into your storage pouch. Don't let the light startle the ice worm. Li Xiaowen urged with a frown. Yes, I was careless. When Fan Daomao heard this, he was shocked and hurriedly put the silk pouch into his storage bag. However, the silk pouch was very strange. Once it was put into his storage bag, it lost the cold spiritual energy of Nan Kai Ping and immediately became dim. It returned to its previous state of being unable to be opened. This won't do. Fellow Taoist Li. Once the silk pouch is put into the storage pouch, it will lose its light. Fan Daomao bitterly smiled and took out the silk pouch that had lost its light. As soon as it appeared, it immediately gathered the surrounding spiritual energy. Strange. Li Xiaowen's brows furrowed even tighter than before. He curiously asked, when did my heaven-forsaken sect have such a wondrous refining technique? It can't be that fellow Taoist Qing custom-made silk pouch from Qiqiao sect, right? Li Xiaowen didn't know, and the others were even more clueless. Xiao Hua looked at the silk pouch with interest and couldn't help but think of a suitable rogue cultivator and a suitable Taoist robe. The silk pouch in Fan Daomao's hand grew brighter and brighter until it gradually became the size of a fist, like a budding flower bud. Sure enough, a moment later, the flower bud really bloomed. When the flower bud completely opened, a familiar voice softly said, Fellow Taoists, this trip is very important, so I had no choice but to do this. Please forgive me. The next place you need to go is Yulian Mountains. Fellow Taoists, please be careful. Xiao Hua understood that the voice belonged to Qing Fengmin. Yulian Mountains? He bitterly smiled in his heart. This name was the same as Nan Kai Ping. He had never heard of it before. However, Xiao Hua slightly tilted his head and looked at Fu Shu beside him. Fu Shu's brows were tightly knitted, and now they were locked. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yulian Mountains is even more dangerous than Nan Kai Ping? However, they all say that Nan Kai Ping is more dangerous, but from the looks of it, it's not that dangerous. As long as we pass through it at night, we just have to be careful. Xiao Hua thought to himself. But just as he was cursing in his heart, a weak voice, like the surging tide on the surface of the water, was transmitted over. What is this? Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment, then looked at Fan Daomao's hand. The brilliance had already dissipated, and an ordinary-looking silk pouch was left in his hand. Fan Daomao was also somewhat stunned as he looked towards the source of the sound. The voice came from a mountain peak far to the left of Xiao Hua. The mountain peak was very bright under the moonlight, like a bright sword piercing the night sky. On the almost brightly lit peak, something brighter than an ice cube gradually flew closer and gradually enlarged. In just a few breaths of time, that thing had enlarged several times. Xiao Hua could already clearly see that it wasn't something, but rather tiny flying insects. Those flying insects were very snow-white and shone brightly under the moonlight. Iceworm? Xiao Hua almost moaned out loud. Iceworm? Li Xiaowen still didn't seem to be able to see clearly. When he heard Xiao Hua call out, he was also greatly alarmed. He turned his head and asked, Fellow Taoist Xiao, have you seen an iceworm before? Xiao Hua stared blankly, then pointed his finger and said, Fellow Taoist Li, those snow-white flying insects. Could it be that they aren't iceworms? When Li Xiaowen turned his head again, he could already see clearly. Li Xiaowen's complexion greatly changed as he anxiously said, "They really are ice worms." Soon after he looked left and right in panic, then pointed his finger and said, "Fellow Taoists, quickly, fly over there." At this moment, how could everyone still have the time to hesitate? Naturally, they didn't care about order and swarmed towards the direction Li Xiaowen pointed out. Xiaohua naturally chased after them, but before he flew away, he turned his head to take a look. Those ice worms were flying very quickly. In just a short while, they had already gotten a lot closer. That small thing just now become a flying insect swarm about 10 zhong wide. In that swarm of ice worms, each ice worm was about the size of a fingernail. Their specific appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but looking at the size of this swarm of ice worms, perhaps there were hundreds or thousands of them. Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine. He urged the flying talisman to quickly fly away, but the moment he flew away, his eyes unexpectedly discovered that there were several different things in front of the swarm of ice worms. What are those? They look several times bigger than ice worms, and their color is also red. They don't seem to be ice worms. Xiaohua could only wonder. How could he think about it in detail? Fellow Taoists, quickly take out the weak water talisman and protect yourselves. This way, the ice worms won't be able to discover us. Li Xiaowen whispered. This was also what everyone had discussed last night. The weak water talisman could create a water-based defense around the body. Combined with the cold of the southern Kaiping, it could block the heat of the flesh and blood, not attracting the attention of the ice worms. The direction that Li Xiaowen pointed to was a pitch-black place. When everyone got closer, they discovered that there were some protruding ice thorns. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. Each of them found a secret place to hide behind the ice thorns. Xiaohua arrived a little late. When he looked around again, there was already no place to hide. Xiaohua had no choice but to look around. On the upper left side of the ice thorns, there was a protruding platform that was faintly blocked. Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate and quickly flew over. When Xiaohua landed on the platform, he immediately used the weak water talisman. The thin brilliance absorbed the unique cold of the southern Kaiping, causing Xiaohua's body to feel cold. The platform was only 3 qi in size. In front of it was a protrusion that was half the height of a person. It seemed to be an icicle or a stone. Xiaohua half-crouched behind the protrusion, revealing half of his head and carefully looking at the ice worms. In this moment, the ice worms had already arrived at the place where Xiaohua and the others were. The surrounding temperature had also dropped a lot because of the ice worms' appearance. The ice worms didn't discover Xiaohua and the others. They still flew in their original direction, towards the place where Xiaohua and the others entered the valley. And fortunately, we weren't discovered. These hundreds and thousands of ice worms swarming and pouncing on a person's body are not meant to freeze a person into a popsicle. Even with the fireball talisman, I'm afraid it won't be easy to drive them away. Xiaohua secretly said that he was lucky. He thought that when the ice worms flew far away, he would quickly leave with Li Xiaowen and the others. Just as Xiaohua, no, even Li Xiaowen and the others heaved a sigh of relief, a sharp chirp suddenly came from below the valley. Following that sound, several red things in front of the ice worms suddenly turned around and flew towards the ice spikes where Li Xiaowen and the others were. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned when he saw this. However, the place where the sound came from was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. It was impossible for him to know where the sound came from. Is it other cultivators? Or other demonic beasts? Xiaohua only had time to think this. Those ice worms had already flown in front of the ice spikes where Li Xiaowen and the others were. Let's go! Li Xiaowen shouted. The 5 of them flew up and scattered into the air. At first, the ice worms didn't seem to notice Li Xiaowen and the others, but when Li Xiaowen and the others flew into the air, the ice worms swayed like ripples in water. Soon after, they divided into several groups. Except for a group that chased after the red things in front, the rest chased after Li Xiaowen and the others. Xiaohua hid behind a block of ice and peeked clearly. Those red things in front of him weren't ice worms, but a kind of flying insect that was about the size of a fist. Its entire body was fiery red, and it had a red and black eye on its head. 2 pointed, small triangular ears were erected on both sides of its eyes. The edges of its flapping wings were connected to its body by a thin membrane. It looked a bit like a bat, but it was also very far from a bat. The ice worms behind them looked like snow. They didn't have any eyes, only 6 or 7 antennae extended from their heads, swaying slightly in the air. The ice worms had a pair of wings on both sides. When they flapped, they made a slight, strange sound. Li Xiaowen and the others' reaction couldn't be said to be fast, but the ice worms were even faster. Fu Shu, who was at the back, flew about 10 feet before the ice worms behind him caught up. Those ice worms were also special. They were originally a bit faster than Fu Shu, but when they closed in, their speed suddenly increased by more than 2 times. They crashed into Fu Shu like a stone crashing into a rock. The force wasn't very strong, but when the ice worms crashed into the light of the weak water talisman on Fu Shu's body, they immediately turned into something like a snowflake. The strange thing was, when the light of the weak water talisman touched that thing, a large area around it immediately turned white and gradually turned into ice. Fu Shu was shocked. He finally knew why cultivators were so afraid of these ice worms. This was just one ice worm. If hundreds of ice worms were to crash together, who would be able to withstand it? Without hesitation, Fu Shu slapped his hand and took out a fireball talisman from his storage bag. He activated his transcendence energy and threw it behind him without looking. A fireball flew out from his hand and smashed into the swarm of ice worms. With a soft boom, the fireball exploded. The flames scattered in all directions, creating a bowl-sized gap in the swarm of ice worms behind him. However, this gap only lasted for a moment. Only a few ice worms disappeared in the flames. The rest of the ice worms surged and chased after Fu Shu. At this moment, how could Fu Shu have any misgivings about others? He slapped his waist and took out a stack of yellow talismans from his storage bag. As he activated the flying talisman to fly into the distance, he threw out the fireball talismans one by one. Following Fu Shu's first fireball talisman, Li Xiaowen, Yongshang and the others' fireball talismans also began to explode one after another. The entire southern Kai Ping was abnormally lively. Xiao Hua hid behind a block of ice and quietly watched all of this without moving. From the current situation, his hiding place should still be safe. He hadn't been discovered by the ice worms yet. If he could continue to hide and wait for everyone to lure the ice worms away, he would be very happy. But, at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly felt a scorching aura coming from the top of his head. Chapter 1354. Xiao Hua's heart was restless. He wanted to hide behind a block of ice to avoid the ice worm's attack, but he suddenly felt a scorching aura above his head. When he raised his head to look, he couldn't help but be shocked. One of the red flying insects in front of the ice worm had unknowingly flown above his head. The red flying insect's black and red eyes were staring straight at Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua couldn't look directly at it like a human, he knew that the flying insect had already discovered him. Immediately after, a buzzing sound entered Xiao Hua's ears. When he turned his head to look, a group of ice worms were flying towards the depression he was in. Xiao Hua suddenly realized that the scorching heat emitted by the unknown flying insect must have attracted the ice worms. But, were these unknown flying insects also ice worms? He didn't seem to have heard Li Xiaowen mention them. Xiao Hua thought in his heart, but he didn't dare to be negligent. Just now, he had already seen the strange state of the ice worms when they collided with Fu Shu's body. Moreover, Li Xiaowen and the other fourth-layer qi refining cultivators were very afraid, so he didn't dare to let the ice worms get close to him. Xiao Hua's eyes swept over and he urged his transcendence energy. His figure quickly flew to the side. At this time, he didn't dare to hold back. His flying speed was several times faster than an 11th-layer qi refining cultivator. Xiao Hua didn't move, but the moment he moved, he was immediately discovered by the ice worms. A portion of the ice worms that were originally flying towards the red flying insect also split up and chased after Xiao Hua. However, this was only a matter of a moment. Just as Xiao Hua flew away, the red flying insect above his head unexpectedly didn't plan on letting him go. It also flapped its membrane-like wings and flew out after Xiao Hua's figure. Its speed was unexpectedly not slower than Xiao Hua's, and just as the ice worms split up a bit, they immediately merged back into one and chased after Xiao Hua. As Xiao Hua flew into the valley, he stole glances behind him. He had already seen the situation of the ice worm and the red flying insect. He was slightly alarmed. He had always been confident in his flying speed, but he didn't expect the ice worm and the unknown flying insect to be no slower than him. Looking into the distance, Fu Shu, Fan Daomao, and company were in an even worse state. They kept casting fireball charms in their hands, hoping to use fireballs to block the iceworm's attack. This is bad. Although such a large movement can block the iceworms behind it, and even exterminate some of them, but there can't be only so few iceworms in the southern color plains, right? If they attracted a large wave of iceworms, how could they pass through this valley? If I were to escape with them, I'm afraid it would be even more dangerous, right? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. He originally wanted to fly to the side of the crowd, but his figure unconsciously stopped. Pa! An iceworm flying at the front bumped into the brilliance of Xiaohua's weak water talisman. Just like what Xiaohua saw a moment ago, the brilliance immediately turned into ice. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He quickly turned and flew in another direction. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and touched the ice on his body. That ice was different from ordinary ice. It was extremely cold to the touch. Moreover, it was hard, almost as hard as a rock. Xiaohua frowned. He exerted strength in his hand, wanting to crush that ice. However, that ice was slippery and unexpectedly didn't have any effect. Xiaohua pinched it a few times, but it didn't have any effect. In a hurry, Xiaohua took out the magic spear tip from his space without hesitation. He didn't dare to use the spear tip to face himself. Instead, he used the back of the spear tip and used all his strength to hit the ice. Gotcha! The ice was shattered. However, it wasn't only the ice that was shattered. The layer of weak water talisman on Xiaohua's body flickered a few times and was also broken at the same time. Xiaohua was somewhat depressed. He thought, if I used the weak water talisman to protect my body, I would be turned into ice after being hit by the iceworm. However, if I didn't protect my body, wouldn't my body be frozen into ice after being hit? Should I try the iron cloak talisman? While thinking, he patted his storage pouch and took out another iron cloak talisman. However, he still didn't dare to stop. He flew while thinking. Fortunately, his flying speed was fast enough. Although the iceworm and the unknown flying insect were following closely behind him, Xiaohua's vigilant shuttling back and forth and constantly changing directions made him seem to be somewhat at ease. He was in a much better situation than Fu Shu and the others. Pa! Another sound rang out. An iceworm took advantage of the moment when Xiaohua was turning and hit him. As Xiaohua expected, the iron cloak talisman also couldn't stop the iceworm. At the place where the iceworm hit, the brilliance also turned into ice. And I understand. As long as it's spiritual chi of heaven and earth, no matter what attribute it is, as long as the iceworm hits it, it will turn into ice. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth will also turn into ice. Xiaohua was slightly alarmed. He knew that all the defensive yellow talismans in his storage pouch wouldn't be of much use. Perhaps only the fireball talisman would be useful. However, just as Xiaohua was about to take out the fireball talisman, he discovered another strange thing. That unknown red flying insect was flying extremely fast, even faster than Xiaohua by a bit. However, this red flying insect only followed behind Xiaohua and didn't crash into Xiaohua's body. Instead, it was the ice insect that was slower than the red flying insect that was scrambling to catch up to Xiaohua, looking for an opportunity to crash into Xiaohua's body. Why is that? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that this flying insect is the iceworm's commander? Doesn't it do its own work? While thinking, Xiaohua's mind turned. He changed the fireball talisman in his hand to a confinement talisman. He used his magic power to cover the red flying insect. The red flying insect was also very alert. Without waiting for the confinement talisman to get close, it immediately flew downwards and dodged it in the blink of an eye. On the contrary, the iceworms behind it couldn't dodge in time and were trapped by the confinement talisman. What made Xiaohua even more surprised was that when the iceworms were hit by the confinement talisman, their wings stopped moving. Their antennae also stopped moving. Then, like ice grains, they fell straight down. Little thing. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Xiaohua used the corner of his eye to glance at the red flying insect that had just dodged his confinement talisman and was following behind him again. His heart became ruthless. With a shake of his hand, he took out 4 to 5 confinement talismans from the space. His body suddenly flew up. The red flying insect also paused for a moment before flying up as well. At this moment, Xiaohua shook his hand and several confinement talismans flew out, trapping the red flying insect from all directions. The red flying insect rushed left and right, but in the end, it couldn't dodge Xiaohua's confinement talismans. With a flash of light, the red flying insect was actually hit by several confinement talismans. Its wings struggled a few times, and just like the iceworm just now, it directly fell from the sky. Haha! Xueqi was overjoyed when he saw this. He increased his speed and flew forward. Sure enough, when the red flying insect fell, a portion of the iceworms that were chasing after Xueqi immediately separated and chased after the red flying insect. Why does it feel a little strange? After Xueqi finished laughing, a trace of suspicion appeared in his heart. However, before he could think about it carefully, a sharp and urgent sound came from the distant valley. That sound was both loud and urgent, as if it wanted to pierce his ears. Following the sound, the several red flying insects that had scattered in all directions just now, as if they had received some kind of order, all changed directions, and chased after Xueqi. This was serious. Of the large group of iceworms that appeared just now, about 40% went out to chase after Li Xiaowen and the others. The remaining 60% followed behind the red flying insects. Now that the red flying insects were chasing after Xueqi, wouldn't that mean that 60% of the iceworms were also chasing after him? Moreover, other than the group of iceworms that was chasing after Xueqi, the other red flying insects were actually blocking Xueqi from different directions. Are you kidding me? Xueqi was a little dumbfounded. He had originally planned to let Li Xiaowen and the others lead the iceworms away. Who would have thought that in the end, he would actually be the one to lead so many iceworms away? Xueqi whistled, and a trace of excitement appeared in his nervous heart. Xueqi's figure could be seen flying back and forth amidst the encirclement of many red flying insects. At the beginning, Xueqi was still a little unfamiliar with it. After being hit by several iceworms, a large piece of the iron cloak talisman was turned into ice. However, Xueqi was not in a hurry. He did not immediately take out the spear tip. He wanted to wait until the ice had reached a certain degree before breaking it. Just like this, Xueqi flew in a different direction from the others. He gradually approached the bottom of the valley, and this kind of flying made Xueqi more and more proficient, more and more comfortable, more and more at ease. What's with that sound just now? How did it come out? It seems to be able to control the red flying insects. Could it be that I was wrong? Once Xueqi was free, his thoughts turned rapidly. He began to think about that inexplicable sound. It seems, the first time I was discovered by the iceworms, there was also this kind of sound. Moreover, if it wasn't for that sound, Li Xiaowen and the others might not have been discovered. After thinking for a moment, Xueqi began to pay attention to the pitch-black bottom of the valley. However, the bottom of the valley was very deep. At night, it was impossible to see clearly. Xueqi's cultivation was insufficient, so he did not dare to go down. He could only be cautious. At the same time, Xueqi secretly took out a pile of fireball talismans and confinement talismans from the space. He placed the fireball talisman in his left hand, and held the confinement talisman in his right hand. Just like before, after flying for a while, he saw that he was free. With a shake of his hand, several confinement talismans were thrown out. Those red flying insects were admittedly agile, but after all, they could not compare to humans. After doing this several times, there would always be one flying insect that was hit by the confinement talisman and fell from the sky. When the flying insect fell, it also took some iceworms with it. Just after Xueqi hit 3 more red flying insects, finally, from below Xueqi, a furious voice sounded. Where did this wild cultivator come from? You actually dare to hurt my fire mushroom insect. Xueqi was overjoyed when he heard this. He shouted, "This young master has been waiting for you. You actually dared to plot against this young master. I'll let you see how powerful this young master is." As he spoke, he did not even look. With a shake of his left hand, more than 10 fireball talismans were activated by magic power. Like hailstones, they shot towards the source of the voice. Chapter 1355. Rumble. With a burst of chaotic sounds, more than 10 fireball talismans exploded under Xueqi's body, creating a field of fire. The swarm of iceworms was attracted by the flames of the fireball talismans. Unexpectedly, most of the iceworms abandoned Xueqi and flew towards the bottom of the valley. Xueqi took the opportunity to fly away for a moment. With a wave of his hand, he threw out several confinement talismans, imprisoning the last few so-called firebugs. One by one, the firebugs fell to the bottom of the valley. Then, in a spurt of energy, Xueqi threw out several fireball talismans, surrounding the few remaining iceworms. Rumble! With a few explosions, many of them were eliminated. Xueqi had caused such a big commotion, so it naturally attracted the attention of Fu Shu and the others. When they saw the flames around Xueqi, they all had the same thought as Xueqi. They urged their magic power and activated their flight talismans. While using fireball talismans and other fire attribute yellow talismans to expel the iceworms, they also tried their best to fly out of the valley. They thought that the further away they were from this place, the safer it would be. Xueqi coldly looked at the bottom of the valley. He took out a flight talisman from his space and stuck it on his body. Just as he was about to activate it, a black shadow flew out from the bottom of the valley with a whoosh. Its body was still emitting some flames and black smoke. When the black shadow flew close to Xueqi could clearly see that it was a cultivator around the 7th level of qi refining. He had a short and stout figure. Originally, he was wearing a neat and tidy Taoist robe, but at this moment, a lot of it had been damaged by the fire. His face was originally plump and his eyebrows were also thick. At this moment, one of his eyebrows was gone, and the other half was still intact. That cultivator stopped in the air and didn't answer. He patted the storage pouch on his waist and took out several yellow talismans. He stuck them on his body, and several water blue lights flashed. Only then did the flickering flames barely extinguish. Looking at the cultivator whose hair was burned, Xueqi almost wanted to hold his stomach and laugh out loud. Forcefully holding back his laughter, Xueqi coldly said, "Who is fellow Taoist? You actually drove the iceworms to attack I?" "Humph." The cultivator coldly snorted and slapped his hand. It was the other black pouch on his waist. A pigeon-shaped object flew out from the pouch. The pigeon-shaped object flew in the air and gently circled. The cultivator let out a strange sound from his mouth. It was different from before. When the pigeon-shaped object heard the sound, it flapped its wings twice. A strange light flashed through its eyes. Xueqi immediately felt like he was being watched. "What is this?" Xueqi looked at the pigeon and then looked at the black pouch on the cultivator's waist. He was quite puzzled. The pigeon glanced at Xueqi, flapped its wings, and flew over like lightning. Xueqi was shocked. He didn't understand what this pigeon was, but since it dared to fly over, it naturally had some tricks up its sleeve. He didn't have any countermeasures, so he clapped his hands and took out several confinement talismans, throwing them at the pigeon. Unexpectedly, the pigeon was very agile. Not only did it not retreat, it actually shuttled back and forth within the range of the confinement talismans, dodging all the yellow talismans. Good heavens, it's so powerful? Xueqi was somewhat flabbergasted. He didn't have time to take out any yellow talismans from his storage pouch or space. His figure flashed and flew towards the bottom of the valley where the fireball talisman exploded. Needless to say, the pigeon was also closely chasing behind him. Moreover, the pigeon's speed was clearly faster than Xueqi's. It caught up to Xueqi in a few breaths of time. Then, without waiting for Xueqi to turn around, the pigeon crashed into Xueqi's back with a bang. The ice that was frozen by the iceworms was immediately shattered by the pigeon's crash. Xueqi also felt a huge force on his back, and his figure unconsciously swayed. This pigeon actually used its body to attack. Xueqi only now realized. Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. He used another iron cloak talisman on his body, and his figure continued to fly downwards. When he was about to reach the bottom of the valley, the iceworms at the place where the fireball talisman exploded had already collided with the non-existent fireballs. With Xueqi's appearance, the iceworms had a new target. They spread their wings and rushed towards Xueqi. Seeing this, Xueqi knew that he had achieved his goal. He didn't stop and turned around, flying towards the sky again. At the same time, Xueqi waved his hand and took out the devil's spear point from the space. He secretly held it and rushed towards the pigeon. Xueqi flew fast, but the pigeon flew even faster. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Xueqi's eyes narrowed. He looked at where the pigeon came from and thrust his spear forward. Poof! The pigeon that was as fast as lightning stopped in front of Xueqi's hand. The devil's spear point in Xueqi's hand pierced the pigeon's hard as stone head. As soon as the devil's spear point entered the pigeon's head, a thin black thread immediately sprayed out from the devil's spear point. It quickly circled around the pigeon's body and then retracted back into the devil's spear point. That ferocious pigeon from a moment ago was no longer breathing. Fei Qing, on top of Xiaohua's head, the short and fat cultivator who had been coldly watching Xiaohua's actions all this time suddenly paled. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he cried out in grief. Humph! When Xiaohua heard this, he shook his hand. That so-called Fei Qing's corpse fell from the sky and fell to the bottom of the valley where the faint light of the flames flickered. It disappeared without a trace. Urgently, Xiaohua didn't seem to give that cultivator any time to react. He shook his hand again and a dozen fireball talismans flew out. Xiaohua could casually refine these things since he had a lot of them in the space. He wasn't stingy at all. Admittedly, Xiaohua didn't have divine sense and couldn't control the fireball talismans very well. However, the fireball talismans won in terms of quantity. In an instant, they enveloped the cultivator's surroundings. The short and fat cultivator clearly didn't expect Xiaohua to be able to take out so many high-grade fireball talismans. A trace of panic appeared on his deathly pale face. At the same time his figure rapidly flew back, he also took out all kinds of yellow talismans. In a flurry, he used them on his body to block the incoming fireballs. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out with a world-shaking momentum. Although the southern color plane was extremely cold and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth wasn't much, the fireball talismans Xiaohua refined were still very powerful. They blasted that 7th-layer chi refining cultivator until he could only retreat without any ability to counterattack. When Xiaohua saw this, he sneered. He looked at the ice worms under his feet that were already swarming towards the fireball talismans. His figure flashed and circled around that cultivator, preparing to chase after Li Xiaowen and the others who were already out of sight. As soon as Xiaohua flew away, the short and fat cultivator was in a miserable state. He had just been blasted back several meters by the exploding fireball talismans. When he stabilized his body, the already tattered Taoist robe on his body became even more tattered. Before he could take out a new Taoist robe from his storage pouch, a large group of ice worms swarmed over from the bottom of the valley. Peh! The short and fat cultivator fiercely spat out a mouthful of saliva. His figure quickly flew towards the nearest stone wall. The ice worms naturally followed closely behind. Xiaohua flew along the other side of the stone wall while carefully observing. When the short and fat cultivator landed on a protruding part of the stone wall, something happened that made Xiaohua flabbergasted. He saw that cultivator pat his storage pouch and take out a palm-sized triangle. Soon after, he quickly took out a yellow talisman and stuck it on his hand. He used his hand to point at the triangular object. An earthy yellow brilliance rushed out from the triangle and directly covered the cultivator's body. Suddenly, a layer of rock-like things appeared around the cultivator's body. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator was completely covered. That cultivator actually turned into a rock. The swarm of ice worms flew to the side of the rock and circled around a few times. They didn't stop and flew towards Xiaohua's direction. Magic tool! When Xiaohua saw this, he sighed in his heart and almost cried out in alarm. He didn't quite understand. It was said that this magic tool could only be used after one had divine sense. This short and fat cultivator's cultivation was only around the 7th layer of chi refining. How could he use a magic tool? Moreover, what was that pitch-black pouch on the cultivator's waist? What Fei Qing could actually fly out from it? Seeing that the ice worms were flying towards him, Xiaohua wasn't too nervous. His flying speed was about the same as the ice worms. As long as he threw out a fireball talisman, it would naturally attract the ice worms to one side and he would be able to calmly escape. But when Xiaohua's heart relaxed a little, his gaze swept past the stone wall beside him. There was also a protrusion there, and there was also a piece of rock on top of the protrusion. It can't be someone who was with that cultivator, right? Just as this thought arose in Xiaohua's heart, the rock suddenly moved. A cultivator who looked similar to the short and fat cultivator from before appeared from the cover. Without saying anything, he threw a yellow talisman at Xiaohua's face. That talisman was the commonly seen confinement talisman. After it hit Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua's entire body was tightly confined and he couldn't move in the slightest. Just like the ice worms from before, he fell straight to the bottom of the valley. If he fell from such a high height, he would definitely end up in a bloody mess. There was no other possibility. Therefore, after the cultivator threw out the confinement talisman and saw Xiaohua fall, he didn't chase after him. He glanced at the ice worms that were already flying close and crouched down. Using some unknown method, his entire body turned into a rock, looking exactly like the cultivator in front of him. However, just as that cultivator turned into a rock, a figure suddenly flew out from under the stone wall. With lightning speed, he stretched out his hand and a jet-black brilliance followed that person's hand and quietly pierced into the rock. Ah! A blood-curdling scream sounded from the rock. The entire rock gradually transformed into a short and fat cultivator. That cultivator lowered his head and looked at the black spear point in his chest in disbelief. That spear point had already pierced deeply into his chest, but there wasn't a trace of blood around the spear point. Soon after, that cultivator's gaze fell on Xueqi, who had broken free from the confinement talisman and immediately flew up the stone wall to attack him. Chapter 1356. That cultivator really couldn't figure out how this rogue cultivator, who was only at the second level of chi condensation, managed to break free from the confinement talisman. Even more so, he couldn't believe that the spear tip in this rogue cultivator's hand actually possessed unparalleled strength. Not only did it penetrate his defense, it even shattered the restriction on his Taoist robe, causing him, a 7th level chi condensation cultivator, to unexpectedly die in the hands of a rogue cultivator at the 2nd level of chi condensation. The devil spear pierced the cultivator's chest. Similarly, a black thread flashed by, extinguishing the cultivator's life force. Immediately after, without waiting for Xueqi to withdraw his hand, a series of pop-pop-pop sounds rang out. The ice worms flying at the front had already collided with Xueqi's body. On Xueqi's back, the brilliance of the weak water talisman gradually solidified. Immediately after, pop-pop-pop-pop sounds rang out continuously. It seemed that in just a split second, Xueqi's back had turned into a block of ice. Turning his head to look at the hundreds and thousands of ice worms, Xueqi's heart gave birth to a burst of panic. That panic was like a gale, completely expelling the joy of killing the enemy. Only a single word, as firm as a boulder, remained in his heart: run. Only now did Xueqi understand why the cultivators of the country of Xi were so afraid of the southern calling, and why they only dared to pass through at night. Just now, hundreds and thousands of ice worms were already enough to make Xueqi, whose flying speed was close to the 11th level of chi condensation, flustered. If the number was even greater, wouldn't it be strange if he wasn't turned into an icicle by the ice worms? Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. While rapidly chasing after Li Xiaowen and the others, he held the devil's spear tip in his hand and struck his own back with it. With a crash, the spear tip smashed the block of ice, and the iron cloak talisman was also broken. Immediately after, Xueqi stored the devil's spear tip into his space and applied an iron cloak talisman to himself. While Xueqi was running for his life, he didn't forget to look at the cultivator who had just transformed into a rock. As Xueqi expected, the short and fat cultivator who had just turned into a rock had already heard his junior brother's screams and came out of the rock. At this moment, he was looking at Xueqi with a sinister expression. However, there were many ice worms between Xueqi and the cultivator, causing the cultivator to hesitate. When Xueqi saw that the two of them were wearing the same clothes and their faces were also the same, he already knew he had a great enmity with this person. Moreover, this person was a 7th layer aura refining cultivator. Compared to him, the difference between them was really too great. If he didn't run now, when would he? Thus, Xueqi urged his magic power and poured it all into the flying talisman. His whole body was like the wind, flying forward at extreme speed. Behind him, thousands of ice worms also surged and chased after him. When the cultivator saw Xueqi fly away, a trace of amazement appeared on his face. However, in an instant, it turned into a sneer. Because he had returned to his original form, more than 10 ice worms had turned around to look for him. The cultivator didn't panic. He clenched his teeth, slapped his storage pouch, and took out a somewhat strange yellow talisman. The yellow talisman's color was somewhat faint, and the talisman's runes were already somewhat indistinct. However, when the cultivator held it in his hand, he slightly urged his magic power and actually drew in a large amount of the surrounding spiritual energy. When the yellow talisman turned into an orange brilliance, the cultivator placed his hand on his shoulder. The brilliance of the yellow talisman flashed and disappeared in a flash, repeatedly rippling around the cultivator's body. The brilliance of the yellow talisman was stable, and a layer of earthy yellow, like a Taoist robe, appeared around the cultivator's body. This earthy yellow film was also very strange. As soon as it appeared, The dozen ice worms seemed to have lost track of the cultivator and stopped about 1 zhang in front of him. Then, the dozen ice worms slightly circled around, spread their wings, and flew away. Seeing the ice worm fly away, the cultivator's face didn't show any joy or anger. He flew up and flew towards the opposite stone wall. At this moment, there was only the corpse of the cultivator killed by Xiao Hua's surprise attack. Because the corpse had just died, it was still warm. Most of its body had already been turned into ice by the ice worm. The short and fat cultivator looked around and his gaze fell on the corpse's waist. There were also 2 different bags of holding there. Fortunately, only a small portion of the 2 bags of holding were sealed in ice. The cultivator didn't hesitate to take the bag of holding and put it on his waist. Then he took out a dark red triangular talisman and activated it with his magic power. The talisman turned into a drop of blood. The cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the talisman. The talisman lit up like a torch and the light suddenly increased. The cultivator's expression was a bit hesitant, but when his gaze fell on the corpse under his feet, the hesitation disappeared. The cultivator clenched his teeth and hit the light on his chest. When the light entered his chest, the cultivator's face became inexplicably red. Then, the cultivator slapped his bag of holding and took out a shuttle-shaped object. He threw it into the air and formed a strange seal with his hand. The cultivator's face became even redder and the shuttle-shaped object turned into a shuttle. The short and stout cultivator extended his hand and tossed the corpse on the ground onto the shuttle. He himself also leapt onto the shuttle. Immediately after, under the urging of the cultivator's magic power, the shuttle rapidly chased after Xiao Hua. Its speed was actually a fraction faster than Xiao Hua's. Xiao Hua gathered his magic power and flew out of the valley. His speed was originally a bit faster than the ice worms. Now that he was desperately escaping, he left behind a lot of ice worms. However, after flying for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he still hadn't reached the end of the valley. Instead, 2 different valleys appeared in front of him, each leading to a different place. This is bad. Xiao Hua's heart was beating fast. With the speed of Li Xiaowen and the others, they must have just passed by. But, if he couldn't find the right direction, wouldn't he be going in the opposite direction? However, this wasn't the time for Xiao Hua to hesitate. The entrances of the 2 valleys were the same. He couldn't distinguish anything. Xiao Hua only had a thought and flew to the left. Xiao Hua followed the ice worms behind him and just entered the valley on the left. The short and fat cultivator's shuttle caught up. The cultivator seemed to be very familiar with the south color plane. Seeing Xiao Hua enter the valley on the left, his dark red face showed a trace of pleasant surprise. However, after the pleasant surprise, he slightly frowned, as if he was afraid of something. The shuttle under his feet also stopped. The short and fat cultivator's face was gloomy. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't dare to chase into the valley. It seemed like he was making a decision. The cultivator stood in the air like this for no less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. When the cultivator's eyebrows relaxed and he was about to take the next step, a series of rumbling sounds came from the valley on the left. Behind the rumbling sounds, there was an even louder sound of tides and waves crashing against the shore. The short and fat cultivator's face showed panic. Just as he was about to urge the shuttle to turn around, another unforgettable figure came out from the valley. Without hesitation, the cultivator slapped his storage bag and took out the triangular magic tool from before. He pointed his finger and a yellow light flew into the air. It turned into a ring and flew towards the figure. As for Xiao Hua, he flew into the valley on the left. As soon as he entered, he felt that the valley was a bit colder than outside. His eyebrows and hair quickly formed some white ice flowers. Could it be that I went the wrong way? Xiao Hua was a bit apprehensive. He raised his head and looked around. This valley was the same as the south color plane. The walls were covered in a layer of ice. Occasionally, there would be some white flowers on the ice as well as some strange-looking spirit herbs. At this time, the full moon had already set and the moonlight was dim. Everything in the valley was deathly pale. After flying for a while, the stone walls gradually changed. Many holes appeared. These holes were densely packed and filled the entire stone wall. It looked like the entire stone wall was turning black. Wrong. This is definitely wrong. Xiao Hua was a bit alarmed. If this valley was right, I should have caught up with Li Xiaowen and the others. Since I haven't caught up with them, it must be wrong. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua wanted to turn around and go back. However, there were still thousands of ice worms chasing him. Xiaohua had no choice but to dive down and try to go around these ice worms. Just as he flew down about 10 feet, an extremely cold and weak divine sense swept over from below him. A Foundation establishment cultivator? Xiaohua was shocked. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. This divine sense was extremely stiff and emotionless. When it swept over him, it was like a block of ice. Could it be? Xiaohua didn't dare to think further. At the same time, he didn't dare to fly down anymore. Looking at the ice worms blocking his way, he clenched his teeth and took out a stack of fireball talismans. He shook his hand and threw them out. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. It actually exploded into a blank area. Xiaohua didn't say anything else. He braced himself and wanted to fly away from that blank area. At this moment, with a whoop sound, a surge of energy came from below him. An extremely cold aura quickly attacked Xiaohua's surroundings. Run! Xiaohua was shocked. He felt that his body was about to be frozen stiff. He hurriedly rushed out. The cold aura swept over like a wind and spread around the valley. After Xiaohua flew a few feet, he shockingly discovered that ice worms were flying out of the numerous holes in the stone wall. In just a few breaths, the ice worms filled the entire valley. Xiaohua glanced at them. Wasn't there tens of thousands of ice worms? Xiaohua didn't dare to hold anything back. Fireball talismans, fire serpent talismans, fire net talismans, and all the other fire-type talismans were thrown out one after another. A series of rumbling sounds rang out, blasting open a blank area in front of the ice worms. Just as Xiaohua emerged from this blank area, behind him, a giant ice worm king the size of a head and its entire body was transparent. It was several hundred times larger than an ordinary ice worm. The ice worm king had 8 tentacles that were as thick as fingers and about a foot long. They swayed slightly in the air, and the ice worm king's wings flapped rapidly. Every time they flapped, there would be a sound like a tidal wave. Chapter 1357. Following the Iceworm King's tide-like sound, all the surrounding iceworms chased after Xiaohua. These tens of thousands of iceworms fluttered in the air, creating a sound similar to a tidal wave crashing against the shore. This wasn't the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that behind Xiaohua, the Iceworm King actually chased after him. Its speed wasn't slower than Xiaohua's. It was even faster. How could Xiaohua have time to look back? Just these tens of thousands of iceworms were enough to take his life. Not to mention the Iceworm King that actually had spiritual sense. Xiaohua exerted all his strength and tried his best to fly out of the canyon. But as soon as Xiaohua flew out of the canyon, an earthen yellow brilliance descended from the sky and wrapped around his body. Xiaohua's eyes swept over and saw the short and fat cultivator on the shuttle. He secretly complained in his heart. This is what it means to have a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Fortunately, he still had fireball talismans in his hand. With a wave of his hand, several fireball talismans flew into the air and exploded towards the earthen yellow ring. Pang pang pang. Several fireball talismans exploded, and sparks flew everywhere. Unfortunately, the ring did not explode into pieces like Xiaohua had imagined. It was so much so that the speed of the ring's descent was not affected at all. Xiaohua's fireball talismans only caused the ring to sway slightly. AI. Is this the difference between magic tools and yellow talismans? Is this the difference between a second-layer qi refining cultivator and a seventh-layer qi refining cultivator? Xiaohua already saw the triangle in the short and fat cultivator's hand and couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he also secretly felt lucky that he was able to kill another 7th-level qi refining cultivator. Seeing that the fireball talismans were ineffective, Xiaohua didn't have any more tricks up his sleeve. With a wave of his hand, he threw a fire net talisman into the air. A fire net blocked the bottom of the ring, and he quickly flew towards the short and fat cultivator's shuttle. That cultivator had already guessed Xiaohua's intentions. With a wave of his hand, several confinement talismans also flew towards Xiaohua. At the same time, the shuttle under his feet flew out several feet, increasing the distance between him and Xiaohua. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. He shot out several more fireball talismans, blowing away the oncoming confinement talismans. Seeing the short and fat cultivator pulling away from him, he knew that his usual trick had already been seen through. In the air, the descending ring had already arrived above Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua's fire net talisman was only able to block it for a moment before it was completely crushed by the ring. It continued to fall without stopping, smashing towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sighed and hurriedly flew to the side, trying in vain to dodge the ring. Unfortunately, this ring was not a yellow talisman. Under the control of the short and fat cultivator, its speed was not something that Xiao Hua could dodge. Xiao Hua had just flown a meter or so away when the ring came down on him. Seeing that the ring had arrived above his head, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the devil's spear. He was about to stab the ring above his head, but at the same time the ring fell, the Iceworm King also chased out of the canyon. As soon as the Iceworm King came out of the canyon, its cold divine scent swept out again. Seeing two cultivators, the Iceworm King's 8 antennae rapidly swayed. An extremely cold spiritual energy was generated from the Iceworm King's antennae, and then it split into two and shot towards Xiao Hua and the short and fat cultivator. The ring fell on top of Xiao Hua's head and directly wrapped around him. Xiao Hua's demonic spear simply pierced empty air. Immediately after, the ring shook above Xiao Hua's head and transformed into an earthen yellow circle, covering Xiao Hua inside. Xiao Hua felt as if his whole body was being pressed down by a huge force, unable to move in the slightest. Next, the earthen yellow circle entered Xiao Hua's body and tightly wrapped around him. It was several times harder than a confinement talisman. Not only that, when Xiao Hua was hit by the short and fat cultivator's magic weapon, the Iceworm King's extremely cold spiritual energy also attacked. In an instant, Xiao Hua's whole body was condensed into a layer of frost. Moreover, the frost was condensing from the outside to the inside. Not only the yellow circle that the short and fat cultivator used to attack Xiao Hua, but also Xiao Hua's own defensive iron cloak talisman, they were all condensed into a solid layer of ice. Xiao Hua was like an icicle, falling straight down into the pitch-black bottom of the canyon. Seeing that Xiao Hua had been hit by his Dharma treasure and the Iceworm King's spirit chi and had fallen into the air, the short and fat cultivator's face lit up with joy. However, before his joy could fully emerge, the Iceworm King's spirit chi attacked him. The short and fat cultivator could only freeze the joy on his face. He urged the shuttle under his feet to flee far away, wanting to escape from this canyon. While he was fleeing, he didn't forget to urge the magic weapon in his hand. Another ring flew out from the magic weapon and struck horizontally at the Iceworm King, wanting to stop it. The Iceworm King's wings flapped, and the sound of tides rose again. All the iceworms flew out of the canyon, chasing after the short and fat cultivator. At the same time, they also chased in the direction that Li Xiaowen and the others had fled. As for the Iceworm King, it didn't care about the ring flying horizontally at all. It flew straight up and crashed into the ring. With a crack, the ring hit the Iceworm King's body. Before the ring could turn into a circle, it was frozen into a block of ice by the Iceworm King's extreme cold. After being hit by the Iceworm King, it turned into ice shards and fell into the air. The Iceworm King's antennae swayed slightly, but its skull-sized body didn't stop at all. It was faster than the short and fat cultivator's shuttle and chased out of the canyon. In the night sky, the slanting full moon poured its bright light onto the Iceworm King's body. Very little of the moonlight dissipated, but most of it was absorbed by the Iceworm King's body. Xiao Hua was hit by the Iceworm King's extreme cold. His entire body was frozen solid, and he fell from the sky. The layer of ice frozen by the Iceworm King was different from ordinary iceworms. Inside the layer of ice, Xiao Hua felt a bone-piercing cold seeping into his body bit by bit, as if trying to freeze every inch of his body. He knew that if this cold seeped into his body, he would be completely turned into a block of ice. Not only would he be unable to move his hands and feet, even his true chi would be frozen. Whatever magic power and other things would be unable to flow. Therefore, in his panic, Xiao Hua immediately used his Heart Sutra to move the true chi in his meridians bit by bit with difficulty, hoping to force the extreme cold out of his body. Just as Xiao Hua was silently circulating his Heart Sutra, a loud bang resounded. It was as if an ice cube had crashed into another ice cube. Xiao Hua fell to the ground. Around him were icicles that fell to the ground from the air. The huge impact shook Xiao Hua until he was dizzy. The true chi in his body was almost out of breath. While Xiao Hua was dizzy, he immediately focused his mind and tried to move his true chi, hoping to pull himself out of the jaws of death. It was the same as Xiao Hua's usual nighttime cultivation. However, at this time, he couldn't sit cross-legged nor could he close his eyes. The reverse light in the space behind Xiao Hua's head stopped rotating. Countless different starlight descended from the sky, wrapping around Xiao Hua and the blocks of ice around him. Those blocks of ice were admittedly extremely cold and thick, but they couldn't prevent Xiao Hua from absorbing the starlight at all. In the night sky, the full moon that had already descended had an extremely strange trace of brilliance falling on Xiao Hua's body. Like the other starlight, it was absorbed by Xiao Hua. Following the absorption of the starlight, inside Xiao Hua's body, inside his bones and flesh, there were 132 mysterious dots that emitted pitch-black flames. As soon as these pitch-black flames appeared, they immediately began to swallow the different starlight that had seeped into Xiao Hua's body. After the starlight was absorbed, the pitch-black flames didn't change at all, but the extreme cold that had invaded Xiao Hua's body was already stopped. Moreover, as time passed, the ice on the surface of Xiao Hua's body actually gradually melted. The true qi in Xiao Hua's meridians also slowly accelerated. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hua gradually woke up from his unconscious state. The true qi in his body had already returned to normal, and he could feel his hands and feet. However, because Xiao Hua was awake, the different starlight had already disappeared and the reverse light had also begun to mysteriously rotate. Xiao Hua checked for a bit and knew that the cold air had already been forced out of his body by the circulating true qi. Moreover, because of the forced circulation of true qi, his magic power had actually increased to a certain extent. This is actually a good place to cultivate. Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but think to himself. Then, Xiao Hua's arms exerted strength and the tip of the demonic spear in his hand pierced outwards with all his strength. Ka! There was a slight sound at the tip of the spear, but Xiao Hua's body didn't break free as easily as before. This Iceworm King is really powerful. Xiao Hua's heart still had lingering fear. He once again exerted 120% of his strength and exerted all his strength to struggle. After the time it took to eat a meal and who knows how many times he tried, Xiao Hua finally broke the ice on his arms and legs and broke free from it. Looking at the other parts of his body that were covered in ice, Xiao Hua picked up the tip of the spear and began to randomly poke. Unfortunately, the effect was limited. Immediately after, Xiao Hua took out the fireball talisman and wanted to try using a fireball. However, after thinking for a moment, he gave up. Not only was he afraid of injuring himself, he was even more afraid of attracting the Iceworm King again. In the end, Xiao Hua once again used the tip of the spear to poke outwards from the inside for who knows how long before the ice on his body was completely shattered. Where is this place? Xiao Hua broke free from the ice and only now had the mind to look around. Ha! What is this? Xiao Hua looked around and his gaze fell on his feet. Under his feet was a transparent layer of ice. Following the faint reflection of the ice on the stone walls, Xiao Hua saw that there were many black things in the ice. When he squatted down and looked carefully, he couldn't help but jump in fright. Those black things were actually lifelike people. When he looked carefully, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. This was because every human figure in the ice had a frightened expression on their faces. Every one of their movements was not one that wasn't struggling, but every one of their eyes was filled with despair. Sigh, these people are probably the same as me. They encountered the Iceworm King and were sealed in ice by the Iceworm King. After a long time, they turned into a big block of ice. If I didn't break free today, wouldn't I end up like them? Sealed under this layer of ice with them? Xiao Hua thought. Then he saw the storage pouches on these people's waists and some magic tools in their hands. Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He picked up the tip of the spear and began to chisel at the ice under his feet. Chapter 1358. Xiao Hua's arms had the strength of 10,000 jin. Coupled with the sharp tip of the demonic spear, this was his secret technique to break through with force. However, at this moment it had no effect. Xiao Hua didn't know what the Iceworm King's extremely cold aura was, but the layer of ice it formed was actually so sturdy. Xiao Hua tried a few times, but he couldn't even leave a mark on the surface of the layer of ice, let alone break the layer of ice and take out the storage bag inside. Xiao Hua was somewhat disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the gradually darkening night sky, he knew that the full moon had already set. It was the darkness before dawn. If he didn't take advantage of this time to escape from the South Kai Kai Ping, when the sun rose, all the iceworms would come out and he would die without a burial place. Therefore, Xiaohua took out a flight talisman and stuck it on his body. His body flew lightly, and after looking at the direction, he was about to fly towards the canyon. At this moment, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the canyon where the Iceworm King had chased from. In the darkness, there was actually a faint light. Although the light was far away, Xiaohua could see it very clearly. It was faint like a pile of fireflies. What is that? Could it be some kind of treasure? Xiaohua's heart was moved. He thought of what Li Xiaowen and the others said. There were some uncommon spiritual herbs in the South Kai Kai Ping, which attracted cultivators to take the risk. The Iceworm King should have already chased out of the canyon. I'm afraid it's killing that short and fat cultivator. Moreover, the iceworms in the canyon have all followed the Iceworm King. At this moment, the nest should be empty. Since this young master suffered a big loss here and almost lost his life, how could he not take some treasures to calm himself down? Xiaohua thought to himself. He took out a stack of fireball talismans from his bosom and landed on the ground. Sticking close to the ice at the bottom of the canyon, he quietly flew towards the light. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the light seemed very close, but it actually flew very far. Moreover, along the way, he only saw corpses in the ice from time to time. Other than that, there were some strange spiritual fruits growing in the ice. As for the iceworms and the like, there wasn't even half of them. Xiaohua knew that the layer of ice was hard, so those rare and precious spirit fruits were unable to be transplanted into his space. He could only pluck the fruits from the ice. Before he even reached the place where the light shone, he had already plucked more than a dozen icy fruits of various sizes and colors. When Xiaohua arrived in front of the light, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. That thing was the size of an egg, and there were still some flaws on it. That light seemed to be absorbed from the full moon in the night sky. At this moment, as the full moon fell, the light had already dimmed. What is this? What is it for? Xiaohua stood at the side with some hesitation. Although he was standing there, he could clearly feel that it was much colder than before. He knew that this coldness came from this egg-like thing, but he still didn't know what this thing was for. Forget it, let's just take it first and talk about it later. Xiaohua had always been the type of person who would rather take the wrong thing than let it go. How could he return empty-handed? Just as Xiaohua bent down and reached out to grab it, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out in the silent canyon. Someone's there. Xiaohua stared blankly and became vigilant. At this moment, other than the faint light coming from the egg, everything else was pitch black. He couldn't see any hiding place. Xiaohua didn't have time to look back. His eyes turned slightly and saw a groove next to the ice layer next to the egg. Without thinking, he laid down on his back. At the same time, he also grasped the tip of the demonic spear in his hand. The night was pitch black, so he wasn't afraid that someone would see clearly. Xiaohua had just laid down when the sound of flying came closer. Listening to the sound, it was coming towards the egg. Could it be that short and fat cultivator from before? Xiaohua laid there, not daring to move in the slightest. Only his eyes were left spinning. Li Xiaowen, Fu Shu, and the others should have already escaped from the southern color plane. How could they dare to come back? Moreover, those two short and fat cultivators came early in the morning. Those red worms were also theirs. They should have been used to lure the Iceworm King. Their goal should be this egg-like thing. Xiaohua immediately understood. Those two short and fat cultivators had come early in the morning and arranged everything to lure the Iceworm King out. However, his group of 6 had disrupted their plans, so the short and fat cultivator had the intention to kill them. Just as he was thinking, that cultivator had already arrived next to the egg. Borrowing the dim light of the egg, Xiaohua could already see the cultivator's figure. It was indeed short and fat. Moreover, that cultivator's Taoist robe was damaged and his hair was covered in ice. It seemed that it was extremely difficult for him to escape from the Iceworm King's attack. This guy's methods are quite good. A 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator was actually able to dodge the attack of the Iceworm King, which is comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. Xiaohua thought with some amazement. Although the cultivator was close to the egg, he was still cautious and didn't rush to pick it up. First, he placed a yellow talisman on his body, then 2 more on his left and right hands. Next, he tilted his head and listened carefully. At this time, apart from the light of the egg, the entire canyon was pitch black. The short and fat cultivator simply couldn't see Xiao Hua lying on the ground. After a while, seeing that there was nothing else around him, the short and fat cultivator leaned over and took the egg in his hand. It seemed to be extremely cold. The cultivator's hands were trembling. Borrowing the faint light of the egg, Xiao Hua could clearly see the cultivator's expression of extreme surprise and joy. Hee hee, the Iceworm King's egg. I finally got it. Although it's a bit lacking, but it's enough. I have hope of reaching foundation establishment. The cultivator couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then he clapped his hands and put the egg into the pitch-black storage pouch at his waist. Humph, if it weren't for those rogue cultivators, I'm afraid I wouldn't have succeeded so easily. However, Junior Marshall Brothers' life wouldn't have been lost here. Those rogue cultivators are really hateful. The short and fat cultivator slapped his storage pouch and took out a flying talisman. He stuck it on his body and urged his transcendence energy to fly away. Just as his feet left the ground, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly flew out from the ice trough and shot towards the short and fat cultivator like an arrow. The short and fat cultivator was originally extremely vigilant. But after easily obtaining the Iceworm King's egg, he knew that there was no danger nearby. He was overjoyed and inevitably relaxed. Moreover, he was already flying, so he was even more unguarded. Xiao Hua's sneak attack was just perfect. Ah, who is it? The short and fat cultivator heard the movement and immediately slapped his storage pouch. However, Xiao Hua was very close to him and Xiao Hua's flying speed was comparable to an 11th layer qi refining cultivator. In such a short distance, Xiao Hua was scheming against the short and fat cultivator. How could the short and fat cultivator have time to resist? Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out. Under Xiao Hua's enormous strength, the devil's spear tip had already pierced through the short and fat cultivator's defense. Immediately after, with a poo-cheep sound, the spear tip pierced deeply into the cultivator's back. Just like how it killed the other person just now, the black qi on the spear tip wrapped around the cultivator's heart and the cultivator's vitality was completely gone. A pitiful 7th layer qi refining cultivator, under Xiao Hua's close-range attack, simply didn't have the strength to fight back. Unexpectedly, he didn't even turn his head and died tragically under the devil's spear tip. Even at death's door, he didn't know who killed him. After killing the short and fat cultivator, Xiao Hua's heart finally relaxed. With a shake of the spear tip, the short and fat cultivator's corpse was thrown onto the ice. Looking at the 3 storage pouches on the cultivator's body, Xiao Hua unhesitatingly opened them. When he opened them, he saw that of the 2 pitch-black storage pouches, only one contained the Iceworm King's egg that he just put in. The other was completely empty. As for the seemingly ordinary storage pouch, apart from the triangular magic tool, there were some high and mid-grade spirit stones, as well as many yellow talismans and a small booklet. Then, Xiao Hua joyfully took out the booklet and the Iceworm King's egg. When he looked at it in the nearly empty light, he saw that the booklet was followed by the insect scripture, but it wasn't a cultivation method. Bad luck. Xiao Hua sighed. These cultivators, why didn't they put the cultivation method in their storage pouches? They really made this young master work for nothing. Saying this, Xiao Hua casually threw the booklet and the Iceworm King's egg into his own space. Then, he took everything else from the storage pouch into his own space. With a wave of his hand, he was about to throw the 3 storage bags to the ground. However, on second thought, he remembered that these storage bags represented supreme-grade spirit stones. It would be a pity to throw them away for no reason. With that thought, he put the storage bags into his sleeve. Afterwards, Xiao Hua didn't dare to delay any longer. His figure flew up and flew towards the other side of the canyon. After entering the other side of the canyon, he flew for another pipe of smoke. The sky gradually brightened and 2 more canyons appeared in the canyon. Where should I go? Xiao Hua scratched his ears and cheeks. He was most afraid of this kind of fork in the road. "Ayo, how could I forget?" Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and remembered the consecutive note talisman that Li Xiaowen gave everyone before entering the southern Kaiping. Wasn't that the consecutive note talisman supposed to be used at this time? Xiao Hua quickly took out the consecutive note talisman and urged it with his magic power. The consecutive note talisman actually let out a soft whistle and circled in the air before flying towards the canyon on the left at extreme speed. "Little ancestor, can you not scream?" Hearing the sound, Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. He was really afraid that this sound would attract the Iceworm King. That was a strength comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. It was far from something Xiao Hua could resist. Xiao Hua urged the flight talisman and closely chased after the sharp whistle, flying through the twists and turns of the canyon. Early in the morning, Xiao Hua's luck really exploded. In the time it took to eat a meal, he didn't know how many twists and turns he took, but Xiao Hua actually didn't encounter a single iceworm, let alone the Iceworm King. Hearing the sharp whistle in front of him stop, the canyon in front of him suddenly opened up. Xiao Hua understood that he had most likely passed through the southern Kaiping. Sure enough, a surprised voice sounded from the foothills in the distance. "Fellow Taoist Yong. Is that you?" "Fellow Taoist Yong? Yongshang?" Xiao Hua was stunned. Soon after, he slowed down his flying speed and said in a clear voice, "Which fellow Taoist in front?" "I am Xiao Hua." "Ah? Fellow Taoist Xiao? How did you escape?" Xiao Hua heard the voice in front of him. It was Fan Dao Mao. Chapter 1359. That's strange. Fellow Taoist fan, could it be that only you could escape, and I should be buried in the South Kaiping? When Xiao Hua saw Fan Dao Mao, he felt relaxed. Although he said so, he had a smile on his face. Not at all, not at all. Fan Dao Mao was embarrassed. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame us." Fellow Taoist was besieged by the iceworms at the beginning, and was also ambushed by the disciples of the Black Spirit sect. We thought that even with our cultivation, it would be difficult to escape. Hee. Fellow Taoist Xiao. I'm afraid that it bodes ill rather than well. Fellow Taoist Xiao. As they spoke, 3 people flew from the foot of the mountain. They were Li Xiaowen, Fu Shu, Sun Fian, and only Yongshang was missing. Greetings, fellow Taoists. I was lucky to escape with my life. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and greeted. "Ai, not bad, not bad." Li Xiaowen returned the greeting and said, "In such a dangerous situation, fellow Taoist Xiao was actually able to escape. Very good." Then he looked around and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you also saw the situation last night. In the iceworm swarm, we couldn't even take care of ourselves, so it was difficult for us to help you. Please forgive us." Xiao Hua shook his head and said with a smile, "I already said last night that in the South Kaiping, I will be careful. If there is any accident, I won't dare to implicate you. Whether I stay in the valley or escape outside, it's I's business. It's not your fault." Then, he looked around and asked with concern, "That fellow Taoist Yong, did you stay in the valley?" Li Xiaowen smiled bitterly and told him what happened. It turned out that after Li Xiaowen and the other 4 were discovered by the iceworms, they tried their best to escape. However, their flying speed was not as good as the iceworms, and they were not as skillful as Xiao Hua. Therefore, they could only rely on the yellow talismans in their storage bags to disperse the iceworms while trying their best to escape from the valley. In that situation, no one had the time to look at each other. When they escaped from the South Kaiping, they found that Xiao Hua and Yongshang were missing. There was no need to talk about Xiao Hua. When they were escaping from the southern Kaiping, they had already seen Xiao Hua throw out an incomparably powerful fireball talisman and be besieged by a swarm of iceworms. In their impression, with Xiao Hua's cultivation, there was no way he could survive. But what about Yongshang? Based on everyone's memories, it seemed that Yongshang had followed behind them and escaped together. As for where and when he disappeared, no one knew. Although the 4 of them managed to escape with their lives, which could be considered a great fortune, but another problem appeared. Apart from Fan Dao Mao's silk bag, which had already been used, Xiao Hua and Yongshang's silk bags had not been used. Without these 2 people's silk bags, no one would know where the final location would be, and the so-called cultivation technique and treasure would naturally be hopeless. Actually, when they saw Xiao Hua being besieged by the iceworms, they had already somewhat given up in their hearts. However, the 4 of them still waited here, hoping that after Fan Dao Mao came out, the 5 of them would discuss what to do. But what shocked them was that the one who came out wasn't Fan Dao Mao, but Xiao Hua, who they thought had long been frozen into an icicle. Spirit Husbandry Sect? When Xiao Hua heard Li Xiaowen's description, he couldn't help but be stunned. He asked curiously, "Those 2 short and fat cultivators were from Spirit Husbandry Sect? 2 Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples?" Fu Shu asked curiously, "Not just one?" "Oh, that's right." When Xiao Hua heard this, He knew that he had let it slip. When he was ambushed by the second spirit husbandry sect disciple, Li Xiaowen and the rest had already escaped. What they saw was only the first spirit husbandry sect disciple. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "When I escaped from the southern color plane, I saw the cultivator who controlled the red flying insects and the other short and fat cultivator being frozen in the icicle. That's how I knew that they were two spirit husbandry sect disciples." "I see." Fu Shu nodded slightly. "That's right, fellow Taoist Xiao." Sun Fian, who had been silent all this while, said in a low voice, "That, fellow Taoist, when you passed by the two spirit husbandry sect disciples, did you see a black spirit storage bag?" "Spirit storage bag?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Why is fellow Taoist Sun asking this?" After hearing Xiao Hua's words, not only did Sun Fian's eyes light up, even Li Xiaowen, Fu Shu, and Fan Daomao's eyes widened. "Looks like fellow Taoist Xiao has seen this spirit storage bag before?" Li Xiaowen said with a smile. Hee, fellow Taoist Li, are you also interested in this spirit storage bag?" Xiao Hua asked ambiguously. Sun Fian changed from his previous wooden expression and said first, "Of course, a spirit storage bag is the foundation of carrying spiritual items, just like a spirit storage bag. It's just that a spirit storage bag is even more precious than a spirit storage bag. In the country of Xi, only the spirit husbandry sect and a few other sects that rear spiritual items have spirit storage bags. The other sects don't have them. I have always wanted to carry spiritual items, but I never had the chance to get one. So, if it's convenient for fellow Taoist Xiao to transfer it to this." Xiao Hua knew the use of the spirit storage bag and already understood where the red flying insects and pigeons came from, but he still faintly felt that there was something inappropriate about it. Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Sun Fian was even more certain of Xiao Hua's thoughts and said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I am willing to offer 30 supreme grade spirit stones in exchange for this spirit storage bag." "Fellow Taoist Sun, you want to exchange a mere 30 supreme grade spirit stones for a spirit storage bag?" Li Xiaowen said coldly. "A spirit storage bag is much more precious than a spirit storage bag. I'm afraid it's not something that can be exchanged with these spirit stones, right?" Sun Fian was a bit embarrassed and rubbed his hands. "I know that this spirit storage bag is priceless, but we rogue cultivators have accumulated it for many years and used many methods, but it's only this many spirit stones. No matter how much more I have, I can't take it out." Xiao Hua's eyes swiveled. He was just about to refuse, but his gaze swept over and saw the eagerness in some people's eyes. His heart involuntarily shuddered, and he thought to himself, this spirit storage bag is admittedly good, but it's also a scourge. Leaving it with me will definitely arouse the covetous eyes of others. Why don't I exchange it for something else? I don't have any spirit items left. Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, I's cultivation is shallow. To be honest, I haven't even heard of this spirit storage bag. If everyone is interested, I am naturally willing to take it out to exchange." "Oh, that's great." Fu Shu clapped and said, "Does fellow Taoist Xiao have 2 spirit storage bags? Why don't we bid?" Xiao Hua didn't hide it either and nodded, saying, "I indeed picked up 2 spirit storage bags, but they were both empty. I even thought that they were spirit storage bags. In addition, I need cultivation techniques, spirit stones and the like, but I don't need them for the time being." Cultivation techniques? When everyone heard that there were 2 spirit storage bags, they were delighted at first, but when they heard that Xiao Hua wanted cultivation techniques, they frowned again. For a moment, there was actually an awkward silence. Li Xiaowen looked at everyone and took the initiative to say, "Sigh, fellow Taoist Xiao, I am also an itinerant cultivator. Of course, I know what fellow Taoist lacks. But my heaven-forsaken cultivation technique can only be given to fellow Taoist Xiao by fellow Taoist Qing. We don't have the right to give it to you privately. Moreover, looking at the current situation, I'm afraid that we don't have the cultivation techniques that we obtained ourselves, so we also don't have the means to give it to you." "Sigh, that's right." Everyone also echoed. "How about this? I know that fellow Taoist wants to learn the art of talisman crafting. I am not talented, but I'm willing to teach you with all my heart. What does fellow Taoist Xiao think?" Li Xiaowen, who had never wanted to teach, put forward a very good condition. Unfortunately, Xiaohua simply didn't care for such a condition. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said, "Fellow Taoist Li's condition really moves I. However, fellow Taoist also wants to cultivate. How could I dare to always disturb you? How about this? If fellow Taoist Li has any talisman crafting ancient books that seem to have the same value as the spirit storage pouch, I will also exchange it." This. Li Xiaowen was somewhat hesitant. To tell the truth, if he were to take out one or two talisman crafting techniques, it simply wouldn't have the same value as the spirit storage pouch. There were also several people watching from the side, so he couldn't be stingy. Just as Li Xiaowen was hesitating, Sun Fian smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I don't have any talisman crafting techniques here. However, I do have a book on alchemy techniques." Alchemy techniques? Hearing this, Li Xiaowen was also astonished. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the spirit storage pouch is admittedly precious, but it doesn't seem to be as precious as alchemy techniques, right?" Sigh, I was precisely going to explain to fellow Taoist Xiao. I's alchemy techniques are also incomplete. I also plan to use a book on the basics of artifact crafting from the spirit storage pouch, as well as some spirit stones to exchange with fellow Taoist Xiao. Sun Fian said, "Artifact crafting?" Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he inwardly said, "This cultivation technique is admittedly not easy to find, but finding one on alchemy and artifact crafting is also not bad." Soon after he nodded and said, "If fellow Taoist Sun has such a book, even if it's not a cultivation technique, I would be happy to exchange it." Fellow Taoist Xiao, Fu Shu and Fan Daomao were greatly anxious. They hurriedly called out to Xiaohua, and also stated their conditions. Their things were also not bad, but unfortunately, it was not a cultivation technique, and it was also not to Xiaohua's liking. They could only cup their hands and say, "Fellow Taoists, I only picked up 2 spirit storage pouches. 4 fellow Taoists will definitely be disappointed, so I can only pick up what I need to exchange it. Please forgive me, fellow Dao Mao." Fu Shu and Fan Daomao were very disappointed, but they also knew that what Xiaohua said was the truth. On the other hand, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian were very happy. Li Xiaowen gave Xiaohua a book on talisman crafting techniques that he obtained. In addition, like Sun Fian, he also gave some top-grade spirit stones as additional compensation. However, how could Xiaohua accept too many top-grade spirit stones in front of everyone? He only picked up 2 spirit stones of different attributes of the 5 elements. It's only 10 top-grade spirit stones. It shouldn't arouse the evil intentions of others, right? Xiaohua thought without changing his expression. On the other hand, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian were overjoyed. They put away the spirit stones that they took out and patted Xiaohua's shoulder knowingly. After putting everything into his own storage pouch, Xiaohua took out the 2 spirit storage pouches and handed them to Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian. The 2 of them took them and carefully checked them before putting them into their sleeves. So it was just a guess about the spirit husbandry sect. Since we saw the spirit storage pouches, there's no doubt that the spirit husbandry sect was at that time. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. The disciples of such a famous sect actually plotted against fellow Taoist Xiao. Naturally, they ended up being frozen into ice pillars by the iceworms. Sun Fian said with a smile. However, Sun Fian was slightly stunned. He looked at Xiaohua with a strange expression and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, since the 2 disciples of the spirit husbandry sect were frozen, how did you escape?" Chapter 1360. Looking at the strange expression on Sun Fian's face, Xiaohua was very annoyed. He wished he could take out all the fireball talismans and smash them down. You say, this person usually keeps his mouth shut and doesn't say anything. Why is he so curious at this time? I gave you the spirit storage pouch and even gave you so many top-grade spirit stones. Why can't I shut your mouth? Xiaohua thought to himself. Actually, this kind of question generally involved a cultivator's divine ability, so it was naturally secretive and not suitable to be asked. However, Xiaohua's cultivation was low, and even though his magic power was deep, it was still not enough. In this group of cultivators, he always had the attitude of a junior. Sun Fian's way of asking, the meaning of concern was even more than probing. It was not particularly abrupt. I spoke too much. Sun Fian saw that Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant and immediately cupped his hands in apology. However, his words had already been said and extremely successfully aroused the curiosity of Li Xiaowen and the others. What was the use of apologizing now? Xiao Hua cursed in his heart. His eyes turned, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, "Everyone, guess. How did I escape danger?" Guess? Sun Fian's eyes widened. He seemed to have heard such a funny answer for the first time. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't keep us in suspense. This is fellow Taoist's secret. Hee, it's fine if you don't say it. Fu Shu said with a smile, at this time, we should be thinking about whether to continue waiting for fellow Taoist Yong here or look inside. Xiao Hua was very happy in his heart. This Fu Shu is really funny. However, Li Xiaowen's brows did not relax because of Fu Shu's words. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully. Xiao Hua very keenly sensed something was wrong and asked awkwardly, "Fellow Taoist Li, could it be that you guessed? Is this the reason?" Li Xiaowen thought for a moment, took out a yellow talisman, and handed it over. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He reached out and took it. When he saw it clearly, his expression changed slightly. That yellow talisman was none other than the fireball talisman that Xiao Hua refined. Fellow Taoist Xiao, did you rely on this strange fireball talisman to escape from the group of iceworms in the South Kaiping? Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Li Xiaowen had a knowing expression and laughed. Xiao Hua's thoughts turned rapidly, and his face changed into an extremely embarrassed expression. He said embarrassedly, "It's not I. I wanted to take it out the day before yesterday, but, Sai, you can't blame fellow Taoist Xiao for this." Li Xiaowen took the fireball talisman from Xiao Hua's hand and said with a wry smile, "Even I occasionally came across this strange fireball talisman in E.G. I spent a lot of effort to buy a few. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to be so rich and overbearing, to buy so many." Xiao Hua stared blankly and hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Li misunderstood. When I bought it, it was very cheap." After thinking for a moment, Li Xiaowen nodded. "I think fellow Taoist bought it early. That's because the strangeness of this fireball talisman hasn't been discovered yet. Fellow Taoist Li, fellow Taoist Xiao, what are you talking about?" Fan Daomao asked curiously. "How come I don't understand?" No wonder fellow Taoist Fan doesn't understand. Li Xiaowen explained with a smile. After listening for a moment, Xiao Hua finally understood. It turned out that after Li Xiaowen got the news that he was going on a treasure hunt, he went to E.G. to purchase the things he needed. He himself was a talisman master, and he also had some acquaintances in E.G. From those sellers, he learned that a very strange fireball talisman had recently appeared in E.G. The talisman paper and talisman ink used to refine these fireball talismans were all low-grade, but the talisman characters on the talisman paper seemed to be naturally formed. It was very obvious that the method of writing high-grade talismans was used on these low-grade fireball talismans. The strangest thing was that the power of these fireball talismans was really terrifying. They were directly comparable to the legendary fireball talismans of the highest grade. Li Xiaowen himself could also refine fireball talismans, but he could only refine low-grade fireball talismans using low-grade talisman paper and talisman ink. Even if he switched to mid-grade talisman paper and talisman ink, only a small portion of the fireball talismans refined would be of mid-grade. If he used high-grade talisman paper and talisman ink, there might be a chance to increase the quality of the fireball talismans to the mid-grade. However, Li Xiaowen wouldn't squander money and use high-grade talisman paper to refine low-grade fireball talismans. Therefore, Li Xiaowen was very curious about this fireball talisman. He found many sellers and spent a lot of spirit stones to buy several talismans. One was for research and the other was for collection. Even just now in the southern color plane, he only used 2 talismans in an extremely dangerous situation. This fireball talisman is really amazing. Li Xiaowen sighed with emotion. Just now when I used ordinary fireball talismans, or even yellow talismans like fire snake talismans, those iceworms could only be driven away. After a moment, they would chase after me again. However, the flames emitted by this fireball talisman could actually melt the iceworms. If I had a large amount of these fireball talismans, I would be able to calmly escape. I wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Ah? There's actually such a bizarre fireball talisman? Sun Fian said in astonishment. This Which expert refined this fireball talisman? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart violently beat. Li Xiaowen sighed with emotion. According to reliable sources, this fireball talisman is the work of 3 old monsters of the Ardent Fire Mountain. 3 old monsters of the Ardent Fire Mountain? Fan Daomao's eyes widened. Those are nascent soul stage cultivators. They were bored enough to refine this fireball talisman. For what? Nascent soul stage cultivators are all old monsters who have lived for who knows how many years. Moreover, their temperaments are all strange. Who knows what they're thinking? Maybe because they're idle and bored. Sun Fian said disdainfully. But I also have some doubts. Li Xiaowen scratched his head and said, if they were bored and gave pointers to juniors, refining a few would be fine. But it said that EG has quite a few of these fireball talismans. These 3 old seniors can't always be refining these low-level yellow talismans, right? When Xiaohua heard this, he laughed and said, it's nothing. Maybe they've accumulated it for many years, and their disciples took it all out to exchange for spirit stones? Amen. Fellow Taoist Zhao's conjecture is quite reliable. Li Xiaowen nodded and asked again, when did fellow Taoist Xiao discover this fireball talisman? Long ago. I discovered it on EG a few days after I followed Senior Qing to Jinghua City. At that time, the price was very cheap. Xiaohua didn't conceal the time. No wonder fellow Taoist Xiao was very generous when he threw out these fireball talismans, as if he didn't feel any heartache. Li Xiaowen laughed. Xiaohua took out several fireball talismans from his storage pouch and handed them to the 4 people, saying, when I bought them, they weren't expensive to begin with. Naturally, I didn't feel any heartache. However, there aren't many left in the southern color plane that relied on them to blast open a path. Please kindly accept these, fellow Taoists. I's also very curious about such a miraculous fireball talisman. Sun Fian and the others very happily took them and carefully looked at them before putting them away in their storage pouches. They weren't talisman masters, so their understanding was limited. However, supreme-grade fireball talismans could save lives in certain situations. This was something they knew very well. All right, fellow Taoist Xiao, being able to escape was beyond our expectations. Our treasure hunt has increased by another percentage. Li Xiaowen clapped his hands and said, but next, should we continue to wait here for fellow Taoist Yong? Or should we go and provide support? Fu Shu had just asked this question, but now that Li Xiaowen brought it up again, everyone looked at each other, not saying a word more. The situation was very obvious. Even the 2nd-level qi condensation Xiaohua had flown out, but the 4th-level qi condensation Yongshang still hadn't come out. Was there any need to say what happened to Yongshang? Perhaps he'd already been frozen into an icicle. Waiting was definitely not a good strategy, so they could only go in and search. However, everyone had just escaped from inside and had almost lost their lives. Who would dare to go in again? However, if they didn't go in, they wouldn't be able to get Yongshang's silk bag, and they wouldn't be able to find the place arranged by Qing Fengmin. Giving up like this was admittedly something they weren't willing to do, but taking the risk of death was something they didn't dare to do even more. What should they do? The 5 people looked at each other and stared at each other. None of them spoke. After a long while, Fan Daomao sighed. Alas, what a pity. What's there to pity? If fellow Taoist goes, we're willing to. Fu Shu said halfway and smiled wryly. We can't go, and I don't have anything to promise. If it really doesn't work out, then you and I will disperse. Our Heavens Forsaken isn't the first time it's been organized. There will be opportunities in the future. It's still useful to keep our lives. Fan Daomao glanced at Fu Shu and shook his head. Fellow Taoist Fu misunderstands. What I pity is Yongshang. I heard this guy say that he just obtained a cultivation method. It said that it's an extremely powerful divine ability. It doesn't matter if he dies, but that cultivation method is only frozen in an icicle. It's really a waste of God's gift. Cultivation method? Xiaohua's heart jumped when he heard this, but he looked at Fan Daomao and didn't quite believe it. Fellow Taoist Fan, are you telling the truth? You're not deceiving everyone, right? Li Xiaowen said softly. Fan Daomao rolled his eyes at Li Xiaowen and said impatiently, fellow Taoist Li presumably knows about Ai's friendship with Yongshang. It's not strange for Ai to know about this kind of thing, right? And that's true. The The two fellow Taoists are also inseparable from each other in heaven's forsaken. I can clearly see that this cultivation method is really a pity. Li Xiaowen sighed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you not have a suitable cultivation method? This thing seems to be extremely suitable for you, Sun Fian suddenly said. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I want it, but I also need to cultivate it in my current life. That might not be the case. Fu Shu glanced at the valley behind him and said, I think that fellow Taoist Xiao has a chance to find that cultivation method. Strange, why is that? Li Xiaowen didn't wait for Xiao Hua to speak and asked. Fellow Taoist Li, you see, fellow Taoist Xiao was clearly lucky to escape from the southern color plains. Moreover, he has a fireball talisman in his storage bag that is very good against iceworms. Fellow Taoist Li only obtained this fireball talisman a few days ago, but fellow Taoist Xiao was actually able to purchase it a month ago. Presumably, he has some fate with the southern color plains. Say, if someone can enter the southern color plains, wouldn't fellow Taoist Xiao be the only one suitable? Chapter 1361. Hearing this, Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. He could still see through this little trick. Yes, fellow Taoist Fu's words are reasonable. Li Xiaowen nodded, but when he saw that Xiao Hua didn't bat an eyelid, he smiled and said, however, the South Kaiping is extremely dangerous. It's one thing to be able to escape, but fellow Taoist Xiao wouldn't risk his life for a cultivation technique that he doesn't even know exists. Don't you think so? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Hee. Fellow Taoist Li is right. Xiao Hua smiled and didn't say anything else. How about this, fellow Taoist Xiao? If you can find fellow Taoist Yong's silk bag, fellow Taoist Yong's storage bag will belong to fellow Taoist Xiao. Everything inside, including the things abandoned by us, we can let fellow Taoist Xiao take them all. What do you think? Fan Daomao's eyes turned rapidly as he continued. Sun Fian shook his head. Fellow Taoist Fan is wrong. If fellow Taoist Xiao really finds the silk bag, that storage bag originally belonged to fellow Taoist Xiao. What right do we have to stop him? Then he looked at Xiao Hua and said, however, fellow Taoist Xiao, if you can get the silk bag, after I find the treasure in the future, I'll give you 20% of it. What do you think? Yes. Fan Daomao and Fu Shu also echoed. We also have the same idea. Then they looked at Li Xiaowen and said, fellow Taoist Li, how about we give fellow Taoist Xiao 20% of our things as well? This isn't impossible. Li Xiaowen looked at Xiao Hua and said, if you can really take out the silk bag, then you'll give us a second chance to find the treasure. It's only right that we give 20% of the things. Xiao Hua originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but seeing the four of them say so, he couldn't help but feel moved. These 5 escaped before me. They definitely didn't encounter the Iceworm King. It was just ordinary iceworms chasing them. Moreover, from what everyone said, Yongshang seemed to have followed them for a long time. If he died, he wouldn't have been close to the canyon where the Iceworm King was. Li Xiaowen and company were probably chased by the iceworms and thought that the canyon was filled with iceworms. However, I was the last to fly out, so I didn't see any iceworms along the way. Even if there is a group of iceworms, as long as it is not the Iceworm King, I can still escape freely. Who would be afraid of them? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua looked at everyone and said with a smile, I had a hard time encountering Tianqi's operation, so of course I don't want to give up, but I's cultivation is still shallow, and escaping is already a fluke. I really don't want to sell my life for these treasures. If any fellow Taoist wishes to go, I am also willing to take out my 20%. Oh, and I will also gift the few fireball talismans I have to that fellow Taoist. Some treasures? Fu Shu smiled bitterly and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, 20% for each of us is already a lot. The share of the 4 of us is about the same as fellow Taoist Zhao's share. Fu Shu directly omitted Xiao Hua's last 2 sentences, looking very earnest and well-intentioned. How about this? Li Xiaowen said, if fellow Taoist Xiao is willing to go, each of us will take out 25% of the treasures to round it up to fellow Taoist Xiao. How about it? Very good, we agree. Of course, no one had any objections and looked at Xiao Hua eagerly. Xiao Hua scratched his chin with his finger and looked at the distant canyon entrance. After a long while he sighed and said, Alas, poor people have short ambitions. Who told I to not have a suitable cultivation method? Since that's the case, I will go. Great. Everyone clapped their hands and praised. Fellow Taoist Xiao, shouldn't you leave your silk bag behind first? Fan Dao Mao probed. If I can't come back, what's the use of taking 4 silk bags? Xiao Hua sneered. Hee hee, fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Fan Dao Mao smiled and said no more. Since he had made up his mind to take the risk, Xiao Hua asked Li Xiaowen for a connecting note talisman as well as a few other yellow talismans before flying towards the canyon. After Xiao Hua flew away, Li Xiaowen and the others looked at each other. They all had the same thought in their eyes. Then, they all returned to the foothills and sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. Humph, do you all think I am a fool? Xiao Hua slowly flew into the canyon. As he pondered, he sneered and said, everyone's cultivation is much higher than this poor Taoist's, but not a single one of them dares to come forward. Instead, you're tempting this young master with your words. Hee hee, I wonder who will be the one to benefit in the end. Xiao Hua didn't fly very fast. After flying for a while, he saw that it was the same as when he came out. There was nothing special in the entire canyon. Unconsciously, his courage grew. He looked back and saw that there shouldn't be anyone following him, so he increased his speed and looked for the path he came out of. Because he was looking for Yongshang, and it was more likely that he was looking for Yongshang's corpse, Xiao Hua flew very low and carefully looked at the bottom of the canyon. At this time, the sky was already bright. In the far eastern horizon, a red sun was gushing out from the sea of clouds. The entire world was full of vitality. Unlike the vitality in the early morning, the canyon Xiao Hua was in was abnormally cold. The deeper he went, the more ice and frost he saw. Of course, there were also many strange spiritual herbs along the way. Xiao Hua didn't care about them. As long as he could pick them, he would pick them and transplant them into the space. Ayo! Just when Xiao Hua was about to move a foot-tall spirit grass into the space, he suddenly remembered that he had placed the Iceworm King's egg into the space last night. Could it be that the spirit grass inside would be frozen to death? When Xiao Hua immersed his thoughts into the space, he found that everything was the same as usual. That egg-shaped Iceworm King egg was placed inside, and the spiritual herbs were not affected at all. Fortunately, I was a bit anxious last night. Fortunately, nothing happened. Xiao Hua sighed in relief and threw the Iceworm King egg into the furthest corner of the space, letting it be far away from the spiritual herbs. Just when Xiao Hua was checking the space, from the southern plain, far away from Xiao Hua, came a jiabe sound. Although it was far away, the sound seemed to be able to resonate in people's hearts. Xiao Hua's heart shook when he heard it. He quickly pulled his mind out of the space and dodged. Not caring whether it was useful or not, he hid between a mountain rock at the bottom of the canyon. Jia! Another 2 hurried sounds shook Xiao Hua's little heart and made it beat wildly. Then it was silent again. What is this thing? Xiao Hua's face was gloomy. He thought to himself, listening to that sound, it should be a kind of bird. This thing actually dares to call out in the Iceworm King's territory. I'm afraid. It came here to cause trouble? A single Iceworm King can freeze I to death without even getting close. Adding on an inexplicable bird, won't I be dead? When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will also suffer. I better not get involved with others. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua lost his enthusiasm to explore. He came here because he knew that there were no iceworms in this canyon. Since there was an unknown danger, he naturally had to retreat. Just as Xiao Hua turned around, his gaze suddenly landed on a large tree halfway up the mountain with only bare branches, and there was actually a person looking down on it. Ah! Xiao Hua was slightly startled. His body stopped for a moment, not daring to move. Seeing that person also not moving, he raised his voice and said, "Fellow Taoist, please, that person still didn't move. Could it be a dead person?" Xiao Hua stared blankly and thought to himself, in the southern color plains, everyone was frozen to death. This person, Xiao Hua didn't dare to approach. He soared up and looked from afar. When he saw clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. Ayo, isn't this Yongshang? Why wasn't he frozen into an ice pillar by the iceworm? Moreover, there's a ball of blood on his back? Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Just now, he was looking at those ice pillars and didn't pay attention to the 2 sides of the stone wall. Of course, He couldn't see Yongshang's corpse. When Xiaohua took Yongshang's corpse down from the mountain and saw the fatal wound on the corpse, he couldn't help but gasp. He saw that Yongshang's body didn't have the slightest trace of being frozen by the iceworm. Only his Taoist robe was a bit messy. And in Yongshang's heart, there was a sharp hole. Inside the hole, the blood had already flowed out. That human heart was also gone. This clearly wasn't done by the iceworm. Could it be? There are other powerful spirit beasts in the southern color plains? Xiaohua suddenly thought of the mind-shaking cry he heard just now. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to delay any longer and picked up Yongshang's corpse. First, he threw everything in the storage bag into his own space. Then, he took out the silk bag and put it into his storage bag. He hurriedly urged his magic power and quickly flew out of the valley. His anxious appearance like a stray dog was really laughable. Fortunately, Xiaohua didn't go too far. He didn't use any notes talismans. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he already arrived at the valley's entrance. Xiaohua slowed down and shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoist Li, fellow Taoist Li." Hearing Xiaohua's shout, Li Xiaowen and the others were all stunned. They looked at each other and all soared up. They didn't expect Xiaohua to come out so quickly. Some people didn't even think that Xiaohua would be able to come back safely. When they saw Yongshang's corpse, they were greatly shocked. They naturally looked at Yongshang's waist. Of course, the storage bag on his waist was already put into Xiaohua's sleeve, causing them to be slightly disappointed. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, did you get the silk bag?" Li Xiaowen's gaze swept over the corpse and immediately asked. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. It is already in I's storage bag," Xiaohua said with a smile. As he spoke, Xiaohua put down Yongshang's corpse. He patted his storage bag and took out 2 silk bags. He shook them in front of everyone and put them back into his storage bag. "Good." Li Xiaowen and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Yongshang's corpse, Sun Fian frowned and said, "Where did you find fellow Taoist Yong's corpse? Is it far from the valley's entrance?" Xiaohua had already thought of a countermeasure. He said in a low voice, "It's a bit far. It was on a withered tree on a cliff. If it wasn't for I's sharp eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find it." "But, fellow Taoist Yong's injury, what's going on? I am a bit puzzled." Xiaohua pointed at Yongshang's chest and asked. "You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.